Si usted lo mete al horno, por eso dice se fulgente en un horno, lo mete al horno, se quema. Cualquier cosa que meta al horno se quema más. Entonces ya no es un café oscuro, es un café más oscuro. Lo saca usted del horno y ese sea lo brilla, lo brilla. No lo va a ver, no lo va a ver. Y cuando ha visto el Juan ha visto su piel como bronce. O sea, un café bien con cremita, por decirlo así, brilloso. Ahora, para que tengamos una certeza, o sea, otro versículo que habla lo mismo es Daniel 15, que ahí la hace más clara. La clave es que se crea en la Biblia, ¿no? Daniel capítulo 10. Reina Valera. Estoy leyendo Reina Valera. Dice Daniel capítulo 10, versículo 5. Es la misma visión que tuvo Daniel. Dice, y alcé mis ojos y miré, y he aquí un varón vestido de lino, ¿no? Y ceñido sus lomos de oro igual, de lino, de oro igual. Su cuerpo era como de berilo, que era color verde.
Still here,
y su
all right.
rostro parecía un relámpago, y sus ojos como antorchas de fuego, y sus brazos y sus pies como de color de bronce. Entonces sus brazos y sus pies de bronce.
But the point I wanted to make is that we're that much closer to actually seeing Yahweh Shai in His glorious body, face to face. Right, so whatever you're going through,
to execute judgment upon all and destroy all the
everybody's catching
and
hell.
convict all the flesh of all the works
brother
of
I'm
their
talking
ungodliness which they have
is going
ungodly
through
committed,
some form of
and
hell.
of all
Hell,
the
even
hard
sisters
things
are going
which
through hell.
ungodly sinners have spoken against him.
But that's ultimately
Observe
what
ye
was promised to
everything
us.
that takes place in the
Si
heavens.
fuera
What we're going through ain't
el
nothing
color
that no
del
scriptures
café,
didn't
un
tell us
café,
it
café
happened.
claro,
How they all rise
cabello
and set
de
in
At the end of the day,
no lo tiene
we are very
transgress
close
not against their appointed
to seeing
Behold,
our
ye
Lord
the
and
earth,
Savior
and get
Yahweh
these
Shai
the
and
things which
Mashiach
take place
in His
upon it
glorious
from
body,
first to last.
face to
How
face.
steadfast they are.
Right, there's a
How none
precept
of the things
that
upon
goes
the earth
into
change. But all the works of God appear
the
to
sufferings in
you.
His present life.
Behold the summer and the winter, how the
Right,
Lord
not to be compared with the
water
glory that
clouds
we're getting ready
dew
to,
and rain lie upon it.
partake in.
Observe and see how
So I'm going to start here
all
on 1
30
John
seem
3.
as though they had withered and shed
And
all their
start at
leaves.
1. It says,
And
behold,
14 trees which do not
Right.
lose their foliage.
what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of power.
How the sun is above the
Therefore,
earth over
the
against
world
it, and
knoweth
you
us
seek
not,
shade and shelter by reason
because
of
they
the
knew
heat of
Him
the
not.
sun.
Right?
And the earth also
it says,
with glory.
see how very
And so
much
you cannot
our
tread
Father
on
loves
or
us,
on
and He
rocks
calls
by
us
reason of
His
His
children. That's
Observe ye
we
how
are,
the trees cover
the
themselves with
sons
green
of the
leaves and
living
bear
power.
fruit. Wherefore
Okay,
give
at the time of
ye
Adam,
and know with regard to all
that was
his
our name.
works, and recognize
Sons of
how
God,
he that
the son of
liveth
God,
forever
Adam.
made them so.
Okay, through
And all
Seth,
his works go on
became
thus
the
from year
sons
to year
of
forever.
God, which
And all the
before us fall
tasks
under
which they
that.
accomplished for him,
See?
and their tasks
But
change not,
he's speaking
but
to the
according
church.
as God hath ordained,
And he said,
so
basically,
done. And behold, how
we're
the
His
sea
sons.
and the
We're
river
literally
like
the
manner
children of the
accomplish
Most High
and
God.
change not their
Time.
tasks from His
In
commandments.
Abraham, there was
But
a
ye,
promise made.
ye have not been
He had Isaac,
steadfast,
who
nor
has
done the
down
commandments
Jacob,
of
who
the
had
Ahora, ¿cómo
12
hemos
tribes,
But ye have turned away,
which were foretold in the latter days to undergo a great hardcore captivity. But wake out of that. Wake out of a deep sleep and come back to the understanding of who they really are. This is why all this is happening in the world. Right? Everything is really centered around, the names of Yahweh Shai, of course, and the Israelites. Everything that's happening on the earth is happening because the Heavenly Father's people are here.
Ahora, mire, otra
Okay, and He's doing this for His name's sake.
And all the sinners in God
Okay.
imprecate by you.
But also He's doing this for His holy people's sake.
And all the
You see?
shall rejoice.
Now it says, but the people who belong to this world don't recognize that we are God's children because they don't know Him. And, that's, we receive the Holy Spirit, but it comes with, great
But for the
deal in
elect
hell,
there shall be light and
living
joy
in this world amongst these people.
and they shall inherit.
All right, but it's all right. It's well worth
And
it.
then there shall
Right?
be
People
bestowed upon the elect
who listen to our calls
and
that
they
are
shall
of this
all
world, they
live
think it's
never
stupid.
again sin, either through
All right, they think it's a waste of time. Right? They want things to go back to normal here. They don't understand why we're crying for a kingdom.
nor shall they sin all
But the reason they don't understand what we're saying is because the spirit of truth was never made for everybody. It's only made for the elect.
their life, and their life shall be increased.
So the world knows us not,
and the
our own
years of
people,
their joy shall be multiplied.
all right, and the rest of the world, the heathen. They can't understand the depths of what we're really saying. But that's all right.
And it came to pass,
We'll take the pain. We'll be the outcasts. We'll be crazy. We'll be foolish.
And the angels,
It says, "Beloved, now are we the sons of the living power, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be."
and beget us.
You had a sister
In Gaza was the
ask on the comment board, the depths of, how spiritual power will be issued out, amongst, the elect. Like will women have spiritual power? Well, I'll say this. Of course, there's going to be levels to everything. So all of our people, I believe, speaking as a man, including the women, will have some form of spiritual capability, spiritual power. So you got to understand, we're all going to be perfect. We're going to have the law, statutes, and commandments written in our inward part. We're going to be fully embodied with Yahweh Bashim Yahushua. We're going to be 100% in order, and we're going to have our heavenly bodies on earth. Now, how that's going to look, how that's going to be, how reproduction plays out, I can't tell you the ins and outs of how it's going to be, but I believe that all of our people are going to have some form of spiritual capability. But I believe, the 144 will, be a step above the rest of the nation in some capacity, being that those are the first fruits. But again, I speak as a man. The scriptures do say that, he that is feeble amongst our people shall be as David, a mighty man. Okay? But you got to think, this is with the new covenant now. All right? And then it says the house of David, which is the leadership, the aristocrats, the ruling class are going to be as, all right, the Alahayim. Okay? But I do believe all of our people are going to have some form of spiritual power. Okay? Now, I don't believe the women will have the same amount of spiritual power as the men, but I believe we ain't going to even worry about that at that point. We're going to be perfect. All right, but I do believe the men directly under Yahushua, the 144 with the 12 at the head of that will, be on a whole nother level and have access, all right, to more. But, the nation are going to be joined unto those men.
In all their ways.
All right? And Yahushua is going to share. He ain't greedy. He's going to inherit the whole world. So we're going to have more than enough. All right? But for that sister worrying about it, I believe, you're going to be perfect. So I would believe as an Israelite woman, you'll have some form of spiritual power. Okay, it says, let's read this in the NLT. Dear friends, we are already God's children, but He has not yet shown us what we will be like when Hamashiach appears. See, it's a mystery. So there's, as the scripture say, we know in part and prophesy in part. I can't tell you the ins and outs of the new bodies. But, I can speak through the Spirit as concerning what's written. See? But we'll see. We're going to be more than pleased with what the Heavenly Father has planned for us. The scriptures say, eyes have not seen, neither has it entered into the mind. We think of the kingdom and we still picture, TV in the background. We try not to, but something of this world pops up. It's going to be on a whole other level. Gold streets, stones everywhere. Air is going to smell like different sweet savors in different regions of the earth. Particular brothers, wherever their region is, going to smell like how the Heavenly Father, it's going to be a beautiful thing. That's all I can say. So, it says, it has not yet been shown what we will be like when Hamashiach appears, but we do know that we will be like him, for we will see him as he really is. We're going to literally be face to face with our Lord and Savior Yahweh Shai HaMashiach very, very soon, as long as we endure unto the end, man, and do everything that he told us to do. That's another thing. Brothers, don't sleep on Matthew the 10th chapter. Lord willing, I'll do a video on it. But I was reading this. It was like Yahweh Shai was talking directly to me, like, hey, I'm sending you out. This is what you got to do. All right, this is what you're going to go through. This is what you're going to endure. Just read it all the way to the bottom. He's like, wow. And he really warned us of everything that's happening right now too, although he was speaking to the disciples and their walk that they would go through Jerusalem, preaching his word, his message, amongst the circumcision, gonna catch hell, but a lot of what he was saying goes into our walk now as well. Let's read this again in the King James. Beloved, now are we the sons of the living power, the Most High God, and it does not yet appear what we shall be, but we know that when he shall appear, all right, we shall be like him, but we shall see him as he is. Right, there's a scripture where it says it's going to change our vile body. Pretty sure that's going to be precept.
And place upon him rough and jagged rocks.
That's good one, Romans 8:18. For I reckon that the suffering of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. We're all in whatever situation the Heavenly Father has us in. Must understand that it was written. But whatever situation you're in, it was written for you to be in that situation. All right? So you have to take joyfully whatever situation the Lord has you in. Get what you can out of it. Always look to learn. Whatever hell you catch, you always got to be asking the Lord, what am I supposed to be learning from this? All right? And endure hardness. Okay?
And against the children of fornication.
Yep, Galatians 4 and 6.
Destroy the children of fornication and the children of the watchers.
It says, because ye are sons, God hath put forth the Spirit. All right, hath sent forth the Spirit of the Son into your hearts, crying, Abba, Father. And that's what we're doing. We're crying unto the Father.
That their fathers may shall be granted unto them
Scripture
on their behalf. For they hope to live an eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years.
1 Corinthians 15:49, and as we have borne the image of the earthly, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. And that's us as a whole nation, starting with the elect. Philippians 3:21, who shall change our vile body, that it may be fashioned like unto the glorious body, according to the working whereby he is even able to subdue all things unto himself. All right. 2 Peter 1 and 4, whereby are given unto us exceeding great and precious promises, that by these ye may be partakers of the divine nature, having escaped the corruption that is in the world through lust. So, why in the hell would we go back to Christianity? All right, after we read and heard his good news. So I just wanted to get into that. We literally going to be face to face with Yahweh Shai. We're going to see him. We're going to smell him. We're going to see his smile. We're going to embrace him. Like, it's going to be a whole, like, that experience is something I look forward to. You can read in the second chapter. And it says he's going to be taller than everybody else, but he's going to be crowned all the days that are used in their old. So we're going to see him like he is, like literally being face to face with Yahweh Shai very soon. And verse 3 says, every man that hath his hope in him and purify himself even as he is pure. So if you really believe this and you understand this, the truth that you know this is coming, all right, you should be like in the spirit like never before, man. All right, purifying yourself, all right, and abstaining from evils, getting yourself prepared to the best of your ability, all right, to be accepted of the Yahweh Shai, all right, when I said. So I just wanted to go through that.
destroyed from off the earth, and all the children of men shall become righteous, and all nations shall offer adoration and praise me, and all shall worship me, and the earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment,
Entonces está en Hechos, ¿no? Ha venido para hacer
and I will never again send them upon them from generation to
Entonces, ¿quiénes son
generation
los
forever.
gentiles?
And
Aquí
in
que
those
llamamos
days I will open
foráneos,
the
llamamos, ¿no?
chambers of
Los
blessing
foráneos,
which are in the
pues,
heavens,
está bien, pero de nuestra raza que está en otro lugar, ¿no? Es uno que está en el Tíbet, que ama a Buda y todo eso, pero es boliviano. Entonces, gentil, según la Biblia, solamente ha venido para el pueblo de Israel, ¿no? Ese boliviano, exacto. Usted que se ha ido, digamos, al Tíbet y ya ha tenido sexo, ya ha tenido hijos con una tibetiana.
And no one of the children of men knew where he was headed, and where he abode, and what had become of him. And his activity had to do with the watches, and his days were with the holy ones. And I, Enoch, was blessing the Lord of majesty, and the King of the ages. And lo, the watchers called me Enoch the scribe, and said to me, Enoch, thou scribe of righteousness, go declare to the watchers of heaven who have left the high heaven, the holy eternal place, and have defiled themselves with
No, está bien, ese Gojin, no, está bien, ese Gojin está bien.
and have taken
women
themselves wives, say ye have
men.
brought great
No,
destruction on the
¿sabe
earth,
cuál es el
and
tema?
ye shall have no
De que
peace
ese
nor
Gojin,
forgiveness of sin.
efectivamente,
And
nosotros
inasmuch as they
deberíamos decir a
delight
las otras
themselves in their
naciones
children, the murder
que
of
decían
their
pesos.
beloved ones
El
shall
Señor
they
decía,
see,
o sea,
and over the
¿quién es
destruction
el
of
que
their
nos dice
children
Gojin a
shall they
nosotros?
lament.
Son
Children
esos
shall
falsos
make
judíos que están en
supplication
nuestras
to
vidas. Ellos
eternity,
dicen
but
Gojin,
mercy
porque
and
significa
peace
como
shall be not
menos que
seen.
bestia. ¿Ya? Pero
And
¿cuál es el
Enoch went
tema?
and said,
De que nosotros somos
Thou shalt have no
o sea,
a severe sentence has gone forth against thee to put women in bonds, and thou shalt not have toleration, nor request
Esaú
ransom,
es el
because of the unrighteousness
Entonces nosotros
which
hemos
thou
venido de la
hast
tierra,
taught,
si hemos venido
and
de la
because of
tierra,
all the works of godlessness and unrighteousness and sin which
diferente
thou
tono de
hast shown
canto
to
somos.
men.
leadership
Ahora,
position.
¿por
Then
qué
I
somos
went
usted?
and
Porque es un
spoke to
poquito
them
más
all
malo.
together,
Ya tenemos
and they were
ese
all afraid, and fear and trembling,
Women
no los va a
and
exar.
they besought me to
join
draw
unto those
petitions
Eso
for
serían
wives,
gentiles
that they
paganos,
might
porque son
find
de otras
forgiveness,
naciones.
and to read their petition in the presence of the Lord of heaven. For from thenceforward they could not speak with me, nor lift up their eyes to heaven for shame of their sins for which they had been
Pero con su
condemned.
pueblo.
Join
Then I
unto
read
con
out
toda
their
la
petition
humanidad.
and the prayer in
Bottom line is
regard
that
to their
the
spirits
los
and
quiénes
their
van a buscar
deeds
solamente
individually, and in regard to their request that they should have forgiveness and length. And I
Ahora
went
puede haber,
up
ahora puede haber
down
un
at the water of Dan,
puede haber
in the
un
land of
que
Dan,
parezca
to the
chinas
south, of the west, of
O sea,
Hermon.
¿me entiendes?
And I read their
De acuerdo.
petition till I fell asleep. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me. And I saw
Ahora,
visions
un
of
moreno,
chastisement, and a voice came faintly to tell us the sons of Zion and reprimand them. And when I awake, I came unto them, and they were all sitting gathered together, weeping in Abel, which is between Lebanon and Senesar, with their faces covered.
from the foundation of the
And I
earth.
recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep. And I began to speak the words of righteousness and to reprimand the heavenly watchers.
Some
Si
are
usted
here
tiene una
by
semilla
the
de
words of
righteousness,
naranja y lo planta en China,
in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One in that vision.
entonces el linaje viene
I
por
saw
eso.
in my
Por eso
sleep
no ama
that
a
I will
los
now
demás.
say with the tongue of flesh,
No ama a
the
los
breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to men to converse therewith and understand with the heart. As he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom, so hath he created me also, and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of labors. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision was here that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you. Yea, your petition will not be granted unto you, and from henceforth you shall not ascend to heaven unto all eternity. And in bond
roll
of the earth, the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And that previously you shall have seen the destruction of the level sons, and you shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the
No
sword.
man could
And your
learn that
petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet
No man
Hace rato le
learn
decía
that song.
de que nuestra justicia es como trapo de inmundicia. ¿Por qué? Porque no vamos a
and the
esa.
vision was
Ahora
shown
mire
to
lo que
me
dice la
thus.
escritura. Isaías
And
40
in the song is
He
what?
aquí que las naciones le son como la gota de agua que cae en el cubo. O sea, usted agarra un cubo y es una gota para
song
que
is
se
praise unto our God, and he shall
y
see
como
the
menudo de
shall
polvo en
trust
las
in the Lord.
baldosas,
So this is the everlasting gospel,
he
the
aquí
doctrine
que
that
hace
was taught,
desaparecer
like
las
the Heavenly
cosas
Father
del
set up
And it began
como
to
nada
44,000
son
men from the
todas las
foundation of the
naciones
earth.
delante de él,
Okay,
en su,
so you will always be
y en
at
su
the forefront
comparación
teaching
serán
everyone.
estimadas en menos
like
que
song,
nada, y que no es. O sea, las otras naciones
were not defiled with women,
pasaron
and
no
its
es nada.
ceiling was like the
spiritual
path of
sense,
the
the
stars.
scriptures
Eso es lo que
concerning
entiende
woman.
nuestra gente.
And
¿Por qué?
between
Porque
them
este
were
libro
fiery
dice que
cherubim.
Dios ama a todo el mundo.
Let's
¿No
say
es así?
that
Para
women
empezar, este ni siquiera es el libro.
surrounded the wall, and its portal
El
blazed
Señor
with
dice
fire.
aquí, no
And
ama
I
a las
entered into
naciones.
that house, and it was a polished fire, and cold as ice.
¿Y quién es
And there
woman?
was no device that light
Ahora,
therein.
Juan
that was
3:16
all
Fear
no
covered
puede
me,
ser.
and
Es
trembling
una
yet
parte
fully
de
upon me. And as I spake, I trembled, I fell upon my face. And I beheld a big
Hay
multitude
morenos.
below. There was a
Mira,
second
los
house,
españoles han
greater
violado
than
nuestras
foul,
mujeres
and the
y de ahí
entire
hacen
portal
como
stood
el
open,
tainted,
full
por
of
decirlo
it,
así,
and it
con
was
cara de
filled with
indígena.
flames.
Pero tiene la semilla de quién.
And in every
Y en
tall
español,
so
es el
it
español.
are
Es
virgins,
huevón,
as Paul
tienes
said,
bronca.
that espoused you
describe
to one husband,
splendor and its
okay,
extent.
so that I
And
may
its
present
core
you
was of fire,
to
and
Yahweh
above
Shai
it were
Hamashiach,
lightnings
the
and the
chaste
path of
virgin.
stars, and its
Okay,
ceiling
lamb
was also
without
of flaming fire. And I looked and
bride
saw
without
therein
spot.
a lofty throne, and its appearance was as
sense
crystal,
that we're
and the
pure.
wheels thereof as the shining sun.
Okay, these are
And there
they
was a
which
vision
follow
of
the
cherubim,
Lamb whithersoever
and from
he
underneath
goeth.
the throne came streams
These
of
are they
flaming
which follow
fire,
the
so that I
Lamb
could
whithersoever
not
he
look
goeth.
thereon.
And when
And
the
the great
Hawashai came on
glory
the scene,
sat thereon,
his
and
direct
his
followers
raiment
were
shone
men,
more brightly than the
yes,
sun,
women,
and was whiter than
right,
snow.
were a part of the church in the
None of the
sense
angels could
of
see
their
him,
roles,
and could behold
but
his
they were
face
not
by reason
sent
of the
out to go and
magnificence
teach
and
and
glory,
preach the word.
and no flesh could behold him.
Okay,
The flaming
we'll get
fire
into all of that.
around
It says
about
these
him,
are
and a
they
great
which
fire
follow the
came
Lamb
forth him,
whithersoever he goeth.
and none around could draw
Right,
nigh him.
these were redeemed
10,000
from
times
among men,
10,000
being
stood
first
before him,
fruits
yet he
unto the
needed no
Most High and
counselor.
unto the Lamb.
And the most holy ones were nigh to him.
This is
They
little
did not
virgin
leave by night, nor
they
depart
would
from
have a
him.
wife.
And until then I had been prostrate on my
No,
face.
son blancos.
Trembling
Mira,
with
el
the Lord
Lord
called me
cuando ha nacido
forth now,
had a wife.
and said to me, Come hither, Enoch,
told
and
him,
hear my
generation,
word.
como
And
muerto.
one of the holy
show
ones
you
O
he's
sea,
came
gonna
tener
receive
piel blanca es
and
maldito.
he
everything
made me
that he
rise
lost.
up and approach the
Tú vas a ver,
door.
Right,
And I
and that
bowed
goes
my
for the rest of
face
his
down.
a veces, si
followers.
nomás no me equivoco, la lepra.
And he
Okay.
answered
La
and
lepra
said
es
to me,
Now,
cuando
and I
uno
heard
tiene
his
la
first
voice.
fruits.
y el gringo
Fear
es
not,
leproso.
Enoch, thou righteous
Todos
man,
lepras.
and scribe
No
of
tiene, o sea, ¿qué es
righteousness.
lepra?
Approach hither and hear my voice.
And I don't understand why it would rub
Tú vas a
anyone
ver a
the
alguien
wrong way. That's
con
an
un gringo,
Israelite that men
le vas a ver la
You should
vena.
intercede
Usted ha
for
dicho, se vuelve
men
rojo.
and not men for you.
Okay,
¿Por
the
qué?
tabernacle
Porque
of
no
David
tiene la
left the
is
high
men.
Ahora,
holy
¿de
in
dónde? Mira,
eternal
Superman,
heaven,
Okay.
and
cuando
have
está
showed
con
the
kriptonita
parquet.
y se sube al sol y absorbe los rayos del sol, se fortalece, eso nos pasa a nosotros.
Persons
Nosotros
speaking
podemos
here in
absorber la
Exodus,
vitamina D del sol.
others
El
of
gringo
you
se le
are
sale cáncer.
spiritual, living
Por
the
eso te digo,
eternal
el
life.
padre
You have
no
defiled
ha creado
yourselves with
a
the
un
blood
hijo,
of women, and have begotten
leproso.
children with the blood
embedded
of
with the
flesh.
word
Mira,
of Yahweh Shai. This is how we're going to overcome.
Have lusted after flesh
They
and
are
blood,
the ones
as those also
right,
do die.
speaking and teaching
Therefore
the
have I
truth, and
given
their
them
mouth is
wives
found no doubt,
also,
for they are
that they
without
might
fault.
impregnate them,
Mire lo que
because
dice
these
el
are the
que
ones
se llama todo el mundo.
that
Después
us
de
nothing part of that
Segunda
wants to be part of that
Tesalonicenses
on
2 y 11.
warning
Por
about
esto, Dios les envía un poder engañoso para que crean
fear
la
the Lord because judgment is coming.
¿Quién le está enviando?
So this new song is being sung in the planet Earth. You just
Para
have
que
to
usted
have
crea la
this
mentira
concern.
de
Who's singing it?
del Jesús,
Okay.
de las
And
vírgenes,
now,
toda esa basura. Mire, porque
These
dice,
men are the
a
teachers.
fin de que
Let's go
sean
to number
condenados
4.
todos los que no creyeron a la verdad, sino que se complacieron en la injusticia. Entonces, si usted me dice, es se ama todo el mundo.
No other nation has a problem
El Señor está
with
mandando un
men
poder
being their
engañoso
leaders
para que
with
usted
the nation of
They
Israel.
shall be evil spirits on earth.
Revelation
And evil
21
spirits shall they be
porque
called.
ustedes no han
As
seguido,
for the
no han
spirits
seguido
of
la
heaven,
justicia.
in
La
heaven
justicia
shall
John
be
saw
their
the
dwelling.
holy city,
But as for the spirits of the earth, which were
know
born
various
upon the
scriptures,
earth,
Israelites
on the earth shall
are
be
likened
their
to a
dwelling.
holy city.
And the spirits of the giants of the cliffs oppress,
Jerusalem,
destroy, attack,
place,
do battle,
coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride,
cause trouble,
adorned for her
they
husband,
take no
virgin,
food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst.
Es como aquí
adorned
creer
for her
en
husband.
And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men
Esas
and
pachamas,
because they have
up,
received
coming
from
down.
them.
es lo mismo.
All right,
From
to
the
set
days
up
of the slaughter,
¿Cuál era la
destruction, and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh
seen
the
this as a
Spirit,
vision.
having gone forth, shall
Right.
destroy without
Says,
incurring
heard
judgment.
a great
Shall
voice
destroy until
out
the
of
day
heaven
of
saying, Behold, the tabernacle
great
of God is
judgment
with
which
men.
the age shall be
See that? The
consummated
tabernacle of God is
over
with
the
men.
watchers and the
Which
God
God built the tabernacle
No,
of
eso
David.
es
consummated.
Okay, that is the
And
tabernacle
now
of God.
unto the watchers
Consists
who
of
have
men.
sent thee to
Yahweh is
intercede
another
for
word.
them,
That's the
who
governing
have
body.
been aforetime in
Okay.
heaven. Say
The tabernacle of God is
you
with
have
men.
been in heaven,
He will
but
dwell with
all
them,
the
and they shall be
mysteries
his
have not
people.
yet
God
been
himself
revealed
shall
to
be
you.
their
And
God.
you, worthless
¿Cómo
ones,
lo conocieron?
indeed, in your hardness of
Now,
heart,
as this
you
temple,
have made
this
known
tabernacle
to
is being
women,
described,
and through these
No es,
Revelation
es un
21,
demonio.
men work much
¿Sabes quién es Jesús? Jesús es César
showed
Borgia.
me that great
Ahora,
city,
César Borgia,
Holy
¿quién es?
Jerusalem, descended from God out of heaven. Now, a lot of people, which I saw Tazaria,
Él es César, va a averiguar, no,
City.
va a averiguar en
coming down. No, this is speaking of the
El
elect.
Papa Alejandro VI, que era su
right?
papá de este man, que ha
Now,
tenido
it
relaciones con
shows
su hermana, a su hermano lo ha matado, ¿no ve? Y era un homosexual. ¿Por qué? Porque ha tenido relaciones sexuales con Leonardo da Vinci. Mire, este es César Borgia, es Jesús. ¿Quién ha pintado a César Borgia como Jesús, Leonardo da Vinci? Ahora, ¿cuál es el punto? De que ¿por qué nos han traído esta basura aquí? Porque querían que nosotros adoremos al hombre humano.
And I saw the great rivers and came to the
Su nombre es Yahweh, no es
great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh
This
walked.
grace period,
I saw the mountains of the
once we
darkness of
receive His
winter,
word,
and the
awaken,
place whence all
stand
the
on our
waters
feet,
of the
it's
deep
going to lead to us eventually.
I saw the mouths of
Beamed
all
up,
the rivers and of the
putting
earth,
on thy beautiful garments, which is symbolic of putting on His
I
truth,
saw the treasuries of all
right?
the
So that none of these
No,
philosophies
no, no, no.
penetrate us
Mira,
anymore.
a Joe Biden, ¿dónde lo conocen? En China le dicen Joe Biden, en Rusia le dicen Joe Biden, al Putin le dicen en Estados Unidos.
call themselves
No, porque el nombre
Stay in
nos han sacado el nombre. El nombre es respeto.
and have their station between heaven and earth.
And there's another
These
scripture.
are the pillars of heaven. I saw the winds of heaven which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the
No, no,
kings on the
no.
earth carrying the
Nosotros
clouds.
hablamos,
I saw
¿sabes
the
qué te dice
paths
la
of
Escritura?
angels.
La Escritura te dice de que anda al pueblo de Israel, que no es entendido en palabras rebuscadas. Yo te estoy diciendo tal como es, yo vengo de barrio y te digo lo que es. Pero el tema es de que el nombre es
All
tu
that
nombre
pass by
es
clap their hands at
Si
you.
tú te llamas
And as for
Juan,
this, and wag
no te
their
puedes
head at
llamar
the
en
one
otro
of
lado
the colors
Yankee.
of this city,
and one
that the
of
name
O sea, tu
called
nombre es
and one of
respeto.
the
Ahora,
G,
¿qué más
the
de
joy of the
nuevo?
whole earth.
south of red
¿Qué dice
So
la
we're
oración?
likened unto a
Santificado
city.
sea tu nombre, ¿sabes qué es
Well,
eso?
like the throne of
So
God.
in Revelation 21,
And the summit of
John
the
was
throne
carried
was
away
Santificado sea tu nombre,
And I
to
saw
a great
it
high
on
mountain
apartado
for
de él.
government.
And beyond
Entonces,
these
¿por qué le
mountains
vas a
is the
llamar
region
Jesús?
at the end of the
City.
great earth. There the heavens were
Ahora te estoy mostrando la verdad.
Down from the most high out of heaven.
heavenly fire.
yo
And
no
around
voy a
them I saw
describe
columns
it.
of fire
No es
fall,
Yeshua.
which were beyond
No es
measure
Yeshua.
like
No,
the high
el nombre
name
de
or the
Jesús
gates.
es Yahweh.
And beyond that abyss I saw Israel, which had no firmament of heaven above, and no firmly founded
Esas son
earth.
raras.
City
Ya te
had
estoy diciendo que esos
foundation,
son descendientes de
12
Israel.
apostles
But it
of the
was
Lamb.
a waste and
Yahweh es su nombre.
Apostles
No
of
es
the
Jehová.
forefront,
¿Sí?
like a great
No,
burning
de
mountain.
Jehová. Es Jehová. ¿Sabes qué?
Okay, which
Era
is
de
12,000
Jehová.
miles
Es un
prior.
demonio que adoran los
The
mexicanos.
angel said,
Ahora, he dicho quién es Jesús. Es este maldito.
Going,
this has become
Es César
a prison
Borgia.
for the
Averigüe,
stars and the
señor.
hosts
which those were all men.
And the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the
¿Por
beginning
qué
of their
estos
rising.
falsos
Revelation
profetas
21:7
dicen,
measure the walls of 144 cubits
Porque
according to the measure of a
Found
man.
until the time
That
when
is,
Porque
the
como
angel of the
amamos
tabernacle of the Most High is going to be men.
Quiero
That's the tabernacle of David,
Here
first
shall
fruits.
stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirit, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray to sacrifice
that day,
Yahweh
shall send the inhabitants of
Here shall they stand till the day of the great
that is feeble,
in which they shall be judged till they are
David.
made an end of. And the
our
women
people
also
will go on another level. The house of David shall be
and I,
as God,
alone saw the vision.
the angel of Yahweh before them, the angel of
No man shall
Yahweh, that
see
Yahweh
the
shine. Okay, so the house of
these are the
David,
names of the holy
angel as
angels.
God. What is that word, God?
One of the holy angels who is over the world and over Tartarus.
¿Quiénes te han prohibido? Esos
One of the
judíos.
holy
Alahayim, who was going to
Los judíos que
return
me estás hablando, de los que están en
to our
Israel.
first estate.
One of the holy angels.
Es
This time
descendiente
will
de
be able
Esaú.
to come down onto the
O sea,
earth
Esaú son los
and ruling
blancos.
over it. And all of our people will have
¿A quiénes
spiritual
han
bodies,
prohibido?
That is set over the
spiritual capabilities. Some
Los humanos,
people
¿a quién tenían
under
cautivos?
Yahweh Shai, the
A
one
los
before
israelitas.
will be on another level.
Entonces ellos han dicho, no vas a
leaders
leer esto, porque esto yo te digo, no leas.
sit at the
Así
table
como los
with
españoles
Yahweh
han
Shai
venido dicho,
and rule.
es que sabes qué,
Elohim, Alahayim, which this is the word of Genesis 1 and 1. Rulers,
pero
divine
¿quién
ones,
es el sabino? Ese es Amalek, es el hijo de, es descendiente de Saúl.
Now,
things were chaotic. And I
let's get the
saw
book
Porque
of
no
First
quieren que
Corinthians.
pronunciemos
I saw neither a heaven above nor a firmament founded earth, but a place chaotic and
Delivered.
and there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in
Only the 144
mountains
delivered. What about
fire.
the
Then
women,
I said, for what
children, the rest of the men?
and on
You may
what
just
account
believe
they
who
did
may have
cast
just done good deeds.
Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was
They weren't sealed to be sown to go teach.
and said, Enoch,
Right?
why
They
is
had particular works
and why are
for
thou
the
chosen
for the foundation of the
These
earth.
are the number of
Eso es
stars
contaminado.
For deliverance.
commandment of the Lord,
Este es lo que me
The order of resurrection.
Si tú vas a averiguar, ese es el Giro.
Right?
entailed
El
by
hebreo,
their
el
sins are
hebreo que tú me estás
consummated.
diciendo, el
And
cuadrado,
from
el
thence I
moderno es
went
el
to
Giro.
another place,
Y el Giro es una mezcla
First
de varios
Corinthians
idiomas. No es el
15,
hebreo
2
puro.
as in Adam all died.
Entonces no puede ser
So
que el nombre
in Mashiach Yahweh Shai shall all be made alive.
Ahora, mira lo
Every
que dice
man
la
in his own
Escritura
order.
sobre los judíos,
Mashiach,
los
the
que
first
este
fruit,
dice
that's
es
one body.
Apocalipsis
That's the
2,
body.
9.
We just showed
Yo
you the
conozco
first
tus
fruit
obras,
work,
tu tribulación y
144.
pobreza,
They're
pero tú
going to
eres
reign
rico.
with Yahweh
Y la
Shai.
blasfemia de los
All
que
right,
se
but it
dicen
says
ser
afterward they
y no
that
lo
are
son,
Hamashiach
sino
is coming.
sinagoga de Satanás.
All right, so
Entonces,
there's another
esos
body
judíos
that's
que
going to be
están en
delivered.
nuestra tierra, porque nosotros no
Okay.
tenemos Israel,
Now,
ellos son
let's
Satanás,
get the
sinagoga
book
de Satanás,
of
de
John
Satanás
17.
de Satanás.
We've
Entonces ellos
already
van a hacer
proved
lo
that the
contrario a
144
lo
have
que
the
está en la
word.
Escritura. Y ellos te van a decir, no pronuncies el nombre.
This is John
El nombre
17
se
and
tiene
6.
que dar en
He's
estos
praying
últimos tiempos.
for
Porque la
that
Biblia te
body.
dice que de que el
And
judío
ultimately would have to turn back to the right hand
in the
side.
mountain of hard rock.
Right?
And there was in it 4
They will undergo many persecutions in the latter days is raised up. Have to go out and teach. Okay, this is John 17.
No, a ninguna.
Then
A
Raphael,
ninguna.
Six.
Estos, por digo, los judíos, los que se
I
dicen
have
ser
manifested
judíos,
thy
son
name.
descendientes de Saúl,
Basically,
los
my
gringos,
job
que ellos no son
get
nada que
this
ver con
very
los
purpose. You
israelitas.
promised me to be brought back to my glory and right hand side. It says, I have
Ellos se han
manifested
puesto
thy
en
name
nuestra
unto the
tierra,
man
porque
which
ellos tienen el
thou
poder.
gavest me out of the world. Thine they were. All right, thou gavest them
Son
me.
gente obediente de ti.
They have kept thy word. Ultimately, this is the first fruit spirits that have been linked with Yahweh Shai from the foundation of the earth. In the beginning, Alahayim, headed by Yahweh Shai, are the ones who created the heavens and the earth, according to Genesis 1 and 1. The Most High gave them the
El
blueprint.
tema, el linaje, perdón,
Right, so His word was in them from the beginning.
El tema es este. El
Right,
linaje
now the Son of God and the sons of
Todos
God
venimos de
eventually
Adán.
came to the earth to rule.
Chinos, toditos.
And what happened?
Pero hay un
He fell,
linaje
sinned.
escogido. Y son
This
los
is why
israelitas.
we're
¿De
in
dónde
this
viene
state right
Abraham,
now.
Isaac,
So, but
Jacob,
Yahweh Shai,
los 12
from the
tribus,
face of the earth,
toditos
right?
los que venimos de las 12 tribus. Ese es el
from among
linaje de la
his
promesa.
prayer was what?
No hay
Then I
más.
asked
Y
regarding
solamente para
John
este
17:4, I glorify thee on the earth, and finish the work which thou gavest me to do. And now, O Father, glorify thou me with thine own self, with the glory which I had before the world was. Right? Before the world was. Now, what does Ephesians 1 let you know? We were chosen before the world was, before the foundation of the earth. See, so we're fighting to get back in our order as Yahushua has done his job, right? The Holy Spirit gives us what's needed through his grace period to conquer death as he did. So he's saying ultimately when he came to the earth, he manifested his name, manifested the name of the Most High God, Yahweh, which comes with his doctrine, his reputation, his required, and so forth, unto the men which were given unto him. Okay? This is why when Yahushua saw a particular of his followers, he already knew. All right, yeah, follow me. Follow me. He already knew. He saw one of them and he said, behold, an Israelite indeed, in whom is no guile. Right? He came onto the earth, right?
Nor shall they be raised from death.
What he said.
Then I
Right?
bless the Lord of glory and said,
This is
Blessed be my Lord, the Lord of righteousness, who ruleth.
John 1 and
¿Qué cree,
47.
Señor, de que Venezuela no se
Yahushua saw Nathanael coming to him and said unto him, behold, an Israelite indeed, in whom is no guile.
Ahora,
Right? It talks about the 144. Right, verse 12, where he followed him when he came onto the earth, which is symbolic of the 144. Because it's more than 12, but the
Señor,
12
izquierda,
represented
derecha, todos están
angel
manejados por
spirit,
la
the 12,000 out of each tribe.
Está manejado. Y
Nathaniel
aquí
being one of them. What did
élite,
Yahushua say when he
maneja
saw
Dios.
him?
Toda esa es la película de Dios.
Behold, an Israelite indeed, in whom is no guile. Meaning he knew that this is one of my followers. This is one of the 144,000.
Y nosotros que somos los reyes, pero estamos fregados con las
Their
manos.
mouth was found no guile.
And I went beyond
See,
it.
they are without fault before the throne of God. So it was like a family reunion of it. And as Yahushua came into the earth and saw his men. That's why he was like, follow me, follow me.
Glorious appearance.
Okay? He even knew Judas was going to betray him. But anyway,
And three towards the south.
as he's praying for those who he has sent, right?
No one of which joined
John
with
17.
And the seventh mountain was in the midst of it, and it excelled them in height,
8. For I have given unto them the words, the new songs which thou hast given me.
and
They received them and have known surely that I came out from them. And they have believed that thou didst send me. I pray for them. I pray not for the world, but for them whom thou hast given me. And they are thine. See?
not forever.
And they're men. And all mine are thine, and all thine are mine, and I am glorified in them.
Then I said,
Okay? So basically he's saying that now I am no more in the world, but these are in the world as we're here unto this day.
Ahora mira lo que dice.
And I come to thee, Holy Father,
La tierra es entregada en
keep
manos
under
de
thine
los
own name those who have those who thou hast given me, that they may be one as we are. See?
Son los gringos. Ahora mira lo que
It
sigue.
says, while I was with them in the
La
world,
tierra es entregada en
I
manos
kept
de
them in thy
Dios, y
name.
él cubre el rostro de
Those
sus
that thou
ángeles.
gavest
¿Cómo ha
me,
cubierto el rostro
all right,
del juez?
and none of them is lost, but
Mediante
the
esto.
son of perdition, which is
¿Cuándo?
over Judas.
Cuando ha sido
That the
el
scripture might
renacimiento. ¿Cuándo? ¿Y qué ha
The
utilizado
disciples
la
will be in the world. He's
iconoclasia?
praying for
Porque la
them here.
ruptura
Now,
de
the point that I want to
íconos.
get,
Han roto estos íconos
tie
y
it
han
all
puesto
home, is
esta
John
basura.
17 and 20. It
Miren,
says, neither I pray for these alone,
with goodness.
okay, which represent the 144,
No mortal
the 12 at that time.
till the great judgment.
Neither I pray for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word.
And it shall
See?
then be given to the
As we just read in Psalms, the Lord put a new song in the mouth of teachers, but many shall see and hear this new song and fear the Lord and repent.
temple of the Lord.
Okay, so Yahushua didn't just pray for those who have the new song, but he also prayed for them also which shall believe on him through their word.
And they shall
Because
live
that
a
is the
long
church.
life on earth. Such as
All right?
their fathers lived.
So
And in
let's
their
go
days
to
shall no sorrow or plague or torment
book of
touch them.
let's see,
Then bless I the God
that they may all be one.
eternal King.
Right? As thou, Father, art in me, and I in thee, that they also may be one in us, that the world may believe that thou hast sent me.
And I went from thence to the middle of the earth, and I saw a blessed place in which there were trees with
Lord,
branches.
Father, I will that they also whom thou hast given me be with me where I am,
And there I
that
saw
they may behold my glory,
and underneath
which thou
the
hast given me, for thou lovest me before the foundation of the
and
world.
it flowed toward
See?
the south. And I saw
So he not only prayed for those teachers, but he prayed for those who would believe on their word. All right, now let's get the book of Matthew, the 10th chapter, okay, the 40th verse. Read, this is Yahushua speaking, rewards service, right? Matthew 10 and 40. He that receiveth me, and he that receiveth me, receiveth him in narrow. Right, so when you receive the prophets of Yahushua, all right, you're receiving Yahushua. There's an order to how it goes. Okay? It says, he that receiveth a prophet in the name of a prophet shall receive a prophet's reward. He that receiveth a righteous man in the name of a righteous man shall receive a righteous man. This accursed medicine NLT version forever. Here shall all be accursed be gathered together and huddled up their lips. As you can see, there's people promised to get a reward outside of the prophets and the ones who will be teaching. That's that large multitude that we're going to go into. Okay, let's get to the point. In the presence of the NLT, after you receive a prophet as one who speaks for the Most High, will be given the same reward as a prophet. Right? And we won't be right in the position of rulership under Yahushua. However, when they're delivered, is set up, there's going to be that large multitude that's going to be joined unto them, all right, whatever way the Heavenly Father has set up. All right, so if you're on the comment board and you're not set up to teach, right, or you're a woman who believes and you're receiving these words, you're praying for us, you're changing your life around, you're repenting, when they send alms if you can, even if you can't, you know, you're going to get a reward for that. The Heavenly Father is not going to forget that. He knows, right? And you had women, you know, in the old church, you know, back when Yahushua walked the earth and left, you know, there were women who were helping and aiding the prophets back then. Okay? It says, and a prophetess is ultimately a woman who is the wife of the prophet, or one who receives visions. Right? And beyond these, and women do receive visions. Women see chariots, give them the glory to the name of the Lord. That boosts our faith. So there's a reward. All right, you had women at the time of the rebuilding of the temple making garments for the priest. Okay, as a matter of fact, let's get that real quick in the book of Ezra. But when one burnt it, it smelled sweeter than any fragrant odor. And after these fragrant odors, as I looked over the mountains, I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard, fragrant cinnamon, and pepper. And thence I went over the summits of all these mountains, far toward the east of the earth, Ezra 2 and 6, before the whole congregation together was 42,000 and passed over the angel of Yokiel. Besides their servants and their maids, and from the 7,000 more than 7, there were among them 200 singing men and singing women, which as the Apostle Tahar brought out, once we were delivered out of Egypt, Miriam sung a song. Well, Scripture said we're going to be singing as we're on the chariot. You don't think women are going to be a part of that, cheering the men of the Lord on? If it was just the 144, what is come on, man. You ain't giving our people any hope, and you ain't thinking when you say stuff like just the 144,000 that are living to look at. All right? It leads me to believe you don't really even understand who the 144 are. All right? Just give it to the point. Of which thy father, old in years, and thy aged mother, who were before thee, have eaten. And they learned wisdom, and their eyes were opened. And they mourned that they were naked, and they were driven out of the garden. And from thence I went to the ends of the earth, and saw there great beasts. Some of the families and leaders made voluntary offerings towards the rebuilding of the temple on its original site. We're rebuilding the temple now. Each leader gave as much as he could. The total gifts came to 6 of the earth, 600 gold coins, 6,000 of the pounds of silver, 100 rolls of priests. So for those of you who are making garments, helping brothers out, even if you make them
and their names,
happen to sell them because they have a vision
and their time,
in terms of some of the, that still ain't the prophets. Okay, and again, the Lord, all right,
their names
not
for me,
slack to forget those works.
And their companies.
I believe that is in the book.
And from thence I went towards the north, to the end of the earth, and there I saw great and glorious device at the end of the whole earth. And here I saw 3 portals of heaven open in the heaven. Through each of them proceeded
I believe
when they blow, there is cold, hail, frost.
I believe there's someone who needed to hear this.
And out of one portal, they blow
zoom out somewhere.
But when they blow through the other 10 portals,
God is not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love
with violence,
which he has shown towards his name,
the west,
and that he has ministered
and saw
the saints and do minister heaven. Okay?
Such as I have seen
of those who ultimately working and laboring first, preaching his word, going through the trials and tribulations that, you gotta deal with Israel. You gotta, the Holy Spirit separate from this world, get these lessons up, and many other things, but also those who have ultimately helped to raise giving the prophets good words. Those works ain't gonna go unnoticed. Okay, so let's go back here in the NLT in Matthew 10:41, and you see the prophet as the one who speaks for God, given the same reward as a prophet. You receive righteous people because of their righteousness, and will be given a reward like theirs. Say charity covers the multitude of sins. That's why we tell you Israelites to be mindful of what you say on the comment board, but it doesn't seem to be working. So, really, this is for those of you who are in the right spirit. Those are people who don't want to repent. What some of them are, once a lot of these prophets start coming past. There's a lot of the elect right now who are doing BS, all right, but through the preaching and rebuke of the men of the Lord, and through these prophets, some are going to repent, gainsayers are going to be convinced, all right, but you receive a prophet in the name of a prophet as if he's speaking on behalf of the Lord, and you wholeheartedly believe there's a reward coming from him. Okay? Whosoever shall drink, we will give all right, to drink unto these little ones,
never been given by the Lord,
a cold cup of water, all right, in the name of a disciple. Verily I say unto you, he shall in no wise lose his reward. So you've had women come to the camp and just say shalom and give water to the prophets. I remember a police officer, all right, a female police officer years ago, and I'll never forget it. She said, y'all keep doing what y'all doing, and she just walked up and gave brothers, water. All right? Hey, she may be one of those women that's going to be delivered. Okay, you may have had, women who are in the spirit world, but in their past life, all right, they help the prophets out. The Lord ain't forget none of that. You're going to get a reward for that. All right, women all right, with the men of the Lord, all right, and you're their wives. Comfort them, you aid them to the best of your ability. And the sinners judged. Okay, not troubling them. As you know that they have a heavy portion. Okay, because sometimes men of the Lord need to be alone. Okay. And you can't give this man hell. He's got the top job on the planet Earth. Sometimes he needs to be away. But you suffer it and you deal and you stick and do right by that man. Say the Lord is going to give you a reward. Okay? The Heavenly Father is watching everything. Sisters will give good comments, put those hearts on the pages. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Put them hearts. Maybe you'll be joined unto one of the men of the Lord in due time, however the Lord wants it to be done. All right? The Lord is Spirit. However, all right, you're going to have particular women who are already dealing with men of the Lord, and they're going to be delivered. Going into the scripture that women are going to be saved in childbearing. Now, let's read this in the NLT.
In the resting places of the righteous, here mine eyes saw their dwellings with his righteous angels. and their resting places
Has pecado.
And the other women as well, the other wives. So, you know, they be suffering. You know, you love this man. You're not able to like see him every day, but hey, you gonna get your reward too. Right? Hey, this is a beautiful thing that the Heavenly Father has set up, and we're not ashamed to tell you of it. All right? The Heavenly Father is getting ready to bless the whole nation of Israel, starting with the elect on a whole other level. Now, the 2/3 get destroyed here, but they're going to be blessed through being brought back to the loins of, all right, these first fruits, starting with the 144 and the large multitude. Anyway, says, and if you give even a cup of cold water to one of the least of my followers, you will be surely rewarded. Point blank period. You're not going to lose your reward. Right? Cups of water. If you have particular men, you know, they believe, like a brother, you know, put a video up, and he had a beautiful page, Issacharite brother, where you could just load news clips. You know, you heard a video of us saying if you ain't teaching the word, you know, that applies to it. Applies to the brother has a medical condition, right? You know, he said, I'm going to start trying to do what I can now. You know, through prayer, you can heal yourself. You know, you can be healed. You know, anointing and all of that. But it may not be your role to be out at the forefront teaching. You have your role, all right, but you're going to get a reward for your whatever role you have. And the men that are supposed to go out and teach are going to do it anyway. Right? But if you have a gift, all right, offer it to the church, all right, and the Heavenly Father is going to give you a reward either way. Okay? And if you're able-bodied, all right, and the Spirit's on you, you're supposed to have your ass out there and load videos up. All right, now, let's go to book 1 Timothy. As a matter of fact, let me get this first.
Qué mal hecho, qué pecado.
I want to deal with the women as well.
No saben ni hablar.
There's a few other scriptures I had on that. Let me get this one.
Usted ha venido
Matthew
varias
19.
veces. En Éxodo 20 dice que él visita hasta la tercera y cuarta generación.
The disciples of the Lord then answered Peter and said unto him, Behold, they have forsaken all and follow thee. What shall we have therefore? Okay? It says, because Peter had a wife, but Peter was always on the road. Right? So she didn't see him. Right? I remember reading a book where it ultimately said the wives of the prophets were often sad because their husbands were always, you know, doing the duties of the Most High. Okay? If you remain with that man, all right, there's a great reward. This is an investment for us all. So in this life, you may not be, all right, the so-called happiest. All right, but guess what? It's for a greater cause in the end. It's all through faith that we are offering up our bodies as a living sacrifice, whatever way the Heavenly Father has us set up to do it. You got to be happy with it. You got to be content with it. All right? And sometimes it's going to come with downs, but that's a part of the walk. Yahushua told us that it was going to be hell. All right? Paul told us if I have a marriage, it's going to be trouble in the flesh. All of these things we were warned of. Okay? So we just have to act accordingly. If we truly believe, we got to get in line with whatever lot the Lord has given us.
And being dragged off, and they could not abide because of the punishment which proceeds from the Holy Spirit. And Jeremiah saw the secrets of the lightning, and the secrets of the
like remember that woman that gave 1 penny?
and the secrets of the cloud.
Okay?
And there I saw one that in that place is from whence they saturate the and there I saw closed chambers out of which the wind
Ahí estamos viendo la caída de nuestros niños, ¿no? Y es Esaú contra Esaú, los que se están dando, se están desmadreando, ¿no? Y se están dando muerte entre ellos, ¿no? Todavía los ucranianos, cuando Rusia estaba invadiendo o recuperando sus territorios sacados desde la ex Unión Soviética, estos ucranianos decían, como un niño gringo va a sufrir como un negro, un esclavo. Así está la mentalidad de estas personas, ¿no? Estas personas empiezan a creerse que son la raza privilegiada, la mejor raza del mundo. Sin embargo, ella él da a quien quiere dar, le va a dar, digamos, dominio del mundo.
But this is just an example. This woman is going to be rewarded for that work. And she may be here in these times, a widow. Okay, I believe you're watching the videos. Who knows? But there's a reward for that act. Okay, she's going to have a reward, right? The one brother who on the cross. Okay. Was getting ready
for no angel hinders, and no power is able to hinder. For he appoints a judge for them all, and he judges them all before him. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned her in heaven.
Verse 42, 43 and 42. And he said unto Yahushua, Lord, remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom. And Yahushua said unto him, verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise.
Went forth from her chamber,
and most likely he's going to be a part of that large multitude.
And dwelt with them as rain in the desert.
He rebuked
dew on a thirsty land.
There was a man ready to be crucified on the left of Yahushua and another
and I saw
on the right.
How he called them all by their names, and they hearkened unto him.
And this
and I saw how they are
rebuked the other who
righteous
was mocking
balance,
Yahushua
according to their proportions of life. I saw the width of their spaces and the day of their appearing,
and ultimately,
and how their revolution produces
Yahushua rewarded
and
him for
saw
that.
Their
because
revolution
confession is made unto salvation.
Angels,
and he said, "He will be with me in paradise."
And I asked the angel who was with
he could be a part of that large multitude.
However,
the Heavenly
what
Father,
are these? And he said to me,
he's going to bring them in, and with whatever order.
Their parabolic meaning.
Going back,
these are the names of the host
Daniel
who dwell on the earth and believe in the name of the Lord Spirit forever and ever.
19.
Also, another
Por eso el
phenomenon
fin de Esaú y todos de
Then
estos
answered
hombres
Peter and said unto him,
autoproclamados
Behold,
blancos
we have
vendrán a
forsaken
la
all
puerta del
and followed
cielo.
thee.
Se van a
What shall we
desviar
have thereof?
estos
And
gringos.
Yahushua said unto
Y
him,
van a ver la
Verily I
gente
say unto
quién
you,
es el
that he
gringo en
shall
realidad.
follow
deny the
me,
name of the
regeneration,
dwelling of the Holy
gringo
One,
es el
and
que
the
tú
Lord
the Son of Man
llamas
shall sit on his throne of
es el
glory.
que tú dices
He shall also sit on 12 thrones, judging 12
todos van a
tribes of Israel.
ver
Such
a
shall be the lot of the sinners who have
siendo de que
denied the
él es el
name of the
principal,
Lord
el hijo del pecado, el hombre del perdido.
reserved for the day
Pero
of
¿quién ha
order
puesto al gringo en poder
on
hoy?
that day,
Yahushua.
mine elect one shall
Then the rest of them will glory.
and shall try their
They're
work,
going to be on
and their
thrones.
places of rest shall be innumerable.
And then you're going to have that large multitude.
Dice
Now it says here,
Daniel 2:21,
everyone that have
Él
forsaken
controla el
houses,
uso de
brethren,
los excesos del mundo. Él
sisters,
quita reyes y
fathers,
pone otros
mothers,
reyes.
wives,
Él da sabiduría a los
children.
sabios y
All right,
conocimiento a los
weird.
estudiosos.
I'm going to see my Father will ultimately, if you're
No, primero,
spirit, you're the fathers of the nation. Really,
No,
you're your father and mother you have in this life.
George Soros,
You know, they ain't your father and mother who's foundation of the earth. Your true father is
estaban votando y se paró igual que aquí en Bolivia se paró el conteo, no sé qué, después había en ese lugar.
This lifetime, they can come back
El otro que estaba postulando a la presidencia ha encabezado los votos.
All right, as you're rewarded directly in Yahushua and that large multitude, you know,
Estos gringos tienen el control de esta
in this life and in past
ellos
life.
pueden poner y quitar
It says,
reyes.
brethren or sister or father or mother
Dice que
or
el
wife,
mundo es dado
children,
en manos de los
and
impíos.
land, all right,
¿Y quién es el dueño del mundo? ¿Quién creó el mundo? Es Yahweh Yahushua.
Lord made it to where
Él es el que
test
dio
for
Yahweh el mundo y le
and
dio
started
a
out with
este
a family
hombre el poder para que pueda hacer lo que él le da la gana.
left
Simple,
children,
sencillo.
you couldn't see your child no more.
¿No?
Okay.
Por eso, le da el poder, la inteligencia, el conocimiento al
you go and get
es
an abortion, that spirit is going to
Esta es la
return
película de Yahweh
in his new body. Remember me?
And the strong commit thrones, and shall loosen the reins of the strong.
So
and break the
all
teeth
of the people, all right, in this life and past life, they're going to be returned unto the men of the Lord. Right? You may have friends that you had a deep, love for, okay, really love, but they never fully came into the truth. Because of the truth, you got separated from them. Right? Who knows? The Lord could return them to you. However the Lord will do it. But we do know He's going to give us our heart's desire. Okay, so there may be particular friends who, they can't fully get the truth. You love them. And they love you, right? But it's like, damn, maybe they do get destroyed. But at some point, that friend or whatever is going to be returned to you. It says, or lands for my name's sake shall receive 100-fold. So yeah, wives 100-fold, children 100-fold. All of your family members who you had to separate from, you can have it to where they return through, the elect, all right, or they may be a part of that large multitude, however the Lord wants to do it, right? And then they're going to understand your rank. Right now, they're just looking at you before the Lord of Spirits. Some of them may be destroyed. Some of them the Lord may have delivered, and they're part of that large multitude. Who knows? It says, shall receive 100-fold, and thou shalt inherit everlasting life. Right? Thrones of what? Tabernacle of David. Okay? Now, let me get this real quick.
Porque el Señor te demostró la verdad, te hizo escuchar su voz, pero tú no
treat thee also as your fellow before the Lord. Help those women which labor with thee in the gospel.
Si se escuchan, si no escuchan, no, nosotros no
meet up at the Church of Yahushua and was linked to the Roman Empire, just like the Church of Yahushua the 501c3 and all of that. In this time, Church of Yahushua or the particular believers' houses, women a lot of times gave up their houses. Helped the men of the Lord, right? Kept records, did whatever they could do. Okay? Help those women which labor with me in the gospel. Men also with other fellow laborers whose names are written in the book of life. You got to understand, women's names are written in the book of life. Women are a part of the elect. Right? Children are a part of the elect. It's not just the men who ultimately have no teach the word. All right. Also, those who believe on that message, those who do good unto them. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Okay. Get 1 Timothy 5:2-15. It says, notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in the faith, right, in charity and holiness with sobriety. You're going to have particular women saved, all right, for the purpose of childbearing, bringing back the elect, bringing back the rest of the nation of Israel. It starts at the elect, but we're going to bring back those other spirits through the act of what? Childbearing. Saved in childbearing. So women are going to be saved. Okay? Now, if you're an older woman, you passed, the Lord can still deliver you, put you in a new body, all right, for whatever role and order He has for you. Okay? Call the Lord Yahweh Shai. See? Right here, she should be saved in childbearing, and the proof that this is true. Jeremiah 31, 7, publishing. Says, thus said Yahweh, sing with gladness for Jacob, and shout among the chief of the nation. Publish, praise ye, say, O Yahweh, the saved Israel, the remnant of Israel. And the remnant, as we know, is the 144,000 in a large multitude, right? So he told, I will bring them from the north country, gather them from the coast of the earth, the north country of America, Babylon the Great, and also various different places where scattered, and gathered them from the coast of the earth, to with them line in the lane, and those who will receive mercy. And the woman with child and her that travaileth with child together, a great company shall return thither. So that's that great company right there. Right? It's going to be the rest of men, women, and children. You're going to have women with child be delivered. Now, we can't, reproduce in the kingdom. Well, what is going to happen with the children that's in these women's bellies? They're going to be upgraded, and the child within them are going to be upgraded. Right? And how the Lord, when the Lord brings them forth, when, how, where's the, we're going to see. It's right there in the scriptures. Okay?
For his compassion.
Right there. NLT. For I will bring them from the north and from the distant corners of the earth. I will not forget the blind and lame, the expected mothers, and women in labor. All right? And great company will return. So you're going to have women expecting children. Okay? Isaiah 4:1. Okay? And that's for the Lord's purpose. Yeah, pleasure is going to come with it, but Isaiah 4:1 is really for the Heavenly Father's purpose to make us a great nation. And there's particularly women we want to be delivered. For the day has drawn nigh, the act of childbearing. And you're going to have women given in labor. And the chariot going to come. They get beamed up. That's amazing. Okay? A great company will return. That great company, all right, ultimately the large multitude. Revelation 7, you have the 144,000. And then you have, after that, you have a great multitude, number of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues. Right? These are Israelites. We did a video yesterday. If you haven't saw it, which is my main page. It's down back up. Loading back to my main page.
Towards the west.
I loaded it.
Mine eyes saw all the secret
dealing with HOI
that shall
state they made it.
A mountain of iron and a mountain.
That's the point. Any precepts,
and a mountain of gold, and a mountain
good words,
of soft metal, and a mountain
leave it on the comment board. Suckers, the angel how about shall destroy you?
What things are these which I have seen in secret?
Repent.
And he said unto me,
all right. So with that, we give all praises to you. How about shall
serve the dominion of his anointed.
Double honors to the apostles and elders and most known you well. Peace and
Amos capítulo 3 versículo 7, saying unto me, wait a little, and there shall be revealed unto thee all the secret things which
de hecho, el Señor soberano nunca hace nada sin antes revelar sus planes a sus siervos los profetas. ¿Está? Entonces, el Señor no va a hacer nada sin primeramente revelar sus secretos a sus siervos los profetas. Y los profetas cuando iban a profetizar, como Jonás iba a profetizar y empezó a profetizar de que Nínive iba a ser destruida por el Señor. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que pasó? El Señor estaba profetizando lo que iba a venir. Les reveló a Jonás que iba a ser destruida Nínive. Lo mismo pasa hoy en día. Profetas están saliendo en las calles diciéndote de que este lugar va a ser destruido, ¿no? De que en este lugar va a haber hambruna, de que en este lugar va a haber peste. Estás viendo una peste, ¿no? Este bicho 19, cumpliéndose las maldiciones de Deuteronomio 28. El Señor siempre va a revelar sus secretos a los profetas, y los profetas van a advertir a nuestra gente que deje de ser un pedazo de estiércol en este lugar. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes que ser advertidos. Pero nuestra gente es tan rebelde, tan floja, tan tan perezosa que aún sabiendo de que va a venir el terremoto o algo, va a seguir paseando. No, sabiendo de que se va a venir, sigue ahí paseándola, viviéndola, la vida es minuto a minuto, segundo a segundo. Siendo de que debemos estar orando y clamando en los nombres de Yahweh y Yahweh. Porque el verdadero nombre del Padre no es Jehová, no es Yahvé. El nombre del Padre es Yahweh, en el hebreo Panos, en el hebreo que se hablaba en la época desde el principio. ¿No? Cuando el Señor cambió las lenguas en la Torre de Babel, nosotros hablábamos el hebreo y después cambió la lengua. ¿No? Te dice. Volvamos a Daniel capítulo 2, versículo 22. Él revela cosas profundas y misteriosas y conoce lo que se oculta en la oscuridad, aunque él está rodeado de luz. Entonces, es fácil de entender. Daniel Daniel ha revelado o mediante el poder de Yahweh ha dado la interpretación del sueño del rey Nabucodonosor, porque Daniel era un profeta. Entonces, ¿quién le dio la revelación? Porque si vas a estudiar estos capítulos, el rey Nabucodonosor se soñó, pero no se acordaba qué era lo que se soñaba. Y dijo a sus brujos, a sus sacerdotes, de que si no le daban la interpretación del sueño, que él se olvidó, él los iba a matar. Y estaba ejecutando. Y ahí Daniel escuchó y dijo, yo puedo interpretar el sueño. Oró a Yahweh y Yahweh es el que le dio la interpretación. Entonces, ¿en quién más tienes que tener confianza? Si no es en nuestro Padre y es un hombre moreno, y su nombre es Yahweh, no es Jehová. ¿En quién más te vas a apoyar en estos últimos tiempos? Él es el que nos va a guardar de las cosas que van a venir. No, Él nos va a guardar de todo lo que va a venir. Vamos a eso
sign in the heaven, and this shall be a pledge of good faith between me and them forever, so long as heaven is above the earth. And this is in accordance with my command. When I have desired to take hold of them by the hands of the angels on the day of tribulation and pain because of this, I will cause my chastisement and my wrath to abide upon them, saith God, the Lord of spirits. Ye mighty kings who dwell on the earth, ye shall have to behold mine elect one, how he sits on the throne of his glory, and judges Azazel, and all his associates, and all his hosts in the name of the Lord of spirits. And I saw there the hosts of the angels of punishment going, and they held scourges and chains of iron and bronze. And I asked the angel of peace who was with me, saying, to whom are these who hold the scourges going? And he said unto me, to their elect and beloved ones, that they may be cast into the chasm of the abyss of the valley. And then that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved. And the days of their lives shall be at an end, and the days of their leading astray shall not thenceforward be reckoned. And in those days the angels shall return, and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and Medes. They shall stir up the king, so that a spirit of unrest shall come upon them.
Los que aceptan mis mandamientos y los obedecen son los que me aman, y porque me aman a mí, mi Padre los amará a ellos, y yo los amaré, y me daré a conocer a cada uno de ellos. Si nosotros tenemos el amor del Padre, Él nos va a proteger, ¿no? de la prueba que va a venir. Y la prueba que va a venir al mundo entero es la marca de la bestia, que es el microchip. Estamos a un paso de tener el microchip, de que sea mandatorio en todo el mundo. Pero para ti esto es un chiste, para ti es una burla. Esta es la prueba que vamos a tener que pasar todos los que se creen ser religiosos. Pero un cristiano no va a poder pasar esto, porque no va a estar fundado en la verdad. Porque para empezar, un cristiano no sabe quién es, según él, quién es en la Biblia, dónde está un latino, dónde está un moreno. ¿No? Entonces, si nosotros amamos al Padre, amamos al Hijo, el Padre nos va a amar. Y cuando un padre ama a alguien, el Hijo también. ¿No? Salmos 46 y 1 dice: Yahweh Basí Yahushai es nuestro amparo y fortaleza, nuestro pronto auxilio en las tribulaciones. ¿Está? El clamar el nombre del Padre y del Hijo nos va a traer salvación. Nos va a mantener en la tribulación y fortaleza. ¿No? Tú has visto cuando estaba el terremoto en México, los güeyes ahí prendiendo su cámara, diciendo no mames, ella se viene todo abajo filmando, ¿no? Un hombre del Señor va a estar orando a Yahweh sin Yahushua en ese momento para que lo guarde, ¿no? Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tenemos que hacer? Nosotros tenemos que estar aferrados a Yahweh sin Yahushua. Si tú no estás aferrado a Yahweh sin Yahushua, los demonios te van a joder. ¿No? Gente loca va a haber en este lugar. ¿No? Como ven el que está pasando hace rato aquí a mi mano derecha, estaba pasando ahí, jodiendo a tres, allí hay tres que están tomando al comienzo de la ciudad. Como una persona, y todavía no es muy joven, es una persona mayor, queriendo joder a tres borrachos o alcohólicos. Para que vean cómo nuestra gente está tan jodida de la mente, que se cree la más chingona, como dicen los hermanos, ¿no? Que se creen los que hoy en día puedes reventarte con una persona de menos edad y más fuerte. Y peor son tres. Así está la mente desquiciada de los hombres. No. O sea, cuando tú ves estas cosas en el campo, los que te ven a ti piensan que estás loco. Pero realmente cuando tú chapas las cosas en el espíritu, ves que esta gente está jodida. ¿No? Dice Salmos 46 y 1. Yahweh es nuestro amparo y fortaleza, nuestro pronto auxilio en las tribulaciones. Dice Deuteronomio 31 y 6: esforzaos y cobrad ánimo. ¿Está? O sea, tienes que esforzarte en agradar a Yahweh. ¿Y cómo agradas a Yahweh? Con fe. ¿Con fe en qué? En las escrituras, en todas las escrituras. Si tú no entiendes algo y escuchas un video de los profetas de Yahweh, pon atención a eso. Porque el Señor no va a revelar y no va a hacer nada sin antes revelar sus secretos a los profetas. Especialmente cuando tú vas entendiendo la verdad, tú vas mira, por la misericordia de Yahweh, tú ves un canal de algún hermano de la gran piedra de molino, ¿no? Y tú vas entendiendo lo que están hablando y vas teniendo fe. Yahweh está trabajando conmigo. ¿No? Yahweh te está dando esa mano, ¿no? Esa mano que agarró a Pedro cuando estaba por caminar o caminando en el agua, se hundió, y es esa mano de Yahweh que te está agarrando al mostrarte un video de los hermanos, ¿no? Están predicando la verdad. Efectivamente hay muchos cristianos, hay mucho católico, y también hay israelitas que se creen que se llama que se lo saben todo, pero no es así. No están en un correcto entendimiento de las escrituras, ¿no? Dice
from Adam, the first man, whom the
Deuteronomio
Lord of spirits created.
31
And I
y
besought the
6,
other angel that he should show me
esforzaos
the
y
land
cobrad
of those
ánimo,
monsters,
no
how they
temáis
were
ni
parted
tengáis
on
miedo
one
de
day
ella.
and
Ahí está.
cast. The one is
Nosotros,
the abysses of the
un
sea,
cristiano te
and the
habla,
other
yo
into
todo
the
lo puedo
dry
en Cristo
land
que me
of the wilderness.
fortalece.
And he
Pero
said
no
to
vas a ver a ningún
Thou son of
cristiano en
man,
estos últimos
herein thou
tiempos
dost seek to know what
dándole
is hidden.
duro
And
saliendo a las
other
plazas,
angels went with
no
me, and
profetizando.
showed me what was
Un
hidden,
cristiano no
told
sabe ni
me what
profecía,
is first and last in heaven,
advirtiendo
in
a
the
nuestra
height,
gente de
and
que
beneath
regrese a
the
Yahweh
earth,
y
in the
Yahushua.
depth, and at the ends of the heaven,
¿Cómo
and on the
uno va,
foundation of the
como dice la
heavens,
escritura,
and the chambers of the winds,
¿qué se llama?
and
Uno
how the
va a
winds are
escuchar el nombre de
divided,
Yahweh
and how they are
si
weighed,
Yahweh
and how
no ha
the
enviado a
portals
uno.
of the winds are reckoned,
Tiene que
each
enviar a
according
profetas
to
el
the
Señor
power
para que
of
tú
the wind,
escuches el
and
nombre
the
del
power of the
Padre.
light of the moon, and according to the power that is fitting,
Entonces
and the
nosotros
God
nos
of the
esforzamos
stars
y somos
according to their
valientes.
names, and how all the divisions of
Efectivamente,
the
ahorita
fighting,
salir al campo,
and the thunder
sabemos de que hay
the
demonios
places
en
where they
todo
fall,
lugar,
and all the
pero
divisions
nosotros
that are
sabemos con
made
quién
among the
estamos,
light
en
ones,
quién
that they
creemos
light to the
y a
land.
quién
And their
adoramos y a
hope
quién
that they
alabamos
may at
y a
once
quién damos
obey.
toda honra.
For the thunder has places of rest, which are assigned to it,
No
while
son,
it is waiting for it to
oramos
seal.
para que Yahweh
And
no
the
nos quite
thunder
el
and
Espíritu
lightning are
Santo
inseparable,
y
and
tengamos
although
temor
not
de
one
gente
and
que
undivided,
esté en
they
la
both go together through
¿No?
the Spirit and separate not.
que la gente te mira así como bicho raro, que está hablando este güey, no diciendo, estos que están haciendo ahí parados, hueveando, en vez de estar paseando con sus hijos, sacándole a sus hijos a pasear. Esas estupideces piensa la gente. Pero sin embargo, el trabajo que se está haciendo es llamar al pueblo de Israel para que se ubique quién es el Señor. ¿No? El hijo que iba a morir por nosotros es un hombre moreno, no es un caucásico, uno con rasgos europeos. Deja de creer esta parte, ¿no? Deja de seguir siendo alienado por este mundo. Eso es lo que se les viene a decir a ustedes, de que dejen de hacer lo malo. Y hacer lo malo es idolatrar. Si tú estás adorando a Jesús, es idolatría. ¿No? Si tú estás adorando a una virgen, eso es idolatría. ¿No? Y si tú haces esas cosas, y mira cómo salen tus hijos, malditos demonios. Si tú eres uno que adora demonios, imagínate tu hijo que sale, es doble que tú. Doble que ti. Es un maldito demonio. Y 7 demonios están con él. ¿No? Dice, esforzaos y cobrad ánimo, no temáis ni tengáis miedo de ellos, porque Yahweh Shai, tu Dios es el que va contigo, no te dejará ni te desamparará. Ahí está. Y tienes que tener fe en eso. ¿No? No es decir, así, no me deja ni me desampara. No, pero yo no salgo a las calles a predicar. No, yo no hago el trabajo. No es eso, ¿dónde está eso? Tú lees todos los libros de la Biblia, de los profetas discípulos, ellos salían a la calle a hablar. Pero un cristiano te dice, yo todo lo puedo en Cristo, entonces si todo lo puedes tú, entonces ¿por qué no sales a predicar? ¿No? Lo único que sabes tú es salir de tu casa, pasas por una iglesia o por un demonio de Virgen de Guadalupe, de Copacabana, y te persinas. Eso es el único sacrificio que tú haces. No, y ese es el punto. Que ustedes, y el Señor les puso ese espíritu de mentira para que crean la mentira. ¿No? Entonces, nos tenemos que aferrar a Yahweh y tenemos que ser muy agradecidos. ¿No? Si el Señor nos hubiera desechado, hubiéramos estado con muchos de ustedes que están aquí, hueveando.
Glory to the Most High, Yahweh, Bahashim, Yahweh Shai, Bahashim,
and those who have been devoured by the fish of the sea, that they may return and stay themselves on the day of the elect one. For none shall be destroyed before the Lord of spirits.
to
and
stay
none
diligent,
can be
brothers, with
destroyed.
everything, man.
And all who dwell above
Like the
in the
scriptures say,
heavens
man, you're gonna
receive the
reap what you
command
sow.
and power
So,
and one
ultimately,
voice and one light
we got to be
like unto
diligent,
fire.
and
And
the
that
soul of the
one
diligent
with
shall
their
be made
first
fat.
words they blessed
The
and
members in the
extolled
Oculus
and
and
loudly
the
speak
millstone,
wisdom. And they were
polish
wise
the
in
heart
utterance
down,
and in the
very,
spirit
very
of life.
diligent.
And the Lord of spirits placed the
The
elect
scriptures say,
one on the throne of
give all
glory.
diligence to make thy
And he
call.
shall judge all the works of the
Christians
holy
want to
above
tell you
the
that
heaven.
this covenant
And in the balance shall the
round
heavens be weighed.
goes to all
And when we
seasons.
shall
We're going to show
lift it
you
up
what
their
the
countenance
scriptures say.
to judge their
Bodily
secret
exercise,
ways according to the word of the name of the Lord of spirits.
utilizing the wisdom of the
And their
scriptures,
path according to the way of the
repetition is the
righteous
father's skill,
judgment of the Lord of spirits.
Like the Apostle
They
Paul
shall
says,
all
it's
with
very
one voice
important,
speak and
man. So
bless,
the soul of
and
the diligent
glorify
shall
and
be made
extol
fat.
and sanctify
What's
the
that mean? It's
name
going
of
to be
the
in the
Lord of
kingdom
spirits.
of heaven.
And he will
The
summon
kingdom of
all the
Jehovah
hosts
Hashem
of the
Yahushua,
heavens
man, doing
and
it
all
righteously.
the holy
So
ones
this
above
morning will
and the
cease.
hosts of God,
We see the things
the
in the
cherubim
times right now
and seraphim and
where
Ophidim,
prophecies
and
are
all the
popping
angels
off,
of power, and all
like
the angels
Apostle
of
Charles says, like
principalities,
popcorn.
and the elect one, and the
It's
other
always
powers
turning up.
on the earth,
The nuclear
and
threat
over
or
the
whatever
waters.
is very
And
much a
on
real
that day
thing.
shall
It's
rise
on
one
the
voice,
table.
and
Even
bless,
Biden has
and
purchased some type
glorify,
of
and
radiation
exalt in
pills
the
or
spirit
whatever,
of faith,
in
and in the
preparation,
spirit of
anticipation.
wisdom, and in the spirit
These
of
things happen.
patience,
So
and
ultimately,
in the spirit of mercy,
if the Lord wants
and
you
in
out
the
of there,
spirit of
man,
judgment,
there's nothing that America can do.
and in
The
the
Lord
spirit
does
of
want America
goodness,
to
and shall all say with one voice,
You know what I'm saying?
Blessed is
Revelation
he,
18
and
is
may
talking
the
about
name of the Lord of
specifically
spirits be
America,
blessed
Babylon the
forever
Great,
and ever.
the land of confusion.
And all who
Okay,
sleep
this
not
is
above in
Babylon
heaven
the
shall
Great.
bless
People
him.
still ain't on to
All
this.
the
They still
holy
don't get it
ones
yet,
who are in
man.
heaven shall bless
Still
him.
don't get it.
And all the
All the
elect who
different
dwell
signs,
in the
all
garden
the
of the
different
light,
prophecies
and
popping,
every
man.
spirit of
They still
life
don't
being
get it.
able
That's
to
why
bless
we
and
listen.
glorify
We need
and
to give
extol and
all
hallow thy
diligence,
blessed name.
give all
And all
diligence to make
flesh shall
our
be
calling and
beyond
election
measure
sure,
glorify
man.
and bless
So we
thy
know that,
name forever and ever.
if we keep on
For great
preaching the
is the
scriptures, if we
mercy of
keep
the
on
Lord of
staying
spirits,
steady, it's like when
and
you're
he
dieting,
is
man.
long-suffering.
You don't get
In all
diesel
his
overnight. You
works,
don't get
in
healthy
all that he has
overnight.
created, he has
It's a
revealed to the
consistency
righteous
thing.
and
That's the
elect
pattern,
in the name of the Lord
You got to
of
have a
spirits.
pattern of works.
And
And
thus
that's
the
why
Lord
it also
commanded
says,
the
and I think
kings
it's 1 Peter
and the
4:8,
mighty and the exalted
above
and those
all
who
things,
dwell on the earth
have
and
fervent
said,
charity
Open
amongst
your
yourselves.
eyes and lift
that,
up
what's
your
that going to
horns
breed?
if you are able
Mercy.
to recognize the elect
Because
one.
the Lord will show
And the
mercy on
Lord
those
of
people.
spirits seated him on the throne
He
of
will,
his
but
glory.
remember,
And the spirit of
those
righteousness
people who
was
show
poured out
mercy,
upon him.
they're going to
And
receive
the
mercy
word of
as
his
well.
mouth slays
So it's a
all the sinners.
repetitious thing.
And
That's
all
what keeps
the
you out of trouble,
unrighteous are
Aki,
destroyed
right?
from before his
Keeps
face.
you out of trouble,
And there shall stand up in
because
that
the
day all
devil
the
is
kings
walking
and the
about like a
mighty
roaring
and
lion,
the exalted
seeking whom he
and
may
those who
devour.
hold the earth.
Look at
And they shall
you got a
see
great
and
look.
recognize how he sits on the throne
Doing a
of
video,
glory.
lesson,
And
lesson,
righteousness is
every
just
single
before
day,
him.
man.
And no
Multiple
lying
times a
word
day.
is spoken before
It's
him.
always going, even in the middle of the
Then shall pain
nighttime.
come
You know
upon
what I'm saying? We
them
got the
as on
brother
a
from
woman in
GMS
travail.
Hawaii
And
doing
she has
videos
pain in bringing
at
forth.
nighttime, because really their
And the
nighttime
child
is like
enters the
6
mouth of
hours
the
back.
womb, and she has pain in
From
bringing
the East
forth.
Coast time.
And what
So even
portion
when we
of
go to
them
sleep
shall
or
look
whatever,
on the
there's
other?
still
And
videos
they
of
shall
edification being
terrify.
pumped out.
And he shall be
Because that's
downcast
real
of
important,
countenance,
man.
and pain shall seize them.
Scripture say to edify one another
He, that
daily.
Son of Man,
So we got to
sitting
be
on
on
the
it
throne
daily,
of his glory.
repetitious, man.
And the
Like I
kings
said,
and the
repetition,
mighty and all who
get
possess
those
the
red
earth shall
checks.
bless and glorify and extol him
Burning
who is
calories,
over
be
all.
careful. It's the same thing like working out,
For from the beginning
Burning
the Son
calories,
of
if you
Man
stay steady,
was,
you
and the
keep
Most
going
High
every single
preserved
day,
him
man.
in the presence of his
Little
might,
tweaks,
and
man. We can all
revealed
become a
to
little
the
bit better,
elect.
you know.
And the congregation
Evaluate
of the
yourself.
elect and
That's why you have to
holy
examine
shall
yourselves, man.
and all the
You know,
elect shall
about
stand
little
before
things.
him on that
And
day.
like the scripture said, be
And all
not
the
ignorant
kings
of
and the
any matter,
mighty and
small
the
or great.
exalted and
Even with
those
your
who
body,
rule
the
the earth
details,
shall
the
fall
fine
down
details,
before
man.
him on
The
their
molecular
faces
structure and
and
compounds
worship
that help your
and
body.
set their
Same
hope
thing.
on that Son of
Same thing like the
Man
scriptures.
and petition him
Intricacies of the
and
scriptures.
supplicate for
The
mercy
more
at
that you
his
get into the
hands.
scriptures, like the
Nevertheless,
scripture
that
saying, I
Lord
think
of
it's
spirits is so
second
pressed them that they shall hate 15,
study to show thyself approved unto the Most High.
and the dark
Workmen,
deeper on their faces.
workmen that need not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth.
On them.
And the word of truth is the Bible, not the Quran, not no other
And they shall
fake,
be a spectacle
fake
for the
shit.
righteous and
You know,
for
that's
the
not
elect.
even right.
They shall
You know,
rejoice over them,
no
because the wrath of the
books
Lord
made up or whatever,
remains upon
fairy
them,
books.
and his
This
sword
is real, you know.
their
Problem prophecies of the scriptures have been accomplished, many of them, and are still happening now, man. So we're watching, all right? Great millstones of camp of prophets that preach the scriptures diligently, man.
And lie down,
You know, we just have to consistently remain diligent, man. Because the prophets don't retire. They don't have a retirement package. You know, they don't got a nice cushy desk job, you know, with just ride off into the sunset. You know, you got to keep on going out in the winter time. When it's cold, when it's sunny out, when it's super hot out, you know what I'm saying? Brothers is falling out because it's so damn hot. And then you got guys scoffing and whatever. That's fine. The soul of the diligent shall be made fat. We know we're going to get our just due. We're going to reap what you sow, man. If you sow to your spirit, you're going to reap life everlasting. So you have to sow to the spirit. And also going on a fast and praying. You might have to go on a fast and pray just to keep you level-headed or to give you a better version of yourself. Like an enhanced spirit on you. Go and do more. You know what I'm saying? There's always room to do more. You know, without being over-righteous too. You know? There was a guy who really took something like that out of context, and he was going out every single day preaching scriptures or whatever. And I was like, yo, you don't got to go out every single day. You know what I mean? You got to relax, man. You're being too much. You're really drawing too much damn attention to yourself. You got to be smart and use wisdom, man. So, you know, like I said, brothers, you know, just a quick hit, you know, just to let you know, stay praying. Because even your prayers, they're not falling on deaf ears, man. Isaiah 58 verse 59 says that if you're going against the Lord, then your prayers are falling on deaf ears. The Lord's arm is not shortened that it cannot save. It can help you from your situation. And sometimes the Lord will put you in a situation to change your circumstances. He'll put you in a bad spot just to get you to repent.
Now they should say unto themselves,
She's like, okay, you know, this guy, listen, overeating, for example. So you could be overeating or whatever. Once you hit a certain mark, you look at yourself and you're like, damn, man, I got to make a change. It's the same thing. Spiritually, you need to evaluate yourself. To examine yourself daily, man, whether you be in the faith.
and the sword shall abide before his face.
So you got to tell yourself, ask yourself, you know, am I in the faith of the Lord? You know, how so?
The ordinance and judgment
What are you doing, you know? I'm making videos, am I doing my studies, my studying the scriptures? Because it says to show thyself approved unto the Most High. You don't got to study to show yourself approved unto me, man.
I heard the voice of
I'm
the
nobody, I'm
angels
just
saying,
a regular guy,
"These are
you
the
know?
angels who
But I'm here to
descended
tell
to
you
the earth and
that
revealed
all your
what was
prayers and
hidden to
everything,
the
all your
children
work,
of men,
charity,
and seduced the
your
children of
giving
men
and
into
blessing,
committing
whatever
sin."
you're doing. You're
In those
diligent.
days Noah saw the earth,
Like I said, the
that it had
scripture says the soul of the diligent shall be made fat.
and he
You're going to
arose
have the
from thence
understanding
and
of the
went to
scriptures.
the
You're
ends
going
of
to
the
depart
earth,
from
and
them.
cried aloud
You're
to
going to
his
be able to
grandfather
apply
Enoch.
wisdom,
And Noah
knowledge,
said
and
3
understanding,
times with an
and
bitter
depart from that
voice,
wickedness, man.
"Hear me!
That of the world, you know, that the world partakes in.
And I said unto him,
Understanding
Tell
of the
me
scriptures.
what it is that is
Living it
fallen
out,
out
you know,
on the earth,
actually be
that the earth is in
seeking
such
the Lord
evil
10
plight
times more
and
as you
shame,
should.
lest perchance I shall
You know, because the
perish.
righteous man falls 7
And
times,
thereupon there was a great
get
commotion
back
on
up.
the earth, and a voice was
they
heard
will
from
get
heaven,
back up.
and I fell
You
on
know,
my
fall down
face.
7 times, get
And
back
Enoch,
up.
my
Come back
grandfather
up
came and stood by
You
me,
know,
and said
you're
unto
going to
me,
stand sure
Why hast thou
on
cried
the
unto me
foundation
with
of
a
the word of the
bitter
Lord.
cry
This
and
is
weeping?
really the testimony
And
of
a
Yahweh
command had
Shai,
gone
the
forth from
spirit
the
of
presence
prophecy.
of the Lord concerning
You see, the
those who
Lord's
dwell on the
testimony.
earth.
What
But their
happened with Yahweh
ruin
Shai,
is
we already
accomplished
know
because they have learned
that
all the
these
secrets
scriptures
of
are
the
correct.
angels
We're following
and
the
all
right
the
doctrine,
violence
right
of the
teaching.
Satanists and
Me and
all their
Apostle Tahar has
powers,
been
the
preaching the
most
scriptures for a
secret
long
ones,
period of time.
and all the power of those
You know,
who
and
practice
you got some guy,
sorcery,
asshole,
and the
coming on the
power
comment
of
boards talking about,
witchcraft, and the
oh, you
power
should
of
retire,
those
hang it
who
up or whatever.
make images
To
for
Apostle
the
Tahar.
whole
Mad
earth,
disrespect.
and how silver is
Just
produced
super
from the dust
disrespectful.
of
Imagine
the
what the
earth,
Lord is
and
going
how
to do to that
soft
guy.
metal
You
originates
know what
in
I'm
the
saying?
earth.
He's going to
For
destroy
living
that guy
men are not produced
because,
from the earth like
you know,
the
we don't
serpent.
understand
It
what's
is the
going on in
fountain
the
that
scriptures.
produces them,
He's out of
and
his
an
mind.
angel stands therein.
Prophets
And that
don't
angel
retire.
is preeminent.
They don't
And
give
after
up
that,
like
my
you.
grandfather Enoch
So,
took hold of me
you know what I
by the
mean?
hand and
It's
raised
funny
me
because
up,
the guys who are
and said unto
commenting,
me,
the scriptures
Go,
say he might of your
for I
own
have
eye
the Lord
first
gathered
than
from
anything.
those making this
We check
commotion
your
on the
status
earth.
or whatever.
And he
You don't
said
even have a
unto me,
video up.
Families of the earth.
because of their
So
unrighteousness,
repent, man.
their
Let the Lord
judgment has
destroy
been
you.
determined
And
upon
really,
them
guys like
shall
that, man,
not
what is
be
this gonna
withheld by
destroy?
me forever. Because
That,
the
hey,
sources
edifying
which they have searched out and learnt, the earth and those who dwell upon it shall be destroyed. And these they shall have no place of repentance forever, because they have shown them what is hidden, and they are the damned. But as for thee, my son, the Lord of spirits knows that thou art pure and guiltless of this reproach concerning the secrets. And he has destined thy name to be among the holy, and will preserve thee amongst those who dwell on the earth, and has destined thy righteous seed both for kingship and for great honors. And from thy seed shall proceed a fountain of the righteous and holy, without number forever. And after that, he showed me the angels of punishment, who are prepared to come and let loose all the powers of the waters which are beneath the earth, in order to bring judgment and destruction on all who abide and dwell on the earth. And the Lord of spirits gave commandment to the angels who were going forth, that they should not cause the waters to rise, but should hold them in check. For those angels were over the powers of the waters. And I went away from the presence of Enoch. And in those days the word of God came unto me, and he said unto me, Noah, thy lot has come up before me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the angels are making a wooden building. And when they have completed that task, I will place my hand upon it and preserve it. And there shall come forth from it the seed of life. And a change shall set in, so that the earth will not remain without inhabitant. And I will make fast thy seed before me forever and ever. And I will spread abroad those who dwell with me. It shall not be unfruitful on the face of the earth, but it shall be blessed and multiply on the earth in the name of the Lord. And he will imprison those angels who have shown unrighteousness in that burning valley which my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown me in the west, among the mountains of gold and silver and iron and soft metal and tin. And I saw that valley in which there was a great convulsion, and a convulsion of the waters. And when all this took place, from that fiery molten metal, and from the convulsion thereof in that place, there was produced a smell of sulfur, and it was connected with those waters. And that valley of the angels who had led astray mankind burned beneath that land, and through its valleys proceed streams of fire, where these angels are punished who had led astray those who dwell upon the earth. But those waters shall in those days serve for the kingdom and the mighty and the exalted and those who dwell on the earth, for the healing of the body, but for the punishment of the spirit. Now their spirit is full of lust, that they may be punished in their body, for they have denied the Lord of spirits, and see their punishment daily, and yet believe not in his name. And in proportion as the burning of their bodies becomes severe, a corresponding change shall take place in their spirit forever and ever. For before the Lord of spirits none shall utter an idle word, for the judgment shall come upon them, because they believe in the lust of their bodies, and deny the Spirit of the Lord. And those clean waters will undergo a change in those days. For when those angels are punished in these water springs shall change their temperature. And when the angels ascend, this water of the spring shall change and become cold. And I heard Michael answering and saying, This judgment wherewith the angels are judged is a testimony for the kings and the mighty who possess the earth, because these waters of judgment minister to the healing of the body of the kings and the lust of their bodies. Therefore they will not see and will not believe that those waters will change and become a fire which burns
Revelation
forever.
7 is the
And after
fulfillment
that
of the
my
remnant.
grandfather Enoch gave me the teaching of all the secrets in the book in the
compares to that promise
which had been given to
fulfills
him,
everything
and
that
he
was
put
told
them together
to Abraham,
for me
Isaac, and
in
Jacob,
the words
that
of
them
the
and
book
their
of the
seed.
parables. And on that day Michael
Showing
answered
you
Raphael
regeneration,
and said,
reincarnation
the power of
exists.
the Spirit
How in the hell is
springs
Abraham,
forth
Isaac,
and
and
makes
Jacob
me to
going to be
tremble
there?
because of
Isaac
the
promised
severity
them,
of the judgment of
all
the
right, when
secrets the judgment
generations on down the line.
Who can endure the severe judgment which has been executed and before which they melt away?
Okay, it's in
And
various
Michael answered again and said
scriptures that
to
we're going to be
Raphael,
returned to that land. As a
who
matter
is
of fact,
he whose heart is not softened concerning it, and whose reins are not troubled by the word of this judgment that has gone forth upon them because of those who have thus led them
37.
out? And it came to pass when he stood before the Lord of spirits,
Reunion of
Michael
Judah and
said
Israel.
thus to Raphael,
right?
I will not take their part
And
under the eye of the
goes
Lord,
to the 12
for the
tribe
Lord of
chart.
spirits has been angry
being
with them because they
in front
do
of
as if they were the Lord.
preachers
Therefore
and
all that
teachers,
is
the
hidden
prophets,
shall
as
come
Israel
upon them
will walk up
forever
to
and
ask
ever.
what it's all
For
about.
neither angel nor man
Okay.
shall have his portion in it, but alone they have
Keep going.
received their
This is what-
judgment
this is what
forever and
we're
ever.
supposed to tell them.
And after this judgment, they shall terrify and make them to tremble because they have shown this to those who dwell on the earth. And behold the names
I
of
will
those
take
angels,
the
and
children
these
of
are their
Israel
names.
from among the
The first of
heathen, and I
them is
will
Simjaza,
whether they
the
be
second
gone, and I will gather them
Adakipa,
on every
and the
side
third
and bring them into their own land.
the
This is
fourth,
what we're here to
Kokabel,
teach unto
the
you.
fifth,
This is what's getting ready to happen.
the sixth, Runjal,
Okay,
the
it's
seventh,
bigger.
Danjal,
Babylon's
the
going to be
eighth,
destroyed. The Edomites are going down.
the
The
ninth,
Legions are going to flee into the
Barakel,
bunkers.
the
But
tenth,
ultimately, what is the
Hazazel,
purpose of this
the
all?
11th,
Is that this
Parmenos,
promise that was
the
made
12th,
unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob be
the
fulfilled
13th,
through a remnant.
the 14th,
Physical
Hananel,
descendants of Abraham,
the
Isaac, and
15th,
Jacob will
Tudel,
still be in
and
the earth in the latter days. How do we know that?
Semapesiel, the 17th, Jetrel, the 18th, Tumeel, the 19th, Tudel, and the 20th,
Pray this is making
Rumael,
sense.
the
Jeremiah
21st,
31.
Azazel. And these are the chiefs of their angels, and their names, and their chief ones over hundreds, and over 50s, and over 10s.
Jeremiah
The name
31,
of the first,
35. Thus saith
Jachan, that
Yahweh,
is the
which
one who
giveth
led astray
sun
all the sons
for
of
a
God,
light
and brought
by
them
day,
down to the
the
earth,
ordinance of the
and led them
moon,
astray
the
through the
stars for
daughters
light
of
by
men.
night, which divided
And the
sea,
second was
when the
named
waves thereof
Asbael.
roar.
He imparted
Yahweh
to the
is his
holy
name.
sons of God evil
Those
counsel,
ordinances
and led
depart
them astray
from
so
before
that they
me,
defiled
saith
their
Yahweh.
bodies with the daughters
Then
of men.
the seed
And the third was named
Right, of
Gadriel.
Israel.
He it is who showed the
Ceased
children of
from being a
men all the
nation
blows
before
of
me.
death. And he led astray Eve, and showed the weapons
I'm
of
looking at
death
the
to the
sun right
sons
now.
of
It's in
men,
my eyes.
and the shield and the coat of mail,
Okay, the
and the
moon, I
sword
saw
for
it last
battle,
night. It's
and all the
coming.
weapons of death to the
What does that
children of
mean?
men. And from his hand they have proceeded against those who dwell on the earth from that day and forevermore. And the fourth was named Nimue. He taught the children of men the bitter and the sweet, and he taught them all the secrets of their wisdom. And he instructed mankind in writing with ink and paper, and thereby many have sinned from eternity to eternity, and until this day. For men were not created for such a purpose, to give confirmation to their good faith with pen and ink. For men were created exactly like the angels, to the intent that they should continue pure and righteous, and death, which destroys
Adam
faith,
and the sons of
could
God
not
were
have
kicked
taken
out
hold of them, but
to
through
rebellion.
their knowledge they are perishing. And through this
Abraham,
power it is consuming me. And the
promise we
fifth
get
was
it back.
named Kazdesha.
We had it back
This is
40
he
years
who
of peace
showed
under
the
Solomon.
children of men
Since
all the
then,
wicked smitings of spirits
we've been
and demons,
split as
and
a
the
nation.
smitings of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away, and the smitings of the soul, and the bites of the serpent, and the smitings which befall through the noontide heat. The son of the serpent named Tabael, and this is the task of Kazbael, the chief of the oath, which he showed to the holy ones when he dwelt high
Same
above
thing
in
we say
glory.
now.
And its
The
name
Lord allowed this Edomite to destroy
this
us all.
angel requested Michael to show
Tie
him
us all
his
down and
name,
force the
that
chip
he
in
might
us.
enunciate
We're
it
through.
in the oath,
Okay?
so that those might quake
we
before
got
that
the
name
same
and oath,
mindset.
who
Lord,
revealed all that was in secret
look,
to
you
the
said
children
you was
of
going to
men.
bless us.
And this is the power
Save
of
me
this
from this
oath,
guy.
for it is powerful and strong.
He's a
And he
madman.
placed this oath, Akae,
Okay?
in the hand of Michael.
You said you was going to make
And these are the secrets of this oath, and they are strong to his oath. And the heaven was suspended before the world was created and forever. And through it the earth was founded upon the water. And from the secret recesses of the mountains came beautiful waters, from the creation of the world and unto eternity. And through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundation he set for it the sand against the time of its anger. And it dare not pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto eternity. And through that oath are the debts made fast, and abide and stir not from their place from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the sun and moon complete their course, and deviate not from their ordinance from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the stars complete their course, and he calls them by their names, and they answer him from eternity to eternity. And in like manner the spirits of the water, and of the winds, and of all zephyrs, and their paths from all the quarters of the winds. And there are preserved the voices of the thunder, and the light of the lightnings. And there are preserved the chambers of the hail, and the chambers of the hoarfrost, and the chambers of the mist, and the chambers of the rain and the dew. And all these believe and give thanks before the Lord of spirits, and glorify him with all their power, and their food is in every act of thanksgiving. They thank and glorify and extol the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. And this oath is mighty over them, and through it they are preserved, and their paths are preserved, and their course is not destroyed. And there was great joy amongst them, and they blessed and glorified and extolled, because the name of that Son of Man had been revealed unto them. And he sat on the throne of his glory, and the sum of judgment was given unto the Son of Man. And he caused the sinners to pass away and be destroyed from off the face of the earth. And those who have led the world astray, with chain shall they be bound, and in their assemblage place of destruction shall they be imprisoned. And all their works vanish from the face of the earth, and from henceforth there shall be nothing corruptible. For that Son of Man has appeared, and has seated himself on the throne of his glory. And all evil shall pass away before his face, and the word of that Son of Man shall go forth and be strong before the Lord of spirits. This is the third parable of Enoch. And it came to pass after this, that his name during his lifetime was raised aloft to that Son of Man, and to the Lord of spirits, from amongst those who dwell on the earth. And he was raised aloft on chariots of the Spirit, and his name vanished among them. And from that day I was no longer numbered amongst them. And he set me between the two winds, between the north and the west, where the angels took the cords to measure for me the place for the elect and righteous. And there I saw the first fathers and the righteous, who from the beginning dwell in that place. And it came to pass after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens. And I saw the holy sons of God. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their raiment and their faces shone like snow. And I saw two streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth. And I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits. And the angel Michael, one of the archangels, seized me by my right hand, and lifted me up, and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness, and he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the heaven, and all the chambers of all the stars, and all the luminaries, whence they proceed before the face of the holy ones. And he translated my spirit into the heaven of heavens, and I saw there as it were a structure built with crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw the girdle which girt that house of fire, and on its four sides were streams full of living fire, and they girt that house. And round about were seraphim, cherubim, and ophim. And these are they who sleep not, and guard the throne of his glory. And I saw angels who could not be counted, 1,000,000, and 10,000 times 10,000 encircling that house, and Michael, and Raphael, and Gabriel, and Phanuel, and the holy angels who were above the heavens, go in and out of that house. And they came forth from that house, and Michael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number, and with them the head of days. And his head was white, and pure as wool, and his raiment indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit was transfigured. And I cried with a loud voice, and with the spirit of power, and blessed, and glorified, and extolled. And these blessings which went forth out of my mouth were well-pleasing before that head of days. And that head of days came with Michael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel.
bondage with her
and
children.
thousands of angels
Right?
without number.
Keep going.
Lost passage wherein the Son of Man was described as
Galatians 4:28.
accompanying the
Now
head of
we,
days,
brethren, as
and do
this
not
letter is
ask one of
written
the
unto
angels
Israelites,
concerning the Son of Man as to
who
who
have
he
the
was.
children of the promise.
And the angel came to me and greeted me with his voice
But
and said
as
unto me,
then,
This is
all
the
right,
Son of Man who is
he that
born
was
into
born after the
righteousness,
flesh
and
persecuted
righteousness
him that
abides
born
over
after the
him.
Spirit.
And the
So,
righteousness of the head of days
now,
forsakes him not.
all right,
And he said unto me,
allegory.
He proclaims unto thee peace in the name of the world to come. For from hence has proceeded peace since the creation of the world. And so shall it be unto thee forever and forever and ever. And all shall walk in his ways, since righteousness never forsaketh him.
Nevertheless,
With him will be their dwelling places, and with him their heritage. And they shall not be separated from him forever and ever and ever. And so there shall be length of days with that Son of Man, and the righteous shall have peace and an upright way, in the name of the Lord of spirits, forever
Abraham
and
was
ever.
a Hebrew. That's why in
The
the book
book
of
of the
Exodus,
courses of the luminaries of heaven, the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, who is their guide, showed me. And he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world and unto eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, which dureth till eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and its setting in the western portals of the heaven. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets. And the moon rises and sets in these portals.
out of Egypt,
And the leaders of the stars, and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also, many windows to the right and left of those portals.
say unto him,
And first there goes forth the great luminary, named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of heaven. And he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire.
the God of the
The
Hebrews back
chariot on
then.
which he is
Why
sent,
isn't he the God of the
wind
Hebrews
drives.
now,
And the
IUIC?
sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east.
Anyway,
and is so
As
guided
we're going
that
to
he
be
comes to the
exorcised out of
appropriate
this new
portal
Egypt,
and shines
what
in
the
the
hell do
face
you
of
think he's
heaven.
hearing in this time?
In this way he
Cry
rises
of
in the
the seed of
first
Abraham,
month in
Isaac,
the
and
great
Jacob,
portal,
and he's
which is
remembering the
fourth,
covenant.
those 6 portals in the east. And in that 4th portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame when they are open in their season. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that 4th portal 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the 4th portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer, and the night nightly shorter, to the 30th morning. On that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 4th portal and sets in the 4th, and returns to the 5th portal of the east 30 morning, and rises from it and sets in the 5th portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises and sets in the 6th portal 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign. On that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. And the sun returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. And when the 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings, and sets in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day, the day decreases by 2 parts, and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that 5th portal and sets in the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal for 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign, and sets in the west. On that day, the day is equalized with the night, and becomes of equal length. And the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the third portal, and sets in the west in the third portal.
I don't understand, because, you know,
and
when
on
I
that
looked at
day,
this
the night
video,
becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day, until the 30th morning. And the night amounts to exactly 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that third portal and sets in the third portal in the west, and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the second portal in the east, and in like manner sets in the second portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from the second portal, and sets in the west in the second portal, and returns to the east into the first portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and sets in the first portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day. And the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun is therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on those divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and also sets in the west opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the second portal in the east, and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the third portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its day, 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and the night arise through the course of the sun, and these distinctions are made. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun, in his return as often as he returns, 60 times and rises. The great luminary which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of heaven, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in definite measure. And her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun, and thus she rises. And her first phase in the east comes forth on the 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. And the 1/2 of her goes forth by its 7th part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, and the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part, and the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives the half of 1 part of light. And in the night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun, and is invisible that night, with the 14 parts and the half of 1 of them. And she rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth, and recedes from the rising of the sun. And in her remaining days, she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts. And I saw another course, a law for her, and how, according to that law, she performs her monthly revolution. And all these Uriel, the holy angel, who was the leader of them all, showed to me. and their positions, and I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me, and I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights, till 15 days were accomplished. In single seventh parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in single seventh parts she accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her setting, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun. In those 2 middle portals, the third and the fourth, she goes forth for 7 days, and turns about, and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the 6th portal, from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes forth from the 5th, and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days, and she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal, from which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their position, how the moons rose and the sun set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days. And all the days which accrue to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amount to 364 days. And the overplus of the sun and of the stars amounts to 6 days. In 5 years, 6 days every year come to 30 days. And the moon falls behind the sun and stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years, there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years, 1,820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2,912 days. For the moon alone, the days amount in 3 years to 1,062 days, and in 5 years she falls 50 days behind. And in years there are added 1,770 days, so that for the moon the days in 8 years amount to 2,832 days. For in 8 years she falls behind to the amount of 80 days. And all the days she falls behind in 8 years are 80. And the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world stations, and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals through which the sun rises and sets 30 days. And the leaders of the heads of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation, and over all the stars, have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the year. And these render service on the 4 days, which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them, men go wrong therein. For those luminaries truly render service on the world stations, one in the 1st portal, one in the 3rd portal of the heaven, one in the 4th portal, and one in the 6th portal. And the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days the angel Uriel showed to me, whom the Lord of glory hath set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven, in the heaven and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the heaven and be seen on the earth, and be leaders for the day and the night, the sun, the moon, and stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of the heaven, through which the rays of the sun break forth, and from them warmth is diffused over the earth. And when they are opened at their appointed seasons, and the winds and the spirit of the dew, when they are open, standing open in the heavens at the ends. As for the 12 portals in the heaven, at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven in the east and in the west, there are many windows open to the left and right of them, and one window at its appointed season produces warmth, corresponding as these do to those doors from which the stars come forth, according as he hath commanded them, and wherein they set corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the heaven, running in the world, above those portals in which revolve the stars that never set, and one is larger than all the rest, and it is that makes its course through the entire world. And at the ends of the earth I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters of the heaven, from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right of heaven, and 3 on the left. And the 3 first are those of the east, and 3 are of the north, and 3 after those on the left of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these come winds of blessing and prosperity, and from those 8 come hurtful winds. When they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth, and on the water upon it, and on all who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land. And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal, which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it comes forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting. And from it there come rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal, which lies toward the north, come cold and drought. And after these come forth the south winds through 3 portals. Through the first portal of them, inclining to the east, comes forth a hot wind. And through the middle portal next to it, there come forth fragrant smells, and dew, and rain, and prosperity, and health. And through the third portal lying in the west come forth dew and rain, locusts and desolation. And after these the north winds, from the 7th portal in the east come dew and rain, locusts and devastation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction health and rain and dew and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come cloud and hoarfrost and snow and rain and dew and locusts. And after these 4 are the west winds. Through the first portal adjoining the north come forth dew and hoarfrost, and cold and snow and frost. And from the middle portal come forth dew and rain, and prosperity and blessing. And through the last portal, which adjoins the south, come forth drought and desolation, and burning and destruction. And the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of the heaven are therewith completed, and all their laws, and all their plagues, and all their benefactions I have shown to thee, my son Methuselah. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first, and the second, the south, because the Most High will descend there. Yea, there in quite a special sense will he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there all the luminaries of heaven wane and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains seas of water, and the abysses, and forests, and rivers, and darkness, and clouds. And the third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on the earth, and thence comes forth hoarfrost, and days, seasons, and years pass away. I saw 7 rivers on the earth larger than all the rivers. One of them, coming from the west, pours its waters into the great sea. And these 2 come from the north to the sea and pour their waters into the Erythraean Sea in the east. And the remaining 4 come forth on the side of the north to their own sea, 2 of them to the Erythraean Sea, and 2 into the great sea, and discharge themselves there, and some say into the desert. 7 great islands I saw in the sea, and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland, and 5 in the great sea. And the names of the sun are the following: the first, Orhares, the second, Tomas. And the moon has 4 names. The first name is Esonja, the second, Ebla, the third, Benasse, and the fourth, Edae. These are the 2 great luminaries. Their circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and the size of the circumference of both is alike. In the circumference of the sun there are 7 portions of light, which are added to it more than to the moon. In indefinite measures it is transferred till the 7th portion of the sun is exhausted. And they set and enter the portals of the west, and make their revolution by the north, and come forth through the eastern portals on the face of the heaven. And when the moon rises 1/14th part, it appears in the heaven, and the light becomes full in her. On the 14th day she accomplishes her light. Then 15 parts of light are transferred to her till the 15th day, when her light is accomplished. according to the sign of the year, and she becomes 15 parts, and the moon grows by the addition of 14 parts. And in her waning the moon decreases on the first day to 14 parts of her light, and on the second to 13 parts of her light, and on the third to 12, on the fourth to 11, on the fifth to 10, on the sixth to 9, on the seventh to 8, on the eighth to 7, on the ninth to 6, on the 10th to 5, on the 11th to 4, on the 12th to 3, on the 13th to 2, on the 14th to the half of a seventh, and all her remaining light disappears wholly on the 15th. And in certain months, the month has 29 days, and once 28. And Uriel showed me another law, when light is transferred to the moon, and on which side it is transferred to her by the sun. During all the period during which the moon is growing in her light, she is transferring it to herself when opposite to the sun during 14 days. Her light is accomplished in the heaven. And when she is illuminated throughout, her light is accomplished full in the heaven. And on the first day she is called the new moon, for on that day the light rises upon her. She becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east she rises at night, and the moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun, on the side whence the light of the moon comes forth. There again she wanes till the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and her circumference is empty, void of light. And 3 months she makes of 30 days, and at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days each, in which she accomplishes her waning in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 177 days. And in the time of her going out she appears for 3 months of 30 days each, and for 3 months she appears of 29 days each. At night she appears like a man for 20 days each time, and by day she appears like the heaven, and there is nothing else in her save her light. And now, my son, I have shown thee everything, and the laws of all the stars of heaven is completed. And he showed me all the laws of these for every day, and for every season of bearing rule, and for every year, and for its going forth, and for the order prescribed to it every month and every week, and the waning of the moon which takes place in the 6th portal. For in this 6th portal her light is accomplished. And after that there is the beginning of the waning, and the waning which takes place in the 1st portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks, 25 weeks and 2 days. She falls behind the sun in the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this place which thou seest has been traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel the archangel, who is their leader, showed unto me. And in those days the angel Uriel answered and said to me, Behold, I have shown thee everything, Enoch, and I have revealed everything to thee, that thou shouldest see this sun and this moon, and the leaders of the stars of the heaven, and all those who turn them, their tasks, and times, and departures. And in the days of the sinners the years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be tardy in their lands and fields. And all things on the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time. And the rain shall be kept back, and the heaven shall withhold it. And in those times the fruits of the earth shall be backward, and shall not grow in their time. And the fruits of the trees shall be withheld in their time. And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and shall shine more brightly than accords with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order prescribed, and these shall alter their orbits and tests, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. And they shall be altered from all their ways. Yea, they shall err and take them to be gods. And evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them, so as to destroy all. And he said unto me, Observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written thereon, and mark every individual fact. And I observed the heavenly tablets, and read everything which was written thereon, and understood everything. and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth, to the remotest generations. And forthwith I bless the great Lord, the King of glory, forever, in that he has made all the works of the world. And I extol the Lord because of his patience, and I bless him because of the children of men. And after that I said, Blessed is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And those 7 holy ones brought me and placed me on the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, Declare everything to thy son Methuselah, and show to all thy children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator. 1 year will we leave thee with thy son, till thou givest thy last commands, that thou mayest teach thy children and record it for them, and testify to all thy children. And in the 2nd year they shall take thee from their midst. Let thy heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulations to one another. But the sinner shall die with the sinners, and the apostate go down with the apostate. And those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men, and be taken away on account of the doings of the godless. And in those days they ceased to speak to me, and I came to my people, blessing the Lord of the world. And now, my son Methuselah, all these things I am recounting to thee, and writing down to thee. I have revealed to thee everything, and given thee books concerning all these. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the books from thy father's hand, and see that thou deliver them to the generations of the world. I have given wisdom to thee and to thy children, and thy children that shall be to thee, that they may give it to their children for generations. This wisdom, namely that passeth their thought. And those who understand it shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom. And it shall please those that eat thereof better than good food. Blessed are all the righteous. Blessed are all those who walk in the way of righteousness, and sin not as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days in which the sun traverses the heaven, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days with the head of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the 4 which are intercalated, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them for 4 days. Owing to them men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yea, men shall be at fault, and not recognize them accurately, for they belong to the reckoning of the year, and are truly recorded thereon forever. One in the first portal, and one in the third, and one in the fourth, and one in the sixth. And the year is completed in 364 days. And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries and the months and festivals, and years and days has Uriel showed and revealed to me, to whom the Lord of the whole creation of the world hath subjected the host of heaven. And he has power over night and day in the heaven, to cause the light to give light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the heaven, which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which set in their places, and in their seasons, and festivals, and months. And these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. There are 4 leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first. And after them, the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 days, there are heads over thousands who divide the days. And for the 4 intercalary days, there are the leaders which sunder the 4 parts of the year. And these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station. But their leaders make the division. And these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year, which are ordained: Milchiel, Elimelech, and Melechal, and Narel, and the names of those who lead them: Adnarel, and Ijesusael, and Alomael. These three follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the three leaders of the orders, which follow those leaders of stations that divide the 4 parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Melchihal rises first and rules, who is named Tamaini and son, and all the days of his dominion whilst he bears rule are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days, which are to be seen on earth in the days of his dominion: sweat and heat and calms, and the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field, but the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them: Berkael, Zelebsel, and another who is added ahead of 1,000, called Elujaseph. And the days of the dominion of this leader are at an end. The next leader after him is Elimelech, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his life are 91 days. And these are the sign of his days on the earth: glowing heat and dryness, and the trees ripen their fruits and produce all their fruits ripe and ready. And the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and everything that is in the fields, and in the winepress. These things take place in the days of his dominion. These are the names and the orders and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gidaiah, Ke'el, and Hahel. And the name of the head of 1,000 which is added to them, Aspael. And the days of his dominion are at an end. And now, my son Methuselah, I will show thee all my visions which I have seen, recounting them before thee. 2 visions I saw before I took a wife, and the one was quite unlike the other. The first, when I was learning to write; the second, before I took thy mother, when I saw a terrible vision. And regarding them I prayed to the Lord, and he laid me down in the house of my grandfather Mahalalel. When I saw in a vision how the heaven collapsed, and was borne off, and fell to the earth. And when it fell to the earth, I saw how the earth was swallowed up in a great abyss, and mountains were suspended on mountains, and hills sank down on hills, and high trees were rent from their stems, and hurled down and sunk in the abyss. And thereupon a word fell into my mouth, and I lifted up my voice to cry aloud, and said, The earth is destroyed. And my grandfather Mahalalel waked me as I lay near him, and said unto me, Why dost thou cry so, my son? And why dost thou make such lamentation? And I recounted to him the whole vision which I had seen. And he said unto me, A terrible thing hast thou seen, my son, and of grave moment is thy dream vision. As to the secrets of all the sin of the earth, it must sink into the abyss and be destroyed with a great destruction. And now, my son, arise and make petition to the Lord of glory, since thou art a believer, that a remnant may remain on the earth, and that he may not destroy the whole earth. My son, from heaven all this will come upon the earth, and upon the earth there will be great destruction. After that I arose and prayed and implored and besought, and wrote down my prayer for the generation of the world, and I will show everything to thee, my son Methuselah. And when I had gone forth below and seen the heaven, and the sun rising in the east, and the moon setting in the west, and a few stars, and the whole earth, and everything as he had known it in the beginning, then I blessed the Lord of judgment, and extolled him, because he had made the sun to go forth from the windows of the east, and he ascended and rose on the face of the heaven, and set out, and kept traversing the path shown unto him. And I lifted up my hands in righteousness, and blessed the Holy and Great One, and spake with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, which God had made for the children of the flesh of men, that they should speak therewith. And he gave them breath, and a tongue, and a mouth, that they should speak therewith. Blessed be thou, O Lord, King, great and mighty in thy greatness, Lord of the whole creation of the heaven, King of kings and God of the whole world. And thy power and kingship and greatness abide forever and ever. And throughout all generations thy dominion, and all the heavens are thy throne forever. and the whole earth thy footstool forever and ever. For thou hast made, and thou rulest all things, and nothing is too hard for thee. Wisdom departs not from the place of thy throne, nor turns away from thy presence. And thou knowest and seest and hearest everything, and there is nothing hidden from thee, for thou seest everything. And now the angels of thy heavens are guilty of trespass, and upon the flesh of men abideth thy wrath, until the great day of judgment. And now, O God, and Lord, and great King, I implore and beseech thee to fulfill my prayer, to leave me a posterity on earth, and not destroy all the flesh of man, and make the earth without inhabitant, so that there should be an eternal destruction. And now, my Lord, destroy from the earth the flesh which has aroused thy wrath, but the flesh of righteousness and uprightness established as the plant of the eternal seed. And hide not thy face from the prayer of thy servant, O Lord. And after this I saw another dream, and I will show the whole dream to thee, my son. And Enoch lifted up his voice, and spake to his son Methuselah, To thee, my son, will I speak. Hear my words, incline thine ear to the dream vision of thy father. Before I took thy mother Edna, I saw in a vision on my bed, and behold, a bull came forth from the earth, and that bull was white, and after it came forth a heifer, and along with this latter came forth two bulls, one of them black and the other red. And that black bull gored the red one, and pursued him over the earth, and thereupon I could no longer see that red bull. But that black bull grew, and that heifer went with him, and I saw that many oxen proceeded from him, which resembled and followed him. And that cow, that first one, went from the presence of that first bull in order to seek that red one, but found him not, and lamented with a great lamentation over him, and sought him. And I looked till that first bull came to her, and quieted her. And from that time onward she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull, and after him she bore many bulls, and black cows. And I saw in my sleep that white bull likewise grow and become a great white bull. And from him proceeded many great white bulls, and they resembled him. And they began to beget many white bulls which resembled them, one following the other, even many. And again I saw with mine eyes as I slept, and I saw the heaven above. And behold, a star fell from heaven, and it arose and ate and pastured amongst those oxen. But after that I saw the large and the black oxen. And behold, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other. And again I saw in the vision, and looked towards the heaven. And behold, I saw many stars descend and cast themselves down from heaven to that first star. And they became bulls among those cattle, and they pastured with them. And I looked at them and saw, and behold, they all let out their privy members, like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen. And they all became pregnant, and bare elephants, camels, and asses. And all the oxen feared them, and were affrighted at them. And they began to bite with their teeth, and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began moreover to devour those oxen. And behold, all the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them, and to flee from them. And again I saw how they began to gore each other, and to devour each other. And the earth began to cry aloud. And I raised mine eyes again to heaven, and I saw in the vision, and behold, there came forth from heaven beings who were like white men, and 4 went forth from that place, and 3 with them. And those 3 that had come forth last grasped me by my hand, and took me up, away from the generations of the earth, and raised me up to a lofty place, and showed me a tower raised high above the earth, and all the hills were lower. And one said unto me, Remain here till thou seest everything that befalls those elephants, camels, and asses, and the stars, and the oxen, and all of them. And I saw one of those 4 who had come forth first, and he seized that first star which had fallen from the heaven, and bound it hand and foot, and cast it into an abyss. Now that abyss was narrow and deep, and horrible and dark. And one of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants and camels and asses. Then they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. And I was beholding in the vision, lo, one of those four who had come forth stoned them from heaven, and gathered and took all the great stars whose privy members were like those of horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them into an abyss of the earth. And one of those four went to that white bull and instructed him in a secret, without his being terrified. And he was born a bull and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel and dwelt thereon. And 3 bulls dwelt with him in that vessel, and they were covered in. And again I raised mine eyes towards heaven, and saw a lofty roof, with 7 water torrents thereon. And those torrents flowed with much water to an enclosure. And I saw again, and behold, fountains were open on the surface of that great enclosure. And that water began to swell and to rise upon the surface. And I saw that enclosure till all its surface was covered with water. And the water, the darkness, and mist increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of that water had risen above the height of that enclosure, and was streaming over that enclosure, and it stood upon the earth. And all the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together, until I saw how they sank and were swallowed up and perished in that water. But that vessel floated on the water, while all the oxen and elephants and camels and asses sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them. And they were not able to escape, but perished and sank into the depths. And again I saw in the vision till those water torrents were removed from that high roof, and the chasms of the earth were leveled up, and other abysses were opened. Then the water began to run down into these, till the earth became visible. But that vessel settled on the earth, and the darkness retired, and light appeared. But that white bull which had become a man came out of that vessel, and the 3 bulls with him. And one of those 3 was white like that bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one black. And that white bull departed from them. And they began to bring forth beasts in the field, and birds, so that there arose different generations, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars, foxes, squirrels, swine, falcons, vultures, kites, eagles, and ravens. And among them was born a white bull. And they began to fight one another. But that white bull which was born amongst them begat a wild ass, and white bull with it. And the wild asses multiplied. But that white bull which was born from him begat a black wild boar and a white sheep. And the former begat many boars, but that sheep begat 12 sheep. And when those 12 sheep had grown, they gave up one of them to the asses. And those asses again gave up that sheep to the wolves. And that sheep grew up among the wolves. And the Lord brought the 11 sheep to live with it, and to pasture with it among the wolves. And they multiplied, and became many flocks of sheep. And the wolves began to fear them, and they oppressed them until they destroyed their little ones, and they cast their young into a river of much water. But those sheep began to cry aloud on account of their little ones, and to complain unto their Lord. And the sheep which had been saved from the wolves fled and escaped to the wild asses. And they saw the sheep, how they lamented and cried, and besought their Lord with all their might. So the Lord of the sheep descended at the voice of the sheep from a lofty abode, and came to them and pastured them. And he called that sheep which had escaped the wolves, and spake with it concerning the wolves, that it should admonish them not to touch the sheep. And the sheep went to the wolves according to the word of the Lord. And another sheep met it and went with it. And the 2 went and entered together into the assembly of those wolves, and spake with them, and admonished them not to touch the sheep from henceforth. And thereupon I saw the wolves, and how they oppressed the sheep exceedingly with all their power. And the sheep cried aloud, and the Lord came to the sheep, and they began to smite those wolves. And the wolves began to make lamentation, but the sheep became quiet, and forthwith ceased to cry out. And I saw the sheep, so they departed from amongst the wolves. But the eyes of the wolves were blinded. And those wolves departed in pursuit of the sheep with all their power. And the Lord of the sheep went with them as their leader, and all his sheep followed him. and his face was dazzling, glorious, and terrible to behold. But the wolves began to pursue those sheep till they reached the sea of water, and the sea was divided, and the water stood on this side and on that before their face. And their Lord led them and placed himself between them and the wolves. And as those wolves did not yet see the sheep, they proceeded into the midst of that sea, and the wolves followed the sheep, and those wolves ran after them into that sea. And when they saw the Lord of the sheep, they turned to flee before his face. But that sea gathered itself together and became as it had been created. And the water swelled and rose till it covered those wolves. And I saw till all the wolves who pursued those sheep perished and were drowned. But the sheep escaped from that water and went forth into a wilderness where there was no water and no grass. And they began to open their eyes and see. And I saw the Lord of the sheep pasturing them and giving them water and grass. And that sheep going and leading them. And that sheep ascended to the summit of the lofty rock. And the Lord of the sheep sent it to them. And after that I saw the Lord of the sheep who stood before them. And his appearance was white and terrible and majestic. And all those sheep saw him and were afraid before his face. And they all feared and trembled because of him. And they cried to that sheep with them, which was amongst them, "We are not able to stand before our Lord or to behold him." And that sheep which led them again ascended to the summit of that rock. But the sheep began to be blinded, and to wander from the way which he had showed them. But that sheep wot not thereof. And the Lord of the sheep was wrathful exceedingly against them. And that sheep discovered it, and went down from the summit of the rock, and came to the sheep, and found the greatest part of them blinded and fallen away. And when they saw it, they feared and trembled at its presence, and desired to return to their folds. And that sheep took other sheep with it, and came to those sheep which had fallen away, and began to slay them. And the sheep feared his presence. And thus that sheep brought back those sheep that had fallen away, and they returned to their fold. And I saw in this vision until that sheep became a man, and built a house for the Lord of the sheep, and placed all of the sheep in that house. And I saw till this sheep which had met that sheep which had led them to fall asleep. And I saw all the great sheep perished, and little ones arose in their place. And they came to a pasture, and approached a stream of water. Then that sheep, their leader, which had become a man, withdrew from them, and fell asleep. And all the sheep sought it, and cried over it with a great crying. And I saw till they left off crying for that sheep, and crossed that stream of water. And there arose the two sheep as leaders in the place of those which had led them and fallen asleep. And I saw till the sheep came to a goodly place, and a pleasant and glorious land. And I saw till those sheep were satisfied, and that house stood amongst them in that pleasant land. And sometimes their eyes were opened, and sometimes blinded, till another sheep arose and led them, and brought them all back, and their eyes were opened. And the dogs, and the foxes, and the wild boars began to devour those sheep, till the Lord of the sheep raised up another sheep, a ram from their midst, which led them. And that ram began to butt on either side of those dogs, foxes, and wild boars, till he had destroyed them all. And that sheep whose eyes were open saw that ram, which was amongst the sheep, till it forsook its glory, and began to butt those sheep, and trample upon them, and behaved itself unseemly. And the Lord of the sheep sent the lamb to another ram, and raised it to being a ram and leader of the sheep, instead of that ram which had forsaken its glory. And it went to it, and spoke to it alone, and raised it to being a ram, and made it the prince and leader of the sheep. But during all these things, those dogs oppressed the sheep. And the first ram pursued that second ram, and that second ram arose and fled before it. And I saw till those dogs pulled down the first ram. And that second ram arose and led the little sheep. And those sheep grew and multiplied. But all the dogs and foxes and wild boars feared and fled before it. And that ram butted and killed the wild beasts. And those wild beasts had no longer any power amongst the sheep, and robbed them no more of aught. And that ram begat many sheep, and fell asleep. And a little sheep became ram in its stead. and became a prince and a leader of those sheep. And that house became great and broad, and it was built for those sheep. And a tower lofty and great was built on the house for the Lord of the sheep. And that house was low, but the tower was elevated and lofty. And the Lord of the sheep stood on that tower, and they offered a full table before him. And again I saw those sheep, that they again erred and went many ways and forsook that their house, and that the Lord of the sheep called some from amongst the sheep and sent them to the sheep. But the sheep began to slay them. And one of them was saved and was not slain, and it sped away and cried aloud over the sheep, and they sought to slay it. But the Lord of the sheep saved it from the sheep, and brought it up to me, and caused it to dwell there. And many other sheep he sent to those sheep to testify unto them, and lament over them. And after that I saw that when they forsook the house of the Lord and his power, they fell away entirely, and their eyes were blinded. And I saw the Lord of the sheep, how he wrought much slaughter amongst them in their herds, until those sheep invited that slaughter, and betrayed his plague. And he gave them over into the hands of the lions and tigers, and wolves and hyenas, and into the hand of the foxes, and to all the wild beasts. And those wild beasts began to tear in pieces their sheep. And I saw that he forsook that their house and their tower, and gave them all into the hand of the lions, to tear and devour them, into the hand of all the wild beasts. And I began to cry aloud with all my power, and to appeal to the Lord of the sheep, and to represent to him in regard to the sheep, that they were devoured by all the wild beasts. But he remained unmoved, though he saw it, and rejoiced that they were devoured and swallowed and robbed, and left them to be devoured in the hand of all the beasts. And he called 70 shepherds, and cast those sheep to them, that they might pasture them. And he spake to the shepherds and their companions, let each individual of you pasture the sheep henceforward, and everything that I shall command that you do ye. And I will deliver them over to you duly numbered, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and then destroy you. And he gave over unto them those sheep, and he called another and spake unto him, observe and mark everything that the shepherds will do to those sheep, for they will destroy more of them than I have commanded them. And every excess and the destruction which will be wrought through those shepherds record, namely how many they destroy according to my command, and how many according to their own caprice record. Against every individual shepherd all the destruction he effects. And read out before me by number how many they destroy, and how many they deliver over for destruction, that I may have this as a testimony against them, and know every deed of the shepherds, that I may comprehend and see what they do, whether or not they abide by my command which I have commanded them. But they shall not know it, and thou shalt not declare it to them, nor admonish them, but only record against each individual all the destruction which the shepherds effect, each in his time, and lay it all before me. And I saw till those shepherds pastured in their season, and they began to slay and to destroy more than they were bidden. And they delivered those sheep into the hands of the lions, and the lions and tigers ate and devoured the greater part of those sheep, and the wild boars ate along with them, and they burnt that tower and demolished that house. And I became exceedingly sorrowful over that tower, because that house of the sheep was demolished. And afterwards I was unable to see if those sheep entered that house. And the shepherds and their associates delivered over those sheep to all the wild beasts to devour them, and each one of them received in his time a definite number. It was written by the other in a book, how many each one of them destroyed of them. And each one slew and destroyed many more than was prescribed. And I began to weep and lament on account of those sheep. And thus in the vision I saw that one who wrote, how he wrote down every one that was being destroyed by those shepherds, day by day, and carried up and laid down and showed actually the whole book to the Lord of the sheep, even everything that they had done, and all that each one of them had made away with, and all that they had given over to destruction. And the book was read before the Lord of the sheep. And he took the book from his hand and read it and sealed it and laid it down. And forthwith I saw how the shepherds pastured for 12 hours. And behold, 3 of those sheep turned back, and came and entered, and began to build up all that had fallen down of that house. But the wild boars tried to hinder them, but they were not able. And they began to build as before, and they reared up that tower, and it was named the High Tower. And they began again to place a table before the tower, but all the bread on it was polluted and not pure. And as touching all this, the eyes of their sheep were blinded, so that they saw not, the eyes of their shepherds likewise. And they delivered them in large numbers to their shepherds for destruction. And they trampled the sheep with their feet and devoured them. And the Lord of the sheep remained unmoved, till all the sheep were dispersed over the field, and mingled with them the beasts. And the shepherds did not save them out of the hands of the beasts. And this one who wrote the book carried it up, and showed it, and read it before the Lord of the sheep, and implored him on their account, and besought him on their account, as he showed him all the doings of the shepherds, and gave testimony before him against all the shepherds. And he took the actual book, and laid it down beside him, and departed. And I saw till in that manner 35 shepherds undertook the pasturing of the sheep, and they severally completed their periods, as did the first. And others received them into their hands, to pasture them for their period, each shepherd in his own period. And after that I saw in my vision all the birds of heaven coming, the eagles, the vultures, the kites, the ravens. But the eagles led all the birds, and they began to devour their sheep, and to pick out their eyes, and to devour their flesh. And the sheep cried out, because their flesh was being devoured by the birds. And as for me, I looked and lamented in my sleep over that shepherd who pastured the sheep. And I saw again until those sheep were delivered by the dogs, and eagles, and kites. And they left neither flesh nor skin, nor sinew remaining on them, till only their bones stood there. And their bones too fell to the earth, and the sheep became few. And I saw until that 23 had undertaken the pasturing, and completed their several periods 58 times. But behold, lambs were born by those white sheep, and they began to open their eyes, and to see, and to cry to the sheep. Yea, they cried to them, but they did not hearken to what they said to them, but were exceedingly deaf, and their eyes were very exceedingly blinded. And I saw in the vision how the ravens flew upon those lambs, and took one of those lambs, and dashed the sheep in pieces, and devoured them. And I saw till horns grew upon those lambs, and the ravens cast down their horns. And I saw till there sprouted a great horn of one of those sheep, and their eyes were opened. And it looked at them, and their eyes opened. And it cried to the sheep, and the rams saw it, and all ran to it. And notwithstanding all those eagles and vultures and ravens and kites still kept tearing the sheep and swooping down upon them and devouring them, still the sheep remained silent. But the rams lamented and cried out, and those ravens fought and battled with it, and sought to lay low its horn, but they had no power over it. And I saw till the shepherds and eagles and those vultures and kites came, and they cried to the ravens that they should break the horn of that ram. And they battled and fought with it, and it battled with them, and cried that its help might come. And I saw till a great sword was given to the sheep, and the sheep proceeded against all the beasts of the field to slay them, and all the beasts and the birds of the heaven fled before their face. And I saw that man who wrote the book according to the command of the Lord, till he opened that book concerning the destruction which those 12 last shepherds that wrought, and showed that they had destroyed much more than their predecessors before the Lord of the sheep. And I saw till that man who wrote down the names of the shepherd, and carried up into the presence of the Lord of the sheep, and came and helped it, and showed it everything. He had come down for the help of that ram. And I saw till the Lord of the sheep came unto them, and took in his hand the staff of his wrath, and smote the earth, and the earth clave asunder, and all the beasts and all the birds of heaven fell from among those sheep, and were swallowed up in the earth, and it covered them. And I saw till the Lord of the sheep came unto them in wrath, and all who saw him fled, and they all fell into his shadow from before his face. And I I saw till a throne was erected in the pleasant land, and the Lord of the sheep sat himself thereon. And the other took the sealed books, and opened those books before the Lord of the sheep. And the Lord called those men the 7 first white ones, and commanded that they should bring before him, beginning with the first star which led the way, all the stars whose privy members were like those of horses. And they brought them all before him. And he said to that man who rode before him, being one of those 7 white ones, and said unto him, Take those 70 shepherds to whom I delivered the sheep, and who taking them on their own authority slew more than I had commanded them. And behold, they were all bound, I saw, and they all stood before him. And the judgment was first held over the stars, and they were judged and found guilty, and went to the place of condemnation, and they were cast into an abyss, full of fire and flaming, and full of pillars of fire. And those 70 shepherds were judged and found guilty, and they were cast into that fiery abyss. And I saw at that time how a like abyss was opened in the midst of the earth, full of fire. And they brought those blinded sheep, and they were all judged and found guilty, and cast into this fiery abyss. And they burned. Now this abyss was to the right of that house. And I saw those sheep burning, and their bones burning. And I stood up to see till they folded up that old house, and carried off all the pillars. And all the beams and ornaments of that house were at the same time folded up with it. And they carried it off, and laid it in a place in the south of the land. And I saw till the Lord of the sheep brought a new house, greater and loftier than the first, and set it up in the place of the first, which had been folded up. And all its pillars were new, and its ornaments were new, and larger than those of the first. And the old one which he had taken away, and all the sheep were within it. And I saw all the sheep which had been left, and all the beasts on the earth, and all the birds of the heaven, falling down and doing homage to those sheep, and making petition to and obeying them in everything. And thereafter those 3 who were clothed in white, and had seized me by my hand, who had taken me up before, and the hand of that ram also seizing hold of me, they took me up and set me down in the midst of those sheep before the judgment took place. And those sheep were all white, and their wool was abundant and clean. And all that had been destroyed and dispersed, and all the beasts of the field, and all the birds of the heaven assembled in that house. And the Lord of the sheep rejoiced with great joy, because they were all good and had returned to his house. And I saw till they laid down that sword which had been given to the sheep, and they brought it back into the house, and it was sealed before the presence of the Lord. And all the sheep were invited into that house, but it held them not. And the eyes of them all were opened, and they saw the good, and there was not one among them that did not see. And I saw that that house was large and broad and very full. And I saw that a white bull was born with large horns, and all the beasts of the field and all the birds of the air feared him, and made petition to him all the time. And I saw till all their generations were transformed, and they all became white bulls. And the first among them became a lamb, and that lamb became a great animal, and it had black horns on its head. And the Lord of the sheep rejoiced over it, and over all the oxen. And I slept in their midst, and I awoke, and saw everything. This is the vision which I saw while I slept, and I awoke, and blessed the Lord of righteousness, and gave him glory. Then I wept with a great weeping, and my tears stayed not, till I could no longer endure it. When I saw, they flowed on account of what I had seen. For everything shall come and be fulfilled, and all the deeds of men in their order were shown to me. On that night I remembered the first dream, and because of it I wept, and was troubled because I had seen that vision. The book written by Enoch. Enoch indeed wrote this complete doctrine of wisdom, which is praise of all men, and a judge of all the earth. For all my children who shall dwell on the earth, and for the future generations who shall observe uprightness and peace. Let not your spirit be troubled on account of the times, for the Holy and Great One has appointed days for all things, and the righteous one shall arise from sleep, shall arise and walk in the paths of righteousness, and all his path and conversation shall be in eternal goodness and grace. He will be gracious to the righteous, and give him eternal uprightness, and he will give him power, so that he shall be endowed with goodness and righteousness, and he shall walk in eternal life, and sin shall perish in darkness forever, and shall no more be seen from that day forevermore. And now, my son Methuselah, call to me all thy brothers, and gather before me all the sons of thy mother. For the words call me, and the Spirit is poured out upon me, that I may show you everything that shall befall you forever. And thereupon Methuselah went and summoned to him all his brothers and assembled his relatives. And he spake unto all the children of righteousness and said, Hear ye, sons of Enoch, all the words of your father, and hearken aright to the voice of my mouth. For I exhort you, and say unto you, beloved, love uprightness, and walk therein, and draw not nigh to uprightness with a double heart. And associate not with those of a double heart, but walk in righteousness, my sons, and it shall guide you on good paths, and righteousness shall be your companion. For I know that violence must increase on the earth, and great chastisement be executed on the earth, and all unrighteousness come to an end. Yea, it shall be cut off from its roots, and its whole structure be destroyed. And unrighteousness shall again be consummated on the earth. And all the deeds of unrighteousness and of violence and transgression shall prevail in a twofold degree. And when sin and unrighteousness and blasphemy and violence and all kinds of deeds increase, and apostasy and transgression and uncleanness increase, a great chastisement shall come from heaven upon all these. And the Holy Lord will come forth with wrath and chastisement to execute judgment on earth. In those days violence shall be cut off from its roots, and the roots of unrighteousness together with deceit. And they shall be destroyed from under heaven, and all the idols of the heathen shall be abandoned, and the temples burned with fire. And they shall remove them from the whole earth, and the heathen shall be cast into the judgment of fire, and shall perish in wrath and in grievous judgment forever. And the righteous shall arise from their sleep, and wisdom shall arise and be given unto them. And after that the roots of unrighteousness shall be cut off, and the sinner shall be destroyed by the sword. Shall be cut off from the blasphemers in every place, and those who plan violence with those who commit blasphemy shall perish by the sword. And now I tell you, my sons, and show you the paths of righteousness and the paths of violence. Yea, I will show them to you again, that you may know what will come to pass. And now hearken unto me, my sons, and walk in the paths of righteousness, and walk not in the paths of violence. For all who walk in the paths of unrighteousness shall perish forever. And after that Enoch both gave and began to recount from the books. And Enoch said, Concerning the children of righteousness, and concerning the elect of the world, and concerning the plans of uprightness, I will speak these things. Yea, I, Enoch, will declare them unto you, my sons, according to that which appeared to me in the heavenly vision, and which I have known through the word of the holy angels, and have learned from the heavenly tablets. And Enoch began to recount from the book, and said, I was born the 7th in the 1st week, while judgment and righteousness still endured. And after me there shall arise in the 2nd week great wickedness, and deceit shall have sprung up, and in it there shall be the firstborn, and in it shall a man be saved. And after it has ended, unrighteousness shall grow up, and a law shall be made for the sinners. And after that, in the 3rd week, at its close, a man shall be elected as the plant of righteous judgment, and his posterity shall become the plant of righteousness forevermore. And after that, in the 4th week, at its close, visions of the holy and righteous shall be seen, and a law of all generations, and an enclosure shall be made for them. And after that, in the 5th week, at its close, the house of glory and dominion shall be built forever. And after that, in the 6th week, all who live in it shall be blinded, and the hearts of all them shall godlessly forsake wisdom, and in it a man shall ascend. And at its close the house of dominion shall be burnt with fire, and the whole race of the chosen root shall be dispersed. And after that, in the 7th week, shall an apostate generation arise, and many shall be its deeds. And all its deeds shall be apostate. And at its close shall be elected the elect righteous of the eternal plant of righteousness, to receive sevenfold instruction concerning all his creation. For who is there of all the children of men that is able to hear the voice of the Holy One without being troubled? And who can think his thoughts? And who is there that can behold all the works of heaven? And how should there be one who could behold the heaven? And who is there that could understand the things of heaven, and see a soul or a spirit, and could tell thereof, or ascend and see all their ends, and think them, or do like them? And who is there of all men that could know what is the breadth and the length of the earth, and to whom has been shown the measure of all of them? Or is there anyone who could discern the length of the heaven, and how great its height, and upon what it is founded, and how great is the number of the stars, and where all the luminaries rest? And after that there shall be another, the 8th week, that of unrighteousness. And a sword shall be given to it, that a righteous judgment may be executed on the oppressors, and sinners shall be delivered into the hands of the righteous. And at its close they shall acquire houses through their righteousness. And a house shall be built for the great King in glory forevermore. And all mankind shall look to the path of uprightness. And after that, in the 9th week, the righteous judgment shall be revealed to the whole world. And all the works of the godless shall vanish from all the earth, and the world shall be written down for destruction. And after this, in the 10th week, in the 7th part, there shall be the great eternal judgment, in which he will execute vengeance amongst the angels. And the first heaven shall depart and pass away, and a new heaven shall appear, and all the powers of the heavens shall give sevenfold light. And after that there will be many weeks without number forever, and all shall be in goodness and righteousness, and sin shall be no more mentioned forever. And now I say unto you, my sons, love righteousness, and walk therein. For the paths of righteousness are worthy of acceptation, but the paths of unrighteousness shall suddenly be destroyed and vanish. And to certain men of a generation shall the paths of violence and death be revealed, and they shall hold themselves afar from them, and shall not follow them. And now I say unto you, the righteous, walk not in the paths of wickedness, nor in the paths of death, and draw not nigh unto them, lest ye be destroyed. But seek and choose for yourselves righteousness and an elect life, and walk in the paths of peace, and ye shall live and prosper. And hold fast my words in the thoughts of your hearts, and suffer them not to be effaced from your hearts. For I know that sinners will tempt men to evilly increase wisdom, so that no place may be found for her, and no manner of temptation may diminish. Woe to those who build unrighteousness and oppression, and lay deceit as a foundation, for they shall suddenly be overthrown, and they shall have no peace. Woe to those who build their houses with sin, for from all their foundations they will be overthrown, and by the sword shall they fall. And those who acquire gold and silver in judgment suddenly shall perish. Woe to you, you rich, for you have trusted in your riches, and from your riches you shall depart. Because you have not remembered the Most High in the days of your riches. You have committed blasphemy and unrighteousness, and have become ready for the day of slaughter, and the day of darkness, and the day of the great judgment. Thus I speak and declare unto you, he who has created you will overthrow you, and for your fall there shall be no compassion, and your Creator will rejoice at your destruction, and your righteous ones in those days shall be a reproach to the sinners and the godless. Oh, that mine eyes were a cloud of waters, that I might weep over you, and pour down my tears as a cloud of waters, so that I might rest from my trouble of heart. Who has permitted you to practice reproaches and wickedness, and so judgment shall overtake you sinners? Fear not the sinners, you righteous, for again will the Lord deliver them into your hands, that you may execute judgment upon them according to your desires. Woe to you who fulminate anathemas which cannot be reversed. Healings therefore shall be far from you because of your sins. Woe to you who requite your neighbor with evil, for ye shall be requited according to your works. Woe to you, lying witnesses, and to those who weigh out injustice, for such shall you perish. Woe to you, sinners, for you persecute the righteous, for ye shall be delivered up and persecuted because of injustice, and heavy shall be its yoke upon you. Be hopeful, you righteous, for suddenly shall the sinners perish before you, and ye shall have lordship over them according to your desires. In the day of the tribulation of the sinners, your children shall mount and rise as eagles, and higher than the vultures will be your nest. And ye shall ascend and enter the crevices of the earth, and the clefts of the rock, forever as ponies before the unrighteous. And the siren shall sigh because of you and weep. Wherefore fear not, ye that have suffered, for healing shall be your portion, and a bright light shall enlighten you, and the voice of rest shall you hear from heaven. Woe unto you, ye sinners, for your riches make you appear like the righteous, but your heart convicts you of being sinners. And this fact shall be a testimony against you for a memorial of your evil deeds. Woe to you who devour the finest of the wheat, and drink wine in large bowls, and tread underfoot the lowly with your might. Woe to you who drink water from every fountain, for suddenly shall you be consumed and wither away, because you have forsaken the fountain of life. Woe to you who work unrighteousness and deceit and blasphemy, it shall be a memorial against you for evil. Woe to you, you mighty, who with might oppress the righteous, for the day of your destruction is coming. In those days many and good days shall come to the righteous, in the day of your judgment. Believe, ye righteous, that the sinners will become ashamed, and perish on the day of unrighteousness. Be it known unto you, ye sinners, that the Most High is mindful of your destruction, and the angels of heaven rejoice over your destruction. What will you do, ye sinners? And who will you see on that day of judgment, when you hear the voice of the prayer of the righteous? Yea, ye shall fare like unto them, against whom this word shall be a testimony. Ye have been companions of sinners. And in those days the prayer of the righteous shall reach unto the Lord. And for you the day of your judgment shall come, and all the words of your unrighteousness shall be read out before the great Holy One, and your faces shall be covered with shame, and you will reject every work which is grounded on unrighteousness. Woe to you, ye sinners, who live in the mid-ocean and on the dry land, whose remembrance is evil against you. Woe to you who acquire silver and gold and unrighteousness, and say, we have become rich with riches and have possessions, and have acquired everything we have desired. And now let us do what we have purposed, for we have gathered silver, and many are the husbandmen in our houses, and our granaries are brimful as with water. Yea, and like water your lives shall flow away, for your riches shall not abide, but speedily ascend from you, for you have acquired it all in unrighteousness, and ye shall be given over to a great curse. And now I swear unto you, to the wise and to the foolish, for ye shall have manifold experiences on the earth. For men shall put on more adornments than a woman, and colored garments more than a virgin, in royalty and in grandeur, and in power, and in silver, and in gold, and in purple, and in splendor, and in food they shall be poured out as water. Therefore they shall be wanting in doctrines and wisdom, and they shall perish thereby, together with their possessions, and with all their glory and their splendor, and in shame and slaughter and in great destitution. Their spirits shall be cast into the furnace of fire. I have sworn unto you, ye sinners, as a mountain has not become a slave, and a hill has not become the handmaid of a woman. Even so, sin has not been sent upon the earth, but man of himself has created it. And under a great curse shall they fall who commit it. And barrenness has not been given to a woman, but on account of the deeds of her own hands she died without children. I have sworn unto you, ye sinners, by the Holy Great One, that all your evil deeds are revealed in the heavens, and that none of your deeds of oppression are covered and hidden. And do not think in your spirit, nor say in your heart that you do not know, and that you do not see that every sin is every day recorded in heaven, in the presence of the Most High. From henceforth you know that all your oppression wherewith ye oppress is written down every day till the day of your judgment.
You wake up every day and you don't gotta,
through your
worry about
folly
going
shall
off,
you
man.
perish, and ye transgress against the wise, and so good hap shall not be your portion. And now know that you are prepared for the day of destruction. Wherefore do not hope to live, ye sinners, but ye shall depart and die, for ye know no ransom. For ye are prepared for the day of great judgment, for the day of tribulation and great shame for your spirits. Woe to you, ye obstinate of heart, who work wickedness and eat blood. Whence have ye good things to eat and drink and to be filled? From all the good things which the Lord the Most High has placed in abundance on the earth. Therefore ye shall have no peace. Woe unto you who love the deeds of unrighteousness. Wherefore do you hope for good hap unto yourselves? Know that ye shall be delivered into the hands of the righteous, and they shall cut off your necks and slay you, and have no mercy upon you. Woe to you who rejoice in the tribulation of the righteous, for no grave shall be dug for you. Woe to you who set at naught the words of the righteous, for ye shall have no hope of life. Woe to you who write down lying and godless words, for they write down their lies that men may hear them and act godlessly toward their neighbor. Therefore they shall have no peace, but die a sudden death. Woe to you who work godlessness and glory in lying and extol them. Ye shall perish, and no happy life shall be yours. Woe to them who pervert the words of uprightness, and transgress the eternal law, and transform themselves into what they were not, into sinners. They shall be trodden underfoot upon the earth. In those days make ready, ye righteous, to raise your prayers as a memorial, and place them as a testimony before the angels, that they may place the sin of the sinners for a memorial before the Most High. In those days the nation shall be stirred up, and the families of the nation shall arise on the day of destruction. And in those days the destitute shall go forth and carry off their children, and they shall abandon them, so that their children shall perish through them. Yea, they shall abandon their children that are still sucklings, and not return to them, and shall have no pity on their beloved ones. And again I swear to you, ye sinners, that sin is prepared for a day of unceasing bloodshed. And they who worship stones and graven images of gold and of silver and wood and stone and clay, and those who worship impure spirits and demons, and all kinds of idols not according to knowledge, shall get no manner of help from them. And they shall become godless by reason of the folly of their hearts, and their eyes shall be blinded through the fear of their hearts, and through visions in their dreams. Through these they shall become godless and fearful, for they shall have wrought all their work in a lie, and shall have worshipped the stone. Therefore in an instant shall they perish. But in those days, blessed are all they who accept the words of wisdom and understand them, and observe the paths of the Most High, and walk in the paths of righteousness, and become not godless with the godless, for they shall be saved. Woe to you who spread evil to your neighbors, for ye shall be slain in Sheol. Woe to you who make deceitful and false measures, and to them who cause bitterness on the earth, for they shall thereby be utterly consumed. Woe to you who build your houses through the grievous toil of others, and all their building materials are the bricks and stones of sin. I tell you, ye shall have no peace. Woe to them who reject the measure and eternal heritage of their fathers, and whose souls follow after idols, for they shall have no rest. Woe to them who work unrighteousness and help oppression, and slay their neighbors until the day of the great judgment. For he shall cast down your glory, and bring affliction on your heart, and shall arouse his fierce indignation, and shall destroy all of you with the sword, and all the holy and righteous shall remember your sins. And in those days, in one place, the fathers, together with their sons, shall be smitten, And brothers, one with another, shall fall in death, till the streams flow with their blood. For a man shall not withhold his hand from slaying his sons and his sons' sons. And the sinner shall not withhold his hand from his honored brother. From dawn till sunset they shall slay one another, and the horse shall walk up to the breast in the blood of sinners, and the chariot shall be submerged to its height. In those days the angels shall descend into the secret places, and gather together into one place all those who brought down sin. And the Most High will arise on that day of judgment to execute great judgment amongst sinners. And over all the righteous and holy he will appoint guardians from amongst the holy angels, to guard them as an apple of an eye, until he makes an end of all wickedness and all sin. And though the righteous sleep a long sleep, they have not to fear. And then the children of the earth shall see the wise in security, and shall understand all the words of this book, and recognize that their riches shall not be able to save them in the overthrow of their sins. Woe to you, sinners, on the day of strong anguish, ye who afflict the righteous and burn them with fire. Ye shall be requited according to your works. Woe to you, ye obstinate of heart, who watch in order to devise wickedness. Therefore shall fear come upon you, and there shall be none to help you. Woe to you, ye sinners, on account of the words of your mouth, and on account of the deeds of your hands, which your godlessness has wrought. In blazing flames, burning worse than fire, shall you burn. And now know ye that from the angels he will inquire as to your deeds in heaven, from the sun and from the moon and from the stars, in reference to your sins, because upon the earth you execute judgment on the righteous. And he will summon to testify against you every cloud and mist and dew and rain, for they shall all be repelled because of you, from descending upon you, and they shall be mindful of your sins. And now give presents to the rain, that it may not be withheld from descending upon you, nor yet the dew, when it has received gold and silver from you, that it may descend. And the hoarfrost and the snow with their chilliness, and all the snowstorms with all their plagues fall upon you. In those days you shall not be able to stand before them. Observe the heavens, ye children of heaven, and every work of the Most High, and fear ye him, and work no evil in his presence. If he closes the windows of heaven and withholds the rain and the dew from descending on the earth on your account, what will you do then? And if he sends his anger upon you because of your deeds, you cannot petition him, for ye spake proud and insolent words against his righteousness. Therefore ye shall have no peace. And see ye not the sailors of the ships, how their ships are tossed to and fro by the waves, and are shaken by the winds, and are in sore trouble. And therefore do they fear, because all their goodly possessions go upon the sea with them. And they have evil forebodings of heart, that the sea will swallow them, and they will perish therein. Are not the entire sea and all its waters, and all its movements the work of the Most High? And has he not set limits to its doings, and confined it throughout by the sand? And at his reproof it is afraid, and dries up, and all of its fish die, and all that is in it. But ye sinners that are on the earth, fear him not. Has he not made the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein? Who has given understanding and wisdom to everything that moves on the earth and in the sea? Do not the sailors of the ship fear the sea? Yet sinners do not fear the Most High. In those days, when he had brought a grievous fire upon you, whither will you flee, and where will you find deliverance? And when he launches forth his word against you, will you not be affrighted and fear? And all the luminaries shall be affrighted with great fear, and all the earth shall be affrighted and tremble and be alarmed. And all the angels shall execute their commands, and shall seek to hide themselves from the presence of the great glory. And the children of the earth shall tremble and quake, and you sinners shall be cursed forever, and you shall have no peace. Fear ye not, ye souls of the righteous, and be hopeful ye that have died in righteousness. And grieve not if your soul into Sheol has descended in grief, and that in your life your body fared not according to your goodness. But wait for the day of the judgment of sinners, and for the day of cursing and chastisement. And yet, when ye die, the sinners speak over you. As we die, so die the righteous. And what benefit do they reap for their deeds? Behold, even as we, so did they die in grief and darkness. And what have they more than we? From henceforth we are equal. And what will they receive, and what will they see forever? Behold, they too have died, and henceforth forever they shall see no light. I tell you, ye sinners, you are content to eat and drink, and rob and sin, and strip men naked, and acquire wealth, and see good days. Have you seen the righteous, how their end falls out, that no manner of violence is found in them till their death? Nevertheless they perished, and became as though they had not been, and their spirits descended into Sheol in tribulation. Now therefore I swear to you, the righteous, by the glory of the great and honored and mighty one in dominion, and by his greatness I swear to you, I know a mystery, and I have read the heavenly tablets, and I have seen the holy books, and have found written therein and inscribed regarding them, that all goodness and joy and glory are prepared for them, and written down for the spirits of those who have died in righteousness, and that manifold good shall be given to you in recompense for your labors, and that your lot is abundantly beyond the lot of the living. And the spirits of you who have died in righteousness shall live and rejoice, and their spirits shall not perish, nor their memorial from before the face of the Great One, unto all the generations of the world. Wherefore no longer fear their contumely. Woe to you, ye sinners, when ye have died, if ye die in the wealth of your sins. And those who are like you say regarding you, blessed are the sinners, for they have seen all their days, and how they have died in prosperity and wealth, and have not seen tribulation or murder in their life, and they have died in honor, and judgment has not been executed on them during their lifetime. Know ye that their souls will be made to descend into Sheol, and they shall be wretched in their great tribulation, and in darkness and chains, and a burning flame where there is grievous judgment shall your spirits enter. And the great judgment shall be for all the generations of the world. Woe to you, for ye shall have no peace. Say not in regard to the righteous and good who are in life. In our troubled days we have toiled laboriously and experienced every trouble, and met with much evil, and have been consumed, and have become few, and our spirits small. And we have been destroyed, and have not found any to help us with even a word. We have been tortured and destroyed, and not hope to see life from day to day. We hope to be the head, and have become the tail. We have toiled laboriously, and had no satisfaction in our toil. And we have become the food of the sinners and of the unrighteous, and they have laid their yoke heavily upon us. And they have had dominion over us that hated us and smote us. And to those that hated us we have bowed our necks, but they pitied us not. We desired to get away from them, that we might escape and be at rest, but found no place whereunto we should flee and be safe from them. And we complained to the rulers in our tribulation, and cried out against those who devoured us. But they did not attend to our cries, and would not hearken to our voice. And they helped those who robbed us and devoured us, and those who made us few. And they concealed their oppression, and they did not remove from us the yoke of those that devoured us, and dispersed us, and murdered us. And they concealed their murder, and remembered not that they had lifted up their hands against us. I swear unto you that in heaven the angels remember you for good before the glory of the Great One, and your names are written before the glory of the Great One. Be hopeful, for aforetime ye were put to shame through ill and affliction, but now ye shall shine as the lights of heaven. Ye shall shine, and ye shall be seen, and the portals of heaven shall be opened to you. And in your cry for judgment, and it shall appear to you. For all your tribulation shall be visited on the rulers, and on all who help those who torment you. Be hopeful, and cast not away your hope, for ye shall have great joy as the angels of heaven. What shall ye be obliged to do? Ye shall not have to hide on the day of the great judgment, and ye shall not be found as the sinners, and the eternal judgment shall be far from you, and for all the generations of the world. And now fear not, ye righteous, when you see the sinners growing strong and prospering in their ways. Be not companions with them, but keep afar from their violence, for ye shall become companions of the hosts of heaven. And although ye sinners say, all our sins shall not be searched out and be written down, nevertheless they shall write down all your sins every day. And now I show unto you that light and darkness, day and night, see all your sins. Be not godless in your hearts, and lie not, and alter not the words of uprightness, nor charge with lying the words of the Holy Great One, nor take account of your idols. For all your lying and all your godlessness issue not in righteousness, but in great sin. And now I know this mystery, that sinners will alter and pervert the words of righteousness in many ways, and will speak wicked words, and lie, and practice great deceits, and write books concerning their words. But when they write down truthfully all my words in their languages, and do not change or diminish aught from my words, but write them all down truthfully, all that I first testified concerning them. Then I know another mystery, that books will be given to the righteous and the wise to become a cause of joy and of brightness and much wisdom. And to them shall the books be given, and they shall believe in them and rejoice over them. And then shall all the righteous who have learned therefrom all the paths of uprightness be recompensed. In those days the Lord bade them to summon and testify to the children of the earth concerning their wisdom, show it unto them, to give their guides, and a recompense over the whole earth. For I and my Son will be united with them forever in the path of uprightness in their lives, and ye shall have peace. Rejoice, ye children of uprightness. Amen. And after some days, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. And his body was white as snow, and red as the blooming of a rose. And the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes beautiful. And when he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun. And the whole house was very bright. And thereupon he arose in the hands of the midwife, opened his mouth, and conversed with the Lord of righteousness. And his father Lamech was afraid of him, and fled, and came to his father Methuselah. And he said unto him, I have begotten a strange son, diverse from and unlike man, and resembling the sons of God in heaven. And his nature is different, and he is not like us. And his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me that he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that in his days a wonder may be wrought on the earth. And now, my father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is amongst the angels. And when Methuselah heard these words of his son, he came to me at the ends of the earth, for he had heard that I was there. And he cried aloud, and I heard his voice, and I came to him. And I said unto him, Behold, here am I, my son, wherefore hast thou come to me? And he answered and said, Because of a great cause of anxiety have I come to thee, and because of a disturbing vision have I approached. And now, my father, hear me. Unto Lamech, my son, there hath been born a son, and the like of whom there is none, and his nature is not like man's nature, and the color of his body is whiter than snow, and redder than the bloom of a rose. And his hair of his head is whiter than white wool, and his eyes are like the rays of the sun. And he opened his eyes, and thereupon lighted up the whole house. And he arose in the hands of the midwife, and opened his mouth, and blessed the Lord of heaven. And his father Lamech became afraid, and fled from him, and did not believe that he was sprung from him, but that he was in the likeness of the angels of heaven. And behold, I have come to thee, that thou mayest make known to me the truth. And I, Enoch, answered and said to him, The Lord will do a new thing on the earth. And this I have already seen in a vision, and make known to thee that in the generation of my father Jared, some of the angels of heaven transgressed the word of the Lord. And behold, they commit sin and transgress the law, and have united themselves with women, and commit sin with them, and have married some of them, and have begot children by them. And they shall produce on the earth giants, not according to the Spirit, but according to the flesh. And there shall be a great punishment on the earth, and the earth shall be cleansed from all impurity. Yea, there shall come a great destruction over the whole earth, and there shall be a deluge and a great destruction for 1 year. And this son who has been born unto you shall be left on the earth, and his 3 children shall be saved with him. When all mankind that are on the earth shall die, he and his son shall be saved. And now make known to thy son Lamech that he who has been born to him is in truth his son, and call his name Noah, for he shall be left to you. And he and his son shall be saved from the destruction which shall come upon the earth on account of all the sin and all the unrighteousness which shall be consummated on the earth in his days. And after that there shall be still more unrighteousness than that which was first consummated on the earth. For I know the mysteries of the Holy One. For he, the Lord, has showed me and informed me, and I have read them in the heavenly tablets. And I saw written on them that generation upon generation shall transgress, till a generation of righteousness arises, and transgression is destroyed, and sin passes away from the earth, and all manner of good comes upon it. And now, my son, go and make known to thy son Lamech that this son which has been born is in truth his son, and that this is no lie. And when Methuselah had heard the words of his father Enoch, for he had showed to him everything in secret, he returned and showed them to him, and called the name of that son Noah, for he will comfort the earth after all the destruction. Another book which Enoch wrote for his son Methuselah, and for those who will come after him, and keep the law in the last days. Ye who have done good shall wait for those days till an end is made of those who are evil, and an end of the might of the transgressors. And wait ye indeed till sin has passed away. For their name shall be blotted out of the book of life, and out of the holy book. And their seed shall be destroyed forever, and their spirit shall be slain. And they shall cry and make lamentation in a place that is a chaotic wilderness. And in the fire they shall burn, for there is no earth there. And I saw there something like an invisible cloud, for by reason of its depth I could no longer look over. And I saw a flame of fire blazing brightly, and things like shining mountains circling and sweeping to and fro. And I asked one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto him, What is this shining thing? For it is not a heaven, but only the flame of a blazing fire, and the voice of weeping and crying and lamentation and strong pain. And he said unto me, This place which thou seest, here are cast the spirits of sinners and blasphemers, and those who work wickedness, and of those who pervert everything that the Lord has spoken through the mouth of the prophets, even the things that shall be. For some of them are written and inscribed above in the heavens, in order that the angels may read them and know that which will befall the sinners, and the spirits of the humble, and of those who have afflicted their bodies, and been recompensed by God, and of those who have been put to shame by wicked men, who love God, and love neither gold nor silver, nor any of the good things which are in the world, but gave over their bodies to torture, who, since they came into being, longed not after earthly things, but regarded everything as a passing breath, and lived accordingly. And the Lord tried them much, and their spirits were found pure, so that they should bless his name. And all the blessings destined for them I have recounted in the book. And he hath assigned them their recompense, because they have been found to be such as love heaven more than their life in the world. And though they were trodden under foot of wicked men, and experienced abuse and reviling from them, and were put to shame, yet they blessed me. And now I will summon the spirits of the good, who belong to the generation of light, and I will transform those who were born in darkness, who in the flesh were not recompensed with such honor as their faithfulness deserved. And I will bring forth in shining light those who have loved my holy name. And I will seat each on the throne of his honor. And they shall be resplendent for times without number, for righteousness is the judgment of God. For to the faithful he will give faithfulness in the habitation of upright paths. And they shall see those who are born in darkness led into
and to know the their power, their God. It's right, bro. You have made a statement too. You know, the spirit, before we feed this bitch, every Israelite go to their Israelite, whether they like we're going to go with it or not, they gonna know it's gonna be a thing. Yep.
Following the ball, yeah, and then to the point they want to pick no ground. I was telling them earlier,
And he said to me, this place is the prison of the angels, and here they will be in prison forever. And thence I went to another place, in the mountain of Hard, and there was in it 4 hollow places, deep and wide and very smooth. How smooth are the hollow places, and deep and dark to look at. Then Raphael answered, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, these hollow places have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the souls of the dead should assemble therein, yea, that all the souls of the children of men should assemble here. And these places have been made to receive them until the day of their judgment, until their appointed period, till the period appointed, till the great judgment comes upon them. I saw the spirit of a dead man making suit, and his voice went forth to heaven made suit. And I asked Raphael, the angel who was with me, and I said unto him, this spirit which maketh suit, who is it? Whose voice goeth forth and maketh suit to heaven? And he answered me, saying, this is the spirit which went forth from Abel, whom his brother Cain slew. And he makes his suit against him, till his seed is destroyed from the face of the earth, and his seed is annihilated from amongst the seed of men. Then I asked regarding it, and regarding all the hollow places, why is one separated from the other? And he answered me and said unto me, these 3 have been made, that the spirits of the dead might be separated, and such a division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is a bright spring of water. And such has been made for the sinners when they die and are buried in the earth, and judgment has not been executed on them in their lifetime. Here their spirits shall be set apart, in this great pain until the great day of judgment and punishment and torment of those who curse forever, and retribution for their spirits. There he shall find them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their suit, who make discourses concerning their destruction, when they were slain in the days of the sinners. Such has been made for the spirits of men who were not righteous, but sinners, who were complete in transgression. And of the transgressors they shall be companions, but their spirits shall not be slain in the day of judgment, nor shall they be raised from thence. Then I blessed the Lord of glory and said, blessed be my Lord, the Lord of righteousness, who ruleth forever. From thence I went to another place, to the west of the ends of the earth, and I saw a burning fire which ran without resting, and paused not from its course day or night, but ran regularly. And I asked, saying, what is this which rests not? One of the holy angels who was with me answered me and said unto me, this course of fire which thou hast seen is the fire in the west, which persecutes all the luminaries of heaven. And from thence I went to another place of the earth, and he showed me a mountain range of fire, which burned day and night. And I went beyond it and saw 7 magnificent mountains, all different each from the other, and the stones thereof were magnificent and beautiful, magnificent as a whole, of glorious appearance and fair exterior, 3 towards the east, 1 founded on the other, and 3 towards the south, 1 upon the other, and these in rough ravines, no one of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of these, and it excelled them in height, resembling the seat of a throne. And fragrant trees encircled the throne, and amongst them was a tree such as I had never yet smelt. Neither was any amongst them, nor were the others like it. It had a fragrance beyond all fragrance, and its leaves and blooms and wood really not forever, and its fruit is beautiful, and its fruit resembles the dates of the palm.
Right, so it's the same.
Then I said,
come back every
how beautiful is this tree, and fragrant, and its leaves are fair, and its blooms are very delightful in appearance. Then answered Michael, one of the holy and honored angels who was with me, and was their leader. And he said unto me, Enoch, why dost thou ask me regarding the fragrance of the tree? And why dost thou wish to learn the truth? And then I answered him, saying,
right, so you don't perish. Once you die, you don't perish. It's not one time you on planet Earth. You come back every 4 generations, and your
this
spirit
high
is
mountain which thou hast seen, his summit is like the throne of God. He is his throne. With holy great one, the Lord of glory, the eternal King will sit, when he shall come down to visit the earth.
Right, so after death shall a
And
judgment
as
come.
for
It says
this
about
fragrant
in
tree,
Exodus, you come
no
back
mortal
every
is
3 or 4
permitted
generations, so
till
you
the great
perish,
judgment,
and then
when he shall take
judgment.
vengeance on all, and bring everything to its consummation forever. And it shall then be given to the righteous and holy. Its fruit shall be for food for the elect. It shall be transplanted to the holy place, to the temple of the Lord, the
Right,
eternal
you shall live
King.
again, so after death,
Then shall
judgment
they
comes.
rejoice with
Again,
joy
you
and
live
be
again.
glad. And into a holy place shall they enter, and its fragrance shall be their
come back every
bones.
3 or 4
And they shall
generations.
live a long life
Play
on
out your
earth,
judgment on planet
such
Earth.
as their fathers lived.
And then
And in
shall
their
the
days
name
shall no
righteous
sorrow
be
or plague, or torment, or calamity touch them. Then blessed I the God of glory, the eternal King,
Scripture
who
say the
hath
spirit of
prepared
prophet
such things for the righteous,
So if
and
you
hath
been a
created
Lord or prophet
them,
in one
and promised
incarnation,
give to
you
them.
come back every 3 or 4 generations, you play
And
that
I went from thence
wicked
to the
nigga,
middle of the
come back every
earth,
3
and
or
I
4
saw a
generations.
blessed place in which there were trees which
It's
branches,
manifest.
abiding and blooming, of a juniper tree. And there I
Actually,
saw a holy mountain,
yeah, I already had
and
that.
underneath the mountain, there
That's
was
why I
a
get a
stream,
Hebrews 9
and
and
it
27.
flowed toward the south. And I saw toward the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine. In it also ran a stream underneath the mountain, and to the west thereof there was another mountain, lower than the former, and of small elevation, and a ravine deep and dry between them, and another deep and dry ravine was at the extremity of the four mountains. And all the ravines were deep and narrow, being formed of hard rock, and trees were not planted upon them. And I marveled at the rock, and I marveled at the ravines. Yea, I marveled very much. Then said I, for what object is this blessed land, which is entirely filled with trees, and this accursed valley between?
Right,
Then
after this
Uriel,
judgment,
one of the holy angels
Christians
who
will
was
read
with
that,
me,
and they'll think
answered
that
and
you
said,
perish and you go to either
this
heaven or
accursed
hell,
valley
and
is
that's
for
the end all
those
be
who
all.
are accursed
No, you have to
forever.
go through the
Here
precepts to
shall all
actually
be
get the
accursed be
understanding on that.
gathered together, who utter with their lips against the Lord unseemly words, and of his glory speak hard things. Here they shall be gathered together, and here shall be their place of judgment.
Are you ready for it?
In the last
This
days
is
there
2nd
shall be
Esdras
upon
chapter
them the
7,
spectacle
verse
of
56.
righteous judgment,
It says, for while
in
we
the
lived
presence
and
of the
committed
righteous
iniquity,
forever.
we considered
Here
not
shall
that
the
we should
merciful
begin to
bless
suffer
the
for
Lord
it
of glory,
after death.
the eternal King.
And
In
also,
the
if you
days
read
of
that
judgment
without
over
even
the
saying that, you
former,
would think that
they
you
shall bless
suffer
him
for
for
your
the
sins and
mercy
go to
in
hell. But now
accordance
you
with
come back
which
and that
he has
judgment is played on
assigned them
planet
their
Earth.
lot.
Somebody hold
Then I blessed the Lord of
Ecclesiastes 3
glory,
and
and
16.
set forth his glory, and lauded him
This is 2nd
glory.
Esdras 7 and 56. It says, for
And
while
thus
we
I went
lived
toward
and,
the east,
and committed
into the
iniquity,
midst of the
we considered
mountain
not
range of
that
the
we
desert.
should begin to
And I
suffer
saw
for
a
it
wilderness,
after
and it was solitary,
after death.
full of trees
Look at
and
2nd Esdras
plants,
7 and 47.
and water
It says, for
gushed
what profit
forth
is it
from
for
above,
men
rushing
now
like
in
a
this
copious
present time to live in
watercourse, which
heaviness,
flowed
and
toward
after
the
death
northwest?
look for
It
punishment?
caused clouds and dew to descend
Yeah.
on every side.
Same chapter.
And then
Yeah, same
followed
chapter.
another
Just further up.
place in the
It
desert,
says, for what
and
profit
approached
is
to
it
the
for
east
men
of this
now
mountain
in this
range.
present time
And
to
there I
live in
saw
heaviness,
aromatic trees
and after death
exhaling
look
the
for punishment?
fragrance of frankincense
See,
and
so
myrrh.
that
And the
dynamic
trees
of
also
death not being the end of it,
almond
you know
trees.
what I'm saying? It keeps coming up in the scripture.
And beyond these, I went afar to the east, and I saw another place, a valley full of water.
Live out your
And
judgment.
therein there was a tree, the color of fragrant trees, such as the mountain. And on the sides of those valleys I saw fragrant cinnamon. And beyond these I proceeded to the east. And I saw other mountains, and amongst them were groves of trees, and there flowed forth from them nectar, which is named Sorara and Galbanum. And beyond these mountains I saw another mountain, to the east of the end of the earth, whereon were also trees, and all the trees were full of statutes, being like almond trees. But when one burnt it, it smelled sweeter than any fragrant odor. And after these fragrant odors, as I looked towards the north over the mountains, I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard and fragrant trees and cinnamon and pepper. And thence I went over the summits of all these mountains, far towards the east of the earth, and passed over the Arabian Sea, and went far from it, and passed over the angels raised it. Then I came to the garden of righteousness, and from afar off trees more numerous than these trees and great. 2 trees there, very great, beautiful and glorious and magnificent, and the tree of knowledge, whose holy fruit they eat and know great wisdom. That tree is in height like the oak, and its leaves are like those of the carrot tree, and its fruit is like the clusters of the vine, very beautiful. And the fragrance of the tree penetrates afar. Then I said, how beautiful is the tree, how attractive to look at.
They even said Queen Elizabeth died. They said she died peacefully, right? She just went to bed and didn't wake up.
This is the tree
You know
of
what I'm saying?
wisdom, of which thy father, old in years, and thy aged mother, who were before thee, have eaten, and they learned wisdom, and their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were
Jeremiah
naked,
32
and
and
they were
18.
driven out
It
of
says,
the
thou
garden.
showest loving kindness unto thousands,
And from thence I went to the ends of the
the
earth, and
iniquity
saw
of the
there
fathers
great
into the bosom of their
beasts,
children
and each
after
differed
them.
from the other.
The great,
And I saw
the mighty
birds
power,
also
the Lord of
differing in
hosts
appearance
is his
and
name.
beauty and glory, the one differing from the
So
other.
Jeremiah 32 and
And to
19.
the east of those
And 18.
I saw
It
the
says, thou
ends of
showest
the
loving
earth,
kindness unto
whereon the
thousands,
heavens
and
rest,
recompense
and
the
the
iniquity
portals
of
of the
the
heavens
of the
opened.
fathers
And I saw
into
how
the
the
bosom
stars
of their
had
children
come
after
forth.
them.
And I counted the portals out of which they proceeded, and wrote down all their outlets, of each individual star by itself, according to their number, and their names, and their courses, and their positions, and their times, and their months. And Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, showed me. He showed me all things, and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws,
Listen,
and
that'll be
their
proven that
covenants.
actually reincarnation is a
And from
biblical
thence I went towards
concept.
the north,
It's actually
to the ends of
it's
the
a part of the
earth.
truth.
And there I saw a
That will
great
show how
and
solid
glorious
is your
device
house.
at the ends of the whole earth. And here I saw
got it?
3
It's
portals
like
of
the
heaven
first
open
Kings
in the heaven.
26.
Through each of them proceeded north wind. When they blow, there is cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. And out of one portal they blow for good, but when they blow through the other 2 portals, it is with violence and affliction on the earth, and they blow with violence. And from thence I went towards the west, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 portals of the heavens, open such as I had seen in the east, the same number of portals, and the same number of outlets.
David the Spirit.
And from thence I went to the south, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 open portals of the heaven. And thence there came dew, rain, and wind. And from thence I went to the east, to the ends of the heaven, and saw there 3 eastern portals of heaven open, and 3 small portals above them. Through each of these small portals pass the stars of heaven, and run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. And as often as I saw, I blessed always the Lord of glory. And I continued to bless the Lord of glory, who has wrought great and glorious wonders, to show the greatness of his work to the angels, and to spirits, and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the work of his might, and praise the great work of his hands, and bless him forever.
Which after you get whatever precepts you want, I'll
The
find it
second
and read it,
vision
but
which he saw,
he tells you
the vision of
that was
wisdom,
speaking of
which
Yahweh
Enoch,
literally
the
out of
son
his
of
own
Jared,
mouth.
the son of Mahalalel, the son of Canaan, the son of
Yeah, it's like,
Enos, the
First
son of
Kings
Seth,
3 and
the
6.
son of Adam
It's
saw.
1 Kings 3
And this is the beginning of the
Solomon
words
said,
of wisdom,
"Thou
which I
shalt unto
lifted
thy
up my
servant
voice
David,
to
my
speak and
father,
say to
great
those
mercy,
which dwell on
according
earth.
as he has walked
Hear
before
ye
thee
men of
in
old time,
and
and
righteousness,
see ye that come
and
after
uprightness of
the
heart,
words of the Holy One,
and thou hast
which
kept
I will
from him
speak
great
before the Lord of
kindness,
spirits.
that thou hast
It were
given
better
him a
to
son
declare them only to
to
the
sit
men
on
of
his
old
throne,
time, But even from those that come after, we will not withhold the beginning of wisdom. Till the present day, such wisdom has never been given by the Lord of spirits, as I have received according to my insight, according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits, by whom the lot of eternal life has been given to me. Now 3 parables were imparted to me, and I lifted up my voice and recounted them to those that dwell
between
on
David
earth.
And the Lord, people like to just gloss that over. Like they'll go into David's faults, even though not understanding that the Lord put David in those positions for His will to play out. But they'll try to blame it on David, like you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, Yahushua and David, they get disrespected so much to where you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you don't gotta worship neither one of them. Who we got to deal with then?
Where then will be the dwelling of the sinners, and where the resting place of those who have denied the Lord of spirits? It had been good for them if they had not been born. When the secrets of the righteous shall be revealed, and the sinners judged, and the godless driven from the presence of the righteous and elect, from that time those that possess the earth shall no longer be powerful and exalted, and they shall not be able to behold the face of the Holy. For the Lord of spirits has caused His light to appear on the face of the flesh, righteous and elect. Then shall the kings and the mighty perish, and
there is letting you know
that
is who Nathan was telling basically Solomon
none shall
in Psalm
seek for
17
themselves mercy from the Lord of spirits, for their life is at an
gotta
end.
be.
And it shall come to pass in those days that the elect whole children
That's the one that Nathan was talking about, which I was
and their
How
seed
could you get
will
around
become one with the children of men. And in those days Enoch received books of zeal and wrath, and books of disquiet and expulsion. And mercy shall not be accorded to them, saith the Lord of spirits. And in those days a whirlwind carried me off from the earth, and set me down at the end of the heavens. And there I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the holy, and the resting places of the righteous. Here mine eyes saw their dwellings with His righteous angels, and their resting places with the holy. And they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men. And righteousness flows before them as waters, and mercy like dew upon the earth. Thus it is amongst them forever and ever. And in that place mine eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and of faith. And I saw His dwelling place under the wings of the Lord.
So that they have to be the same person.
And righteousness shall prevail in His days.
Somebody get a
And the
Matthew 1 and 1?
righteous and elect shall be without number before Him
Matthew 1
forever
and 1?
and ever. And all the righteous and elect before Him shall be as strong as fiery lights. And their mouth shall be full of blessings, and their lips extol the name of the Lord.
The son of Abraham.
And
Right,
righteousness
the son of
before Him
David.
shall never
That's the son of Abraham.
It's Abraham, showing he's also Isaac as well, but
before Him.
that's all he's
There I
doing.
live,
Yes, and flesh out the
and my
easy.
spirit longs for that dwelling place.
This is the
And
spiritual.
there heretofore hath been my portion. For so
All
hath
man,
been
not gonna
established
accept this,
concerning
you're
me
gonna reject
before the Lord of spirits. In those days I praised and extolled the name of the Lord of spirits with blessings and praises, because He hath destined me for blessings
And somebody
and
go
glory,
Hebrews
according
7,
to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits. For a long time my eyes regarded that place, and I blessed Him and praised His name. Blessed is He, and may He be blessed from the beginning and forevermore. And before Him there is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever, and what will be from generation unto generation. Those who sleep not bless Thee. They stand before Thy glory and bless, praise, and extol, saying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of spirits. He filleth the earth with spirits. And here my eyes saw all those who
Solomon
sleep
said,
not.
Thou hast
And
showed
He stand
unto
before
thy
them
servant
and blessed
David,
him
my
and
father,
said,
great mercy,
Blessed be
according
Thou,
as He has
and blessed be
He
the name
walked
of the
before
Lord
Thee in
forever
truth
and ever.
and in
And
righteousness
my
and
face was
in
changed,
uprightness of heart.
for I could no longer behold.
saying it, that mercy.
And after that I saw thousands and thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000. I saw a multitude beyond number and reckoning, who stood before the Lord of spirits, and on the four sides of the Lord of Spirits. I saw four presences, different from those that speak not. And I learned their names. For the angel that went with me made known to me their names and showed me all the hidden things. And I heard the voices of those four presences as they uttered praises before the Lord of glory. The first voice blesses the Lord of Spirits forever and ever. And the second voice I heard blesses the elect one, and the elect ones who hang upon the Lord of Spirits. And the third voice I heard pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth and supplicate in the name of the Lord of Spirits. And I heard the fourth voice standing off the Satan and forbidding them to come before the Lord of Spirits. When is it going to happen forever? Who dwell on the earth. After that, I asked the angel of peace who went with me, who showed me everything that is hidden. Who are these four presences which I have seen, and whose words I have heard and written down? He said to me, the first is Michael, merciful and long-suffering. And the second, who is set over all the diseases and all the wounds of the children of men, is Raphael. And the third, who is set over all the powers, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who is set over the repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal life, is Nathaniel. And these are the four angels of the Lord of Spirits, and the four voices I heard in those days.
Most High controls everything.
And after that I saw all the secrets of the heavens, and how the kingdom is divided, and how the actions of men are weighed in the balance. And there I saw the mansions of the elect, and the mansions of the holy. And mine eyes saw there all the sinners being driven from them, which deny the name of the Lord of Spirits, and being dragged off. And they could not abide because of the punishment which proceeds from the Lord of Spirits. And there mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightning, and of the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are divided to blow over the earth, and the secrets of the clouds and the dew. And there I saw from whence they proceed in that place, and from whence they saturate the face of the earth. And there I saw closed chambers out of which the winds are divided. The chamber of the hail and wind, the chamber without reincarnation, nothing makes sense. And the cloud thereof hovers over the earth from the beginning of the world. And I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, whence they proceed, and whither they come again, and their glory
they got the promise, so you got to figure that
now
out.
one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they add nothing to their orbit, and they take nothing from it, and they keep faith with each other in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And first the sun goes forth and traverses his path according to the commandment of the Lord of Spirits, and mighty is his reign forever and ever. And after that I saw the hidden and the visible path of the moon.
You can't pull any precepts in and Solomon got beat down right there.
In that place by day and by night, the one holding a position opposite to the other before the Lord of Spirits. And they give thanks and praise and rest not, for unto them is their thanksgiving and rest. For the sun changes oft for a blessing or a curse. In the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteous, and darkness
so who did this happen to?
in the name of the Lord, who made a separation between the light and the darkness, and divided the spirits of men, and strengthened the spirits of the righteous, in the name of his righteousness. For no angel hinders, and no power is able to hinder, for he has come to judge more than all, and he judges them all the same. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned her in the heavens. Wisdom went forth to make her dwelling among the children of men, and found no dwelling place. Wisdom returned to her place, and took her seat among the angels. And unrighteousness went forth to her chamber, whom she sought not she found, and dwelt with them, as rain in a desert, and dew on a thirsty land.
That was a heavy task.
And I saw other lightnings, and the stars of heaven. And I saw how he called them all by their names, and they hearkened unto them. And I saw how they are weighed in a righteous balance, according to their proportions of light.
Yeah, that's exactly
I
what
saw
I'm
the
alluding
width
to.
of their
Exactly.
spaces, and the day of their appearing, and how their revolution produces lightning. And I saw their revolution according to the number of the angels, and how they keep faith with each other. And I asked the angel who went with me,
the
who
stripes.
showed me what was
So
hidden.
those are the
What are
stripes,
these?
okay?
And
He
he said,
didn't take those lumps
the
as
Lord of
a
Spirits has
salt.
showed
He took
me
those stripes,
their
those lumps as
parabolic
punishment,
meaning.
as Yahweh.
These are the names of the
Read
holy
verse
who
27.
dwell on the earth and believe in the name of the Lord of
Hebrews
Spirits forever and
7:27.
ever.
Who needeth
Also,
not daily
another
as those high
phenomenon I
priests
saw
to
in
offer up
regards to
sacrifices,
lightning, how
first
some
for
of
his
the
own
stars
sins, and
arise
then
and
for the
become
people.
lightning,
Right, so he didn't have
and
to do
cannot
that.
part with their new
But
form.
this he did once when he offered up
And this is the
himself.
second
Yes,
parable
because he
concerning
was
those
the
who
perfect
deny the
sacrifice. He was
name
a
of the
lamb without
dwelling
blemish,
of the
slain from
Holy
the
One
foundation of the earth.
and
So
the
we only
Lord
have to
of
do that
Spirits.
once. The
And
priests had to
into
do it
the
too.
heaven shall they
It was
not
still in the
ascend,
flesh, so making
and on the
mistakes, so
earth
we had
they
to
shall not
continuously
come.
offer those up.
Such shall be the lot of the sinners who have denied
Because
the
he was that
name
lamb
of the
slain from
Lord
the
of
foundation of
Spirits,
the earth.
who
He
will
had to do
thus
it once.
preserve for the day of
that's what
suffering and
seals us in
tribulation.
back in the heavenly
On
Father's
that
good
day
graces.
mine
Well,
elect one shall
Yeah.
sit on the throne of glory,
Verse 28.
and shall try
Nice
their
job.
work,
Read from 17.
and their places
He-
of rest
Hebrews
shall
7
be
and 27.
innumerable.
Who needeth
And their
not
soul
daily
shall grow
as those high
strong within
priests
them
to
when
offer
they
up
see mine elect
sacrifices,
ones,
for first
and
for his
those who
own
have
sins,
called upon
and
my
then for the
glorious
people.
name.
Right, for
Then I will
like I said, for
cause
his
mine
own sins
elect
as well,
ones to
like
dwell
the
among
brother
them,
said.
and I will
So
transform
he
the
had to
heaven and
offer
make
that
it an
sacrifice
eternal
for
blessing
himself
of light,
and for us.
and I will transform
Why
the
was
earth
that? Because
and
as
make
King
it a
Solomon, he was
blessing.
righteous at
And I
first.
will cause mine elect ones
he
to
was
dwell
doing a great
upon
job,
them,
but then
but
towards
the
the
sinners
end,
and evildoers shall not set
sacrificing
foot
and making
thereon.
idols unto
For I have
all his
provided
wives,
and
all
satisfied
the heathen
with
wives he
peace
had.
my righteous
So
ones,
he had to,
and I have caused
he had
them
to pay
to
for
dwell
that,
before
you know?
me.
Yes.
But for the
You don't
sinners,
get away.
there is
Yeah, you don't
judgment
get
and
away.
vengeance
At some
with
point,
me,
you're going
so that I
to
shall
have to get
destroy
that
them
issue.
from the
And
face
then
of the
notice
earth.
it called Solomon my son.
And there I saw
He shall
one
be
who had
my
a head
son.
of days,
Only
and
Adam,
his head was white
Solomon,
like wool. And with
Yahushai,
him was another being whose
of course,
countenance
King
had the
Isaac as well,
appearance
but
of a
they
man,
made it a point
and
to
his
say,
face
"He
was
shall
full
be
of
my son."
graciousness, like
And
one
that's
of the
why he
holy
whooped his ass
angels.
with that.
And I asked the
Told him,
angel
you know,
who went
because that was
with
his
me,
son.
and showed me all the hidden things
So he,
concerning that son of
Yahushua
man,
came back
who he
and
was,
learned his
and
lesson.
whence he was,
As Adam
and why
fell,
he
as
went
Solomon
with the head
fell.
of days. And he
You got to
answered
think,
and
as
said
a
to
nation,
me,
our throughness really
This is
starts
the
with
Son
Adam
of
and
Man,
Solomon.
who hath righteousness,
All of these captivities
with
we had to
whom
go
dwelleth
through, Syria
righteousness,
until now,
and who revealeth
that was after
all
Solomon.
the treasures of that which is hidden.
Dealing with this flesh, that
Because
was after
the Lord
Adam.
of spirits has chosen him,
So
and whose
Romans, the
lot
5th chapter,
hath
tells
the
you by one man's
preeminence before the
disobedience
Lord
were
of
we all made
spirits in
sinners.
uprightness
I mean,
forever.
but by one man's
And this Son
obedience
of
we were all
Man, whom
made
thou
righteous.
hast seen, shall raise
That's the
up
man.
the
That's
kings
the Son
and the
of the Most
mighty
High.
from their seats, and the strong from their thrones, and shall loosen the reins of the strong, and break the teeth of the sinners. And he shall put down the kings from their thrones
It
and
called,
kingdoms,
it called
because
Isaac
they do not
Abraham's
extol
only
and
begotten
praise
son.
him, nor humbly
But he had
acknowledge
other
whence
children.
the kingdom was bestowed upon them.
But I
And
got
he shall
one real
put
quick.
down the
This is
countenance of
Psalm
the strong,
72
and shall fill them with
and
shame.
1. Give-
And darkness shall be their
This is
dwelling,
David
and
speaking.
worms shall
Psalm
be their
4
bed,
Solomon is what
and they
it's
shall
called.
have no hope of
Give the
rising
king
from
thy
their
judgments, O God,
because
and
they
thy
do not
righteousness
extol the name of
unto
the
the
Lord of
king's
spirits.
son. And I'm going to jump to
And
the
these
point.
are they who
Verse
judge the
4. He
stars
shall
of heaven,
judge the
and
poor of
raise
the
their
people.
hands
He
against
shall
the Most High,
save the
and
children
tread
of the
upon
needy.
earth and dwell
He shall
upon it.
break in
And all their
pieces the
deeds
oppressor. When did
manifest
Solomon do?
unrighteousness.
Solomon
And
had
their power
peace
rests upon
because
their
David
riches,
broke
and their
the
faith is in
oppressor
the
down.
God
Solomon
which they
didn't
have
save
made
us.
their hands.
So
They
how is
deny
when
the
is
name
this
of the
going to be
Lord of
fulfilled?
spirits, and they
Also, when you
persecute
read
the
down, it
houses
says he's
of
going to
his
have dominion.
congregations,
Verse
and the
8, he shall
faithful
have
who hang
dominion
upon the
also
name
from
of the
sea to
Lord of
sea.
spirits.
Solomon only ruled in the promised land.
And in those days shall have ascended the prayer of the righteous,
So-
and the blood of the righteous from the earth before
If you
the
can't
Lord of
see it,
spirits.
you know, ultimately you
In
just
those
don't
days
have
the
ears
holy
to hear
ones
and
who
eyes to
dwell
see.
above in the heavens
Solomon is
shall
Yahushua.
unite with one voice,
what it boils
and
down to.
supplicate and pray, and
So
praise,
he also, even
and
on the
give
smaller
thanks
scale, when
and
you think about
bless the
certain
name of the
precepts,
Lord of spirits.
when King
On
Solomon
behalf
had
of
the
the blood
vision,
of the righteous which has been
he asked
shed,
for the knowledge, wisdom, and
and that the
understanding
prayer of the
to
righteous
basically
might not
rule
be
over the
in
people.
vain before
And then
the
when
Lord of
Yahushua
spirits,
came on the scene, what did he
the
tell people? Seek ye the
judgment
kingdom
might
first,
be done
everything
to
else will be
them,
added.
and that
So
they
those concepts continue to mingle throughout the whole, you know what I'm saying? And it's those little bitty tidbits that you like, okay, you know what I'm saying? And everybody don't get that.
So one greater than Solomon is here.
Like, bro, you got to deal with these scriptures, man.
And the hearts of the holy were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered. And the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous had been required before the Lord of spirits. And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom. And all the thirsty drank of them, and were filled with wisdom. And their dwellings were with the righteous and holy and elect. And at that hour the Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord of spirits, and his name before the head of days. Yea, before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of the heaven were made, his name was named before the Lord of spirits. He shall be a staff to the righteous, whereon to stay themselves and not fall. And he shall be the light of the Gentiles, and the hope of those who are troubled in heart. All who dwell on earth shall fall down and worship before him, and will praise and bless, and celebrate with song the Lord of spirits. And for this reason he has been chosen and hidden before
1 and 32.
before the creation of the world and forevermore. And the wisdom of the Lord of spirits hath revealed him to the holy and righteous, for he hath preserved the lot of the righteous.
Right, so
because
this is the
they
time
have
when
hated and despised this world of unrighteousness, and have hated all its works and ways in the name of the Lord of spirits. For in his name they are saved, and according to his good pleasure hath it been in regard to their life. In these days, downcast in countenance shall the kings of the earth have become, and the strong who possess the land because of the works of their hands. For on the day of their anguish and affliction, they shall not be able to save themselves. And I will give them over into the hands of mine elect. As straw in the fire, so shall they burn before the face of the holy. As lead in the water shall they sink before the face of the righteous, and no trace of them shall any more be found. And on the day of their affliction there shall be rest on the earth. And before them they shall fall and not rise again. And there shall be no one to take them with his hands and raise them. For they have denied the Lord of the spirits and his anointed. The name of the Lord of spirits be blessed.
So all these things that we're going into are completely lined up with the Solomon.
Forevermore.
You know, Yahweh being the king, being
all
the
the secrets of
beloved, Solomon being the king,
and
being the beloved
unrighteousness
son.
shall disappear as a shadow.
Having the kingdom established forever. It's talking about both of them. Two people are not going to, obviously, two people are not going to sit on the throne.
And his glory
so
is
spiritual ears, you got to understand that that's talking about Yahweh.
All generations.
Somebody got Matthew 21:5.
And in him dwells the spirit of wisdom, the spirit which gives insight, and the spirit of understanding and of might, and the spirit of those who have fallen asleep in righteousness. And he shall judge the secret things, and none shall be able to utter a lying word before him. For he is the elect one before the Lord of spirits, according to his good pleasure. And in those days the change shall take place for the holy and elect. And the light of day shall abide upon them, and glory and honor shall turn to the holy.
Right,
on
so
the day of affliction,
on which evil shall have been treasured up
lined up
together.
Sinners. And the righteous shall be victorious in the name of the Lord of spirits. And he will cause the others
like
to
Matthew
witness
22,
that they may repent
41.
and forgo the works of their hands. They shall have no honor through the name of the Lord of spirits, yet through his name they shall be saved. And the Lord of spirits will have compassion on them, for his compassion is great. And he is righteous also in his judgment. And in the presence of his glory, unrighteousness also shall not maintain itself. And his judgment, the unrepentant shall perish before him. And from henceforth I will have no mercy on them, saith the Lord of spirits. And in those days shall the earth also give back that which has been entrusted to it. And Sheol also shall give back that which it has received, and hell shall give back that which it owes. For in those days the elect one shall arise, and he shall choose the righteous and holy from among them. For the day has drawn nigh that they should be saved. And the elect one shall in those days sit on my throne. And his mouth shall pour forth all the secrets of wisdom and counsel. For the Lord of spirits has given them to him, and hath glorified him. And in those days shall the mountains leap like rams, and the hills also shall skip like rams satisfied with milk. And the faces of all the angels in heaven shall be lighted up with joy, and the earth shall rejoice. And the righteous shall dwell upon it, and the elect shall walk thereon. And after those days, in that place where I had seen all the visions of that
Psalm
which is
22
hidden,
and 16.
for I had been carried off in a whirlwind, and they had borne me towards the west. There mine eyes saw all the secret things of the heaven that shall be, a mountain of iron, and a mountain of copper, and a mountain of silver, and a mountain of gold, and a mountain of soft metal, and a mountain of lead. And I asked the angel who went with me, saying, What things are these which I have seen in secret? And he said unto me, All these things which thou hast seen shall serve the dominion of his anointed, that he may be potent and mighty on the earth. And that angel of peace answered, saying unto me, Wait a little, and there shall be revealed unto thee all the secret things which surround the Lord of spirits. And these mountains which thine eyes have seen, the mountain of iron, and the mountain of copper, and the mountain of silver, and the mountain of gold, and the mountain of soft metal, and the mountain of lead, all these shall be in the presence of the elect one as wax before the fire, and like the water which streams down from above upon these mountains, they shall become powerless before his feet. And it shall come to pass in those days that none shall be saved, either by gold or by silver, and none shall be able to escape. And there shall be no iron for war, nor shall one clothe oneself with a breastplate. Bronze shall be of no service, and tin shall be of no service, and shall not be esteemed, and lead shall not be desired. And all these things shall be denied and destroyed from the face of the earth, when the elect one shall appear before the face of the Lord of spirits.
The Spirit was prophesying of Yahweh.
There mine eyes saw a deep valley with open mouths, and all who dwell on the earth, and sea and island shall bring to you gifts and presents and tokens of homage.
You know what I'm saying?
But that
So
deep
all
valley
these,
shall not become full. In their hands commit lawless deeds, and the sinners
without doubt,
devour
you can't get
all
around
who
that.
lawlessly oppress.
Reincarnation is in the
Yet the
scriptures.
sinner shall be destroyed before the face of the Lord of spirits,
You know?
and they shall be banished from off the face of his
I
earth,
got something.
and they shall perish forever and ever.
This
And I
is,
saw all the angels of punishment
1 Kings
abiding
1
there,
and 39.
and preparing all the instruments of
Note,
Satan.
it says in
And I
Zadok,
asked the
the
angel of
priest
peace
took
who went
an
with
horn
me,
of oil out
For
of the
whom are they
tabernacle.
preparing these instruments?
Now,
And he said
the
unto
brothers
me,
who just
They
came in, who
prepare
was that
these
oil
the kings
for
and
that
the
was in the
mighty of the
tabernacle?
earth, that they may be destroyed
In
thereby.
particular, who?
And after this, the righteous and elect one shall cause the house of his
Where can that be found?
congregation to appear. Henceforth they shall be no more hindered in the
Exodus
name of the
30.
Lord of spirits.
Exodus 30.
And these mountains
there
shall
was
not
an oil
stand
made.
as the
I believe
earth
that's it,
before
yep.
his righteousness.
That was an oil
But
made,
the
a
hills
perfume
shall
made.
be as a
And that was
fountain of
only
water,
supposed to be
and the righteous
gift
shall have rest
for the
from the
sons of
oppression
Aaron
of
and his
sinners.
sons.
And I
Right?
looked
Here it
and
is.
turned to another part
1
of the
Kings
earth,
1 and 39.
and
And
saw
Zadok,
there a deep valley
priest took
with
an horn
burning
of
fire.
oil out of
And
the
they brought the
tabernacle and
kings
anointed
and the
Solomon.
mighty, and began
And
to
they blew the
cast
trumpet.
them
Now, what
into
does this
this deep
symbolize?
valley. And there mine eyes saw how
King and
they
priest.
made to use their
We're gonna be
instruments,
kings and
iron
priests.
chains of
You know what I'm
immeasurable
saying?
weight. And I asked
believe
the
David
angel
was
of
anointed with
peace
the
who
same
went
oil.
with me, saying,
You know what I'm saying?
For
And
whom
that
are
oil
these chains
was
being
only supposed to
prepared?
be for the high
And he
priest,
said
showing
unto
you that
me,
the high priest was
These
gonna come
are being
out
prepared
of
for
Judah,
the
which
hosts
fulfilled
of
Genesis
Undigital,
49
so that they may
chapter.
take them and cast them into
lawgiver
the
is gonna
abyss
come out
of
of Judah.
complete condemnation. And they shall cover their jaws with rough stones,
Yeah.
as the Lord of spirits
John the
commanded.
Baptist was from the
And
lineage
Michael
of Aaron,
and
he
Gabriel
baptized
and
Yahweh
Raphael
Shai.
and Phanuel shall take hold of
This is
them
the
on
man.
that great
This
day
is the high
and
priest.
cast them on that day into the burning furnace, that the Lord of
passed on.
spirits
That's
may
what John
take
the Baptist's
vengeance
job
on
was
them
to do.
for their unrighteousness in becoming
To
subject to
transition the
Satan
priesthood over
and leading
to,
astray those who dwell on the
Melchizedek,
earth.
which, that's
And in
Abraham,
those days shall
Yahweh Shai
punishment
over
come
him.
from the Lord of spirits. And he will open all the chambers of waters which are above the heavens, and of the fountains which are beneath the earth, and all the waters shall be joined with the water. That which is above the heavens is the masculine, and the water which is beneath the earth is the feminine. And they shall destroy all who dwell on earth, and those who dwell under the ends of the heavens. And when they have recognized their unrighteousness which they have wrought on the earth, then by these shall they perish. And after that, the head of days repented and said, In vain have I destroyed all who dwell on the earth. And he sware by his great name, Henceforth I will
Whosoever
not do so
compounded
to all who
any
dwell on
like
earth,
it, or
and I will
whosoever
set a
put
sign in
any
the
of it
heavens,
upon a
and
stranger
this shall be a pledge
shall
of
even
good
be
faith
cut
between
off
me
from
and
his
them forever, so long as heaven is above the
How
earth.
was these
And this
men
is
able
in
to get
accordance
back?
with my command. When I have desired to take hold of them by the hand of the
And then
angels on the
what's
day
that?
of
Proverbs 30,
tribulation and pain
Proverbs 1,
because of this,
where it goes
I will
into the
cause
house shall
my
be in here from the
chastisement
beginning.
and my wrath
If
to
he's
abide
been here from
upon
the
them,
beginning,
saith God.
Going through the scriptures, you see all the times where
Ye mighty
he
kings who
intervened
dwell on the earth.
in the
Ye shall have to behold mine
in the future of
election,
Israel,
how
pretty
he
much.
sits on
You
the
know what I'm
throne
saying?
of
That's
his
why I'm
glory
going into the
and
reincarnation
judges as
and
is
seeing all these different times where whether he was born a man or woman and came and did what he came to do, or whether he was sent from the heavens to make a point. He's always been
and they
there.
held scourges and chains of iron and
He's
bronze.
always been there. You
And
know
I
what I'm
asked
saying?
the
So
angel
being
of
the
peace
only
who went
begotten,
with
being
me,
reincarnated,
saying,
being
to
chosen
whom
from
are
the
these who hold the scourges
He's
going?
that guy.
And he said unto me, to their
Like-
elect and beloved ones, that they may be cast
Sirach
into the chasm
45
of
and
the
25,
abyss of the
according to
valley.
the covenant made with
And
David,
then
the son
that
of
valley
Jesse
shall be
of the
filled
tribe
with
of
their elect and
Yahweh,
beloved. And the
Judah,
days of their
that
lives
the
shall be
inheritance
at
of
an
the king
end,
should
and
be
the
to
days
his
of their
posterity
leading astray
alone.
shall not
So the
thenceforward
inheritance
be
of
reckoned.
Aaron should also
And in
be
those
unto
days
his
the
seed.
angels shall return, and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and Medes. They shall stir up the kings, so that a spirit of unrest shall come upon them. And they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they might break forth as lions from their lairs, and as hungry wolves among their flocks. And they shall go up and tread underfoot the land of his elect ones. And the land of his elect ones shall be before them a threshing floor and a highway. But the city of my righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses, and they shall begin to fight among themselves. And their right hand shall be strong against themselves. And a man shall not know his brother, nor a son his father or mother, till there be no number of corpses through their slaughter. And their punishment be not in vain. In those days Sheol shall open its jaws, and they shall be swallowed up therein, and their destruction shall be at an end. Sheol shall devour the sinners in the presence of the elect. And it came to pass after this, that I saw another host of wagons, and men riding thereon, and coming on the winds from the east, and from the west to the south. And the noise of their wagons was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the holy ones from heaven remarked it. And the pillars of the earth were moved from their place, and the sound thereof was heard from one end of heaven to the other, in one day. And they shall all fall down and worship the Lord of spirits. And this is the end of the second parable. And I began to speak the third parable, concerning the righteous and elect. Blessed are ye, ye righteous and elect, for glorious shall be your lot. And the righteous shall be in the light of the sun, and the elect in the light of eternal life. The days of their life shall be unending, and the days of the holy without number. And they shall seek the light, and find righteousness with the Lord of spirits. And there shall be peace to the righteous, in the name of the eternal Lord. And after this it shall be said to the holy of heaven, that they should seek out the secrets of righteousness, the heritage of faith. For it has become bright as the sun upon earth, and the darkness is past. And there shall be a light that never endeth. And to a limit of days it shall not come, for the darkness shall have been destroyed, and the light established before the Lord of spirits, and the light of uprightness established forever before the Lord of spirits. In those days mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightnings, and of the lights, and the judgments they execute. And they lighten for a blessing or a curse, as the Lord of spirits willeth. And there I saw the secrets of the thunder, and how when it resounds above in the heaven, the sound thereof is heard. And he caused me to see the judgments executed on the earth, whether they be for well-being and blessings, or for a curse, according to the word of the Lord of spirits. And after that, all the secrets of the light and lightnings were shown to me, and they lightened for a blessing and for satisfying.
Out of the ivory palaces
In the year 500, in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month, in the life of Enoch.
They put in their oil.
In that parable, I saw how a mighty quaking made the heaven of heavens to quake, and the host of the Most High, and the angels, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000 were disquieted with a great disquiet. And the head of days sat on the throne of his glory, and the angels and the righteous stood around him. And a great trembling seized me, and fear took hold of me, and my loins gave way. And dissolved were my reins, and I fell upon my face. And Michael sent another angel from among the holy ones, and he raised me up. And when he had raised me up, my spirit returned, for I had not been able to endure the look of this host, and the commotion, and the quaking of the heaven. And Michael said unto me, Why art thou disquieted with such a vision? Until this day lasted the day of his mercy. And he has been merciful and long-suffering towards those who dwell on the earth. And when the day, and the power, and the punishment, and the judgment come, which the Lord of spirits hath prepared for those who worship him,
the apostles and elders, great meal, some were welcome, spirit of toss and truth. Peace and blessings to the hopeful elect.
For the elect, a covenant, but for the sinners, an inquisition. When the punishment of the Lord of spirits shall rest upon them, it shall rest in order that the punishment of the Lord of spirits may not come in vain. And it shall slay the children with their mothers, and the children.
First and foremost, call Lord Yahweh, Vashem, Yahushai,
according to his mercy and his patience. And on that day were 2 monsters born, a being monster named Leviathan,
the God of Abraham,
to dwell
Isaac,
in the
and Jacob,
abysses of the
Vashem, which
ocean,
means in the name
over
of
the fountains of
Yahushua's
the
name,
waters.
of God the Son.
But the male is named Behemoth, who occupied with his breast a waste wilderness named Dudaim, on the east of the garden, where the elect and righteous dwell, where my grandfather was taken up, the seventh from Adam, the first man whom the Lord of spirits created. And I besought the other angel that he should show me the might of those monsters, how they were parted on one day and cast, the one into the abyss of the sea, and the other into the dry land of the wilderness. And he said to me, Thou son of man, herein thou dost seek to know what is hidden. And the other angel went with me and showed me what was hidden, told me what is first and last in heaven, in the height, and beneath the earth. Sunday night, and at the ends of the heaven, and on the foundation of the heaven, and the chambers of the winds, and how the winds are divided, and how they are weighed, and how the portals of the winds are reckoned, each according to the power of the wind, and the power of the lights of the moon, and according to the power that is big, and the divisions of the stars, and how all the divisions are divided. And the thunders according to the places where they fall, and all the divisions that are made among the lightnings, that it may lighten, and their hosts that they may at once obey. For the thunder has places of rest, which are assigned to it, while it is waiting for its peal. And the thunder and lightning are inseparable, and although not one and undivided, they both go together through the Spirit and separate not. And when the lightning lightens, the thunder utters its voice, and the Spirit enforces a pause during the peal, and divides equally between them, for the treasury of their peals is like the sand. And each one of them, as is peeled, is held in with a bridle, and turned back by the power of the Spirit, and pushed forward, according to the many quarters of the earth. And the spirit of the sea is masculine and strong, and according to the might of its strength, he draws it back with the rein. And in like manner it is driven forward and disperses amid all the mountains of the earth. And the spirit of the hoarfrost is his own angel, and the spirit of the hail is
so we're living under a
and the spirit of the snow has forsaken his chambers on account of his strength.
But us being Hebrews, okay, they are the past.
That which
all right,
ascends
that's
from
the word
earth is
Hebrew
like
means.
smoke,
The word Hebrew means that you are the past.
And the
right?
spirit of the mist
Us being
is
Hebrews,
not united with
we have
him
to
in their
acknowledge
chambers,
the
but it
whole
has
past.
a special chamber.
You know,
for
and that's
its
what
course
keeps
is
us
glorious both in
grounded
light and in darkness,
to not fall
and in winter
to
and
the
in
subtlety
summer.
of the
And
devil.
in its chamber is
Scripture
an
tell you
angel.
we're not
And the
ignorant to
spirit
Satan's
of the
devices.
dew has
Scripture
its
tell you that we're not,
dwelling at the
you know,
ends of the earth,
scriptures
and it
make
is
mention about
connected with the
the wiles
chambers
of the
of the
devil,
rain.
meaning the different trickery.
And its course is in
Scriptures tell
winter
you also
and
too,
summer,
he shall think
and
to
its
change
clouds
times,
and the
seasons, and
dew
laws.
of the mist
All right,
are
as he's
connected.
changing the
And the
times,
one gives to
seasons,
the
and
other.
laws,
And
we
when
got to
the
stay
spirit
focused
of
and
the rain
understand
then
the
goes
time and the
forth from
season
its chamber,
according to
the
Yahweh
angels
Shal
come
Shai,
and open
according
the
to
chamber
prophecy.
and lead it out.
Okay?
And when it is diffused
All
over
that,
the whole
all
earth,
that
it
encompasses
unites
of the
with
knowledge of
water
Yahweh
on the
Shal
earth.
Shai,
And
in which we're trying to
whatsoever
master,
unites with the
in which we're
water
trying
on
to
the earth.
get down
For the
pat.
waters
Scripture tell you
are
what,
for
it
those
says
who dwell on the earth, for they
that
are
in the place of drawing water, they shall rehearse the righteous acts.
Therefore,
Okay, so we're in the place
of
of drawing water. We're in the place of our captivity, and we're rehearsing the righteous acts. All right, why? Because that keeps your mind focused
and the angel of
and
peace who was
away
with me
from the
said to
distractions
me,
that's on
these
earth
two
today,
monsters
away from the
prepared
distractions of our
conformably
people
to the greatness
being
of God shall
toiled,
feed.
okay, by Esau,
And I saw in
Edom,
those days
and
how
his
long cords
deception.
were given to
All right,
those
because the whole
angels,
world
and they took
is
to
under the
themselves
vibration
wings
of
and
deception,
flew.
under
And they
a
went
vibration
towards
of
the north.
abomination of
And
wickedness
I
and
asked the
sacrifices
angel,
unto
saying
different
unto
gods.
him, Why
All
have
right,
those
when you get
angels
into the
taken
knowledge of
these
Yahweh
cords
and
and
Yahweh
gone
Shai,
off?
you understand
And he said
what
to
he
me,
wants as a
They
sacrifice.
have gone
You
to
understand
measure.
how the Heavenly
And
Father
the
and Son
angel who
wants
went
to be
with me
worshipped.
said unto me,
You don't worship
These
the Heavenly
shall
Father the
bring
way
the
you want to
measures
worship
of the righteous
Yahweh
and
and
the
Shai.
hopes
It
of the
doesn't work that way.
righteous to the
That's why you got
righteous,
these
that
individuals
they
out
may
there
stay
that are part of
themselves
Hebrew
on the
Israelite camps,
name of the
all
Lord
right,
of
that
spirits
supposedly know the
forever
name of
and
the
ever.
Lord, but
The elect
this,
shall begin
they
to
are
dwell
playing a
with the
separate
elect.
tune.
And those are
Okay,
the
come
measures
on.
which shall be given
Yeah, cut. I got
to
this.
faith,
Dealing
and
with
which
the
shall
moon.
strengthen
This is
righteousness.
Sirach 43.
These measures
verse,
shall reveal all the
let's see,
secrets
verse
of
6.
the
It
depths
says,
of the earth.
He made the
And those
moon
who have
also
been
to serve
destroyed
in
by
her
the desert,
season
and those
for a
who have been
declaration of
devoured by the
times
beasts,
and a
and
sign
those who have
of
been
the
devoured
word.
by
Right,
the
the
fish of
moon
the
is set up
sea,
for what?
that they
A
may
declaration
return
of
and
times.
stay
What is the word
themselves on the
declaration?
day of the elect one.
What does it mean to
For
declare
none
something?
shall be destroyed before the Lord of spirits,
To
and none
announce
can
it.
be destroyed.
To make it noisy
And all who
abroad.
dwell above in the heaven
Right?
received a
So that's
command
our job,
and
is
power,
to
and
declare
one voice,
the times
and
and the
one
seasons
light, like
according
unto
to the
fire.
structure
And now
and the
one,
calendars,
with their first
right?
words they blessed,
And also
extolled,
too,
and loudly
because you have a
with
spiritual
wisdom,
calendar
and
so
they
you
were
can
wise
understand.
in utterance, and
Okay?
in the spirit of life. And
You
the
got to
Lord
know
of
how to
spirits
discern the
placed
time
elect
that you're in.
on the
I'll
throne
give you an
of
example
glory.
when I say
And he
a
shall
spiritual
judge all
calendar,
the works of the
because it may be the
above
Sabbath,
heaven. And in the
right?
balance shall their deeds be weighed.
But
And
you
when
may
he
have to
shall
work.
lift up his
In the time of the
countenance to
Maccabees,
judge their
it was a
secret ways
Sabbath day,
according to the word
but they
of the
prayed
name
unto the
of
Lord.
of spirits.
Why? Because they had to fight
And their path
during the
according
time
to
of the
way
Sabbath.
of the righteous judgment of
So
the
it's
Lord
a time
of
when you got to
spirits.
put on a
They
particular
shall
mind
all
frame,
with one
even
voice
though,
speak and bless, and praise,
all right,
and extol and sanctify the name
even
of the
though,
Lord of spirits. And he will summon all the
you know,
hosts of the
what's
heavens,
the norm
and all
may be
the
required.
holy ones above.
In
and
other
the
words, you
hosts
may
of
have to
God,
operate outside
the
of the
cherubim,
norm.
the seraphim, and
Okay?
open
You got to
and
be
all the
spiritual
angels
to
of
know how
power,
to operate
and all the
outside of
angels
the
of
norm.
principalities,
Like for instance,
and the
again,
elect one,
it may
and
be the Sabbath
other
day,
powers
but you
on
may
the
be
earth,
called into work.
and over the
You
water.
can't say, you know what,
And on
to hell
that
with that.
day shall
This is
rise
Sabbath.
one
I ain't
and
working
bless
today.
and
I'm gonna tell my
glorify
boss
and
it's
exalt
Sabbath.
in the
No.
spirit of faith, and in
All
the
right, that's
spirit
not
of
wisdom.
and in
Okay?
the spirit of patience, and in the
It
spirit of
says,
mercy,
verse 7, it
and in
says,
the spirit
from
of
the
judgment
moon is
and
the
of peace,
sign of
and in the
peace,
spirit of
right?
goodness.
a light that
And shall
decreases
all
in her
say with
perfection.
one
Right, the
voice,
light that
Blessed
decreases
is
in
he,
her
and may
perfection.
the name
Meaning
of
what?
the Lord of spirits
The
be
moon has its own light.
forever
The
and
world
ever.
told you that the moon gets light
And all who
from the
sleep
sun.
not above
If
in the
that's the
heaven shall
case,
bless
then why does
him.
the moon
All
shine
the
during
holy
the time of
ones
the
who
day?
are in heaven shall
You can
bless
see the
him.
moon clearly
And all
in
the
certain
elect
times
who
of the day.
dwell in the
When
garden
something
of
that's
light.
illuminating something
And
else,
every
we
spirit
have an
of light
object
who
that's
is able
illuminating
to
something
bless
else,
and
and it's
glorify
during the
and
time of its
extol and
illumination.
hallow thy
then you wouldn't be able to see the thing that's being illuminated. In other words, the moon shouldn't show forth light during the time of the sun if the sun is what gave forth the light of the moon. It should be overshadowed, if you will, by the light of the sun. But that's not the case. Why? Because it has its own brightness. It's under its own subjection. It has its own decree. It plays its own role. All right, go ahead.
It says
the month is called after her name.
The month The word
And the
monk,
Lord of
if you
spirits
go into it
seated
from
him
the
on the
Latin,
throne of
right?
his glory.
It's synonymous
And the
with the
spirit of
definition of the
righteousness
word
was
moon.
poured out upon him.
All right,
And
that's where you get the
word
word
of his
Monday.
mouth slays all
Right?
the
Why?
sinners.
Because
And all
in
the
this world,
unrighteous
Monday
are
is the
destroyed
so-called
from
first day of the
before his
week.
face. And there shall stand up
Okay?
in that day all the kings and
Which
the
goes
mighty
into what?
and the
Lunes.
exalted and
All
those
right?
who rule
Luna,
the earth.
which means
And
what?
they shall
The
see
moon.
and recognize how he sits on the
Okay?
throne of his
Go
glory.
ahead.
It says,
And
increasing
righteousness is
wonderfully
just before
in her
him,
changing,
and no lying
being
word
an
is spoken
instrument
before
of the
him.
armies above.
Then
Most
shall
of the people
pain
in the
come
world
upon
that live,
them
you could
as
be
on a woman
45, 50 years
travail,
old,
and she hath
but don't
pain in
understand that
bringing
there's a
forth,
full moon every
when her child in her
29.5
mouth
days.
the womb, and she
People,
hath
oh, it's a
pain
full
in
moon
bringing
today.
forth.
It's a full moon
And
every
one portion of them shall look on the
29.8
other,
days or something like
and
that.
they shall be terrified.
Why?
And they shall
Because
be
the moon
downcast of countenance,
has an
and
increase
pain
and a
shall seize
decrease
them
in its own
when they
perfection.
see that Son of Man sitting on the throne of his glory.
People that deal with
And the
agriculture
kings
science,
and the mighty
they
and all who
understand these
possess the
things.
earth shall bless and
That's
glorify
where you get
and
the
extol
terminology,
him who
as
rules
is
over
above, so is
all,
below.
who was hidden.
Because if you understand the
For
heavens,
from the
you
beginning,
understand
the
what's
Son
going
of
to,
Man
what's going to
was
happen
hidden,
in
and
the
the
time
Most
frame
High
now.
preserved
That's why
him
even
in
the
the
scriptures tell
presence
you,
of his might,
right?
and
It says
revealed
what?
him to the elect, and the congregation of the elect and
It
holy
says
shall be
that-
sown.
Let me get it real
And all
quick.
the elect shall
This
stand
is the
before
book
him on that day.
of Genesis,
And all the kings and the mighty
Okay.
and the exalted and those
Chapter
who
1,
rule the earth shall fall down
verse
before
14.
him on their faces and
it says,
worship
and the powers
and set their
said,
hope on
let
that
there
Son
be
of
lights
Man,
in the
and
firmament
petition
of
him
the heaven
and
to divide the
supplicate
day
for
from the
mercy
night,
at his hands.
and let them be for signs
Nevertheless, that
and for
Lord of spirits
seasons
was so precious
and for
that they
days
shall
and
hastily
years.
go forth
And one of
from
the
his
key things
presence,
that said what?
and their faces
It'd
shall be
for
filled
signs.
with shame, and the darkness
So when you
will
read in
be
the heavens,
upon
you're
their
looking at the
faces,
heavens,
and he
you
will
understand
deliver
that
them to the
that's
angels
those
for
are particular
punishment,
signs
to
for what to
execute
come in this
vengeance upon
lifetime,
them,
man.
because they have oppressed his
Right?
children and his
Yahushua
elect.
told the
And they shall
Pharisees
be
that,
a
man. He
spectacle
said you
for the
discern the
righteous
face of
and
the
for
skies,
his
but
elect.
you can't discern.
They shall
You
rejoice
can't
over
discern
them,
prophets.
because the wrath of the Lord of spirits
Okay?
rests upon them, and his sword is drunk with their blood. And the righteous and elect
this is,
shall be saved on that
this is
day.
Luke,
And they shall never
21
thenceforth
and
see the face
25.
of the
It says,
sinners and the unrighteous.
and there shall be signs
And
in
the
the
Lord of
sun,
spirits will
and in
abide
the
over
moon,
them.
and
with
in
that
the
Son of
stars,
Man they shall
and upon
eat,
the earth,
and
the
lie
stress
down
of
and
nations.
rise
Right.
up
A part of the
forever
signs
and
too
ever.
is the
And the righteous and
chariots.
elect shall have risen
All right?
from the earth,
The so-called
and cease
UFO.
to be of downcast countenance.
All right?
And they shall have been clothed with garments of
So-called,
glory.
was it aerial
And these
phenomenal?
shall be the
Unidentified
garments
aerial,
of light of the Lord
unidentified
of spirits.
aerial
And your
IAP.
garments shall not
Right?
grow old, and your
Those
glory
are signs in the
will not
heavens,
pass
man.
away before the Lord of
When,
spirits.
when the scriptures talk about how
In those days
the wise
shall
men, they saw the
mighty and
stars,
kings who
the star
possess
from the
earth
north,
implore him
or the
to
star
grant
rising,
them a
sorry,
little
the
respite
star
from
from
his
the east.
angels of punishment.
All right,
to
what was
whom
they talking
were
about? They were
delivered,
talking about
that they
the
might
chariots
fall down
guiding
and
them to
worship
show
before the Lord
to
of
show
spirits and
them
confess
where
their
Yahweh
sins
was going to be
before him.
moved.
And they shall bless and glorify the
Scriptures,
Lord of spirits
when it
and
made
say,
reference to a
Blessed
cloud
is the
by
Lord
day
of
and a
spirits,
pillar
and
of
the
fire
Lord
by
of
night,
kings,
what
and
was
the
that
Lord
talking
of the
about? It was talking
mighty,
about the
and the Lord
chariots.
of the rich, and the
Well,
Lord
they
of the
saw it
glory,
with the
and the
carnal
Lord of
eye
wisdom,
and identified it
splendid
as a
in
sign in the
every secret
heaven.
thing is thy power
see?
from generation to generation,
I got an example.
and thy
for that.
glory
Maccabees.
forever and ever.
This is
Deep
Second
are all thy
Maccabees
secrets,
3,
and innumerable, and
verse,
thy righteousness
20.
is beyond reckoning.
I'll read 24. It
We
says,
have now learned
now
that
as
we
he was
should
there present
glorify and
himself
bless the
with
Lord
his
of
guard
kings, and him who
about
is
the
king
treasury,
over all
the Lord of
things.
spirits,
And they shall
and the
say,
prince of all
Would
power.
that we had
louder.
rest to
Yeah.
glorify and
It
give
says,
thanks
now
and
as he was
confess our
there
faith
present,
before his glory.
present himself
And now
with
we
his
long
guard
for a
about
little
the
rest,
treasury,
but find
the
it
Lord
not.
of spirits,
We follow
and the
hard
prince
upon
of
and
all
obtain
power
it not.
caused a
And
great
light is
apparition,
vanished from before
so that
us,
all that
and darkness is our
presumed
dwelling place
to come
forever
in
and ever.
with him
But we
were
have not
astonished at the
believed
power
before
of the
him,
Most High,
nor glorified
and
the
fainted
name
and
of the
were
Lord
sore
of spirits.
afraid.
Right, and that's the
Nor
time that we're coming
glorified
into.
our
We're coming
Lord,
into a time
but
of
our hope
apparition.
was in
You
the
see that,
scepter of our
you know,
kingdom, and in
allegedly,
glory.
the jab is having people seeing apparitions.
He takes us not.
Why? Because
and we find no
it's messing with their DNA and their mind frame, their psyche. All right?
And in his judgment, and in his justice,
So
and his judgments have
put
no
them in
respect of
subjection.
persons.
And
And we pass
ultimately,
away
to
from
put people
his
to death.
face on account of our works. And all
But
our
apparitions
sins
are being
up
seen,
in righteousness.
just like in times past. Go ahead.
Now they should say unto themselves,
Get caught up.
our souls are full of unrighteous gain.
For there appeared
It does not
upon them
prevent us
in
from
horses
descending
with a
from the
terrible
midst
rider
thereof
upon
into
him,
the burden of
and
sheep.
adorned with the very
And after
fair
that their
covering,
faces shall
and he
be
ran
filled with
fiercely and
darkness,
smote at
and shame
Heliodorus
before
with
thou
the
son of man.
forefeet And it
And they
seems
shall be
that
driven from his
that
presence,
sat
and the
before the
sword
Lord
shall abide
and
before his
complete
face in
harness
their
of gold.
midst.
Right. So that's talking about what those apparitional
This is
spirits
the ordinance
that
and
will open
judgment
up
with
to
respect to
Eliel's
the
daughters.
mighty and the
When he came up
kings,
against
and
the
the
temple of the Lord,
exalted, and those who possess the earth before the Lord of spirits. In other forms I saw hidden in that place. I heard the voice of the angel saying, These are the angels who descended to the earth, and revealed what was hidden to the children of men, and seduced the children of men into committing sin. And in those days Noah saw the earth, that it had sunk down, and its destruction was nigh. And he arose from thence, and went to the ends of the earth, and cried aloud to his grandfather Enoch. And Noah said 3 times with an embittered voice, Hear me! Hear me! Hear me! And I said unto him, Tell me, what it is that is falling
Second
out on
Maccabees
the
chapter
earth,
5 and verse
that
1.
the earth is
About
in such
the
evil
time
plight, and
Antiochus
shaken,
prepared
lest
the second
perchance I
voyage
shall
to
perish
Egypt.
with him.
And then it
And
happened
thereupon
that
there
all
was
the
a
city,
great commotion
for
on
the
the
space
earth,
almost
and a
40
voice
days,
was heard from
there
heaven,
was seen
and I
horsemen
fell on my
running
face.
in the air.
And Enoch, my grandfather, came and stood
Yeah,
by
because
me, and said
you
unto
know,
me,
even
Why
apparition
hast
was
thou
shown
cried
to
unto
the
me
heathen.
with a
That's
bitter
exactly what
cry
apparition
and
being
weeping?
showed to the heathen.
And a command has gone forth
know,
from the
you
presence
have
of the
to-
Lord concerning
you
those who dwell on the earth,
identify
that
aerial
their
phenomena
ruin
with
is
the chariots.
accomplished because they
The
have
chariots
learned
made
all
known
the
themselves
secrets
to
of
the
the
nations.
and all the
They had
violence of
depictions
the
in the
Satans,
ancient
and all their
in ancient
powers, the most
paintings
secret ones,
of the chariots.
and all the power of
You
those
find-
who practice
you find them in icon
sorcery,
forms.
and the power of
So
witchcraft,
think about
and
the
the
chariots,
power of those who make molten
in the ancient days,
images
they
for
appeared.
the whole
They
earth,
were depictions
and
of
how silver is produced
Yeah,
from the
it
dust
says,
of the earth,
there were
and how
seen
soft
horsemen
metal
running in
is
the air
in the earth.
and clothed
For lead
of
and
gold,
tin are not produced
and armed
from
with
the earth like
lances,
the first.
like a
It is
band
the
of
fountain that
soldiers.
produces them. And
That's
an
how the
angel
Most High is
stands
coming
therein,
back through
and
His
that
Son.
angel
He's
is
coming
preeminent.
in a holy
And
host.
after that
He's
my
coming in
grandfather
warlike
Enoch took hold of me
apparel
by
and
the
a
hand
warlike
and raised me
formation.
up, and said unto
Right?
me,
Just like
Go,
of
for
old.
I have asked the Lord
Right?
of
Verse
spirits
3, and
touching this
troops,
commotion on the
right,
earth. And he said unto
of
me,
horsemen in array,
because the
encountering
bearing righteousness,
and running one
their
against
judgment
another
has been
with
determined
shaking of
upon, and
shields
shall not be
and
withheld by
multitude of
me
spikes
forever.
and drawing of
Because
swords
sorceries,
and casting of
which they have
darts
searched
and
out
glittering
and
of
learnt,
golden
the
ornaments
earth and those
and
who dwell
hardness
upon it
of
shall
all
be
sorts.
destroyed. And
Wherefore
these
every
they shall
man
have
prayed
no place of
that
repentance
apparition
forever,
might
because
turn
they
to
have
good.
shown them what is
See,
hidden.
that was the apparition
And
that was
they are
shown.
the
And that
damned.
great
But
glory,
as
right?
for thee, my
You know?
son, the Lord of spirits
So when they
knows
see
that thou
that,
art pure,
they thought
and
they wanted that
guiltless
to
of this
turn for their
reproach
good.
concerning
Yeah,
the
for their own
secrets.
faith.
Yeah,
And
for
he
their
hath
faith.
destined thy
They
name to
astonished
be
that
among the holy, and
the
will
apparition,
preserve thee amongst those
Yeah,
that
the
dwell
power of
on
the
the
Lord.
earth, and has
You know?
destined
It's the
thy
power
righteous
with-
seed both
it's
for
the power of the
kingship
Lord,
and
man.
for great honors.
All these different
And
things.
from thy
Right?
seed shall
The
proceed a
instruments in the
fountain
heavens.
of the
All right,
righteous,
on down to
and
the
holy,
chariots.
without
All right?
number forever.
This is all a part of the
And
Most High.
after that, he showed me the
system.
angels of punishment, who are
You know, his
prepared to
algorithm.
come and let loose all the
Okay?
powers of the waters which are beneath the earth, in order to bring judgment and destruction on all who abide
And there
and
shall
dwell
be
on the earth.
signs in the sun,
And the Lord of
and in the
Spirit gave
moon,
commandments
and in
to
the
the
stars,
angels who were
and
going
upon the
forth,
earth,
that they
the
should
stress
not
of
cause the
nations.
Yeah, and
waters to
upon the
rise,
earth,
but
stress
should
of nations.
hold them in
So when we
check.
see
For
particular
those
things in the heavens,
angels were
we
over the
understand that
powers of the
World War
waters.
III is on
And
the
I went
brink.
away
We
from the
understand that
presence of
famine
Enoch.
is on the brink at a higher level.
And in those days the word of God came unto me, and he said unto me,
Unbalanced
Noah,
weights,
thy lot shall come
aka
up before
higher
thee,
prices
a lot without
for your
blame,
goods and
a
your
lot of
resources.
love and uprightness. And
You
now
see
the
those
angels
different
are
signs in the
making
heavens,
wood and
man.
building.
We
And when they have
expect
completed that
changes
task,
in
I
the
will
world,
place
man.
my hand upon it and preserve it.
All right?
And there shall come forth
There
from
was
it the seed of life. And a change shall
basically
set
a
in, so
video
that the earth
that
will
was
not
sent to you.
remain without inhabitant.
Right?
And I will make fast thy
And
seed before me forever
out
and
there
ever.
in
And I will
Utah,
spread abroad those who dwell with thee. It shall
basically,
not
it was
be
an
unfruitful on the
apparition.
face of
In
the
heaven, it
earth,
looked like the sun
but it
was
shall
setting.
be
He said, "Look, that's
blessed
not the sun
and
setting."
multiply
He
on
said,
the
"The sun
earth
setting on
in the
this side."
name of the Lord.
When you looked on
And
one
he
side,
will
it looked like the
imprison
sun
those
was setting.
angels who have shown
Right?
in righteousness in that burning valley which my grandfather Enoch
that
had
area
formerly
of Utah,
shown me in the
not
west,
too far, you have
among the
Wyoming,
mountains of
you have
gold and
Colorado,
silver and
you have
iron and soft metal and tin.
You know what that area?
And I saw that valley in which there was a great convulsion, and a convulsion of the waters. And when all this took place, from that fiery molten metal, and from the convulsion thereof in that place, there was produced a smell of sulfur. And it was connected united with those waters,
in the mind
and
of the
that
different
valley of
rulers,
the angels who had led astray
all right,
mankind
to press
burned
the
beneath
button,
that
to
land.
get the showdown
And through
going,
its valleys
to raise
proceed
the
streams
curtain,
of fire,
to get the
for
show
the
on.
angels are punished who had led
Put that
astray
shit
those who
on.
dwell upon the earth. But
Yeah,
those
that
waters
day's
shall
gonna
in
be shown
those
that
days serve for the
these
king
leaders,
and the
they
mighty
really
and
have
the
no power.
exalted
Right.
and those
And
who
what they're
dwell on
trying
the
to
earth,
use to
for the
instill
healing of the
fear in
body,
those people,
but
those
for the
people,
punishment of the
they don't
spirit.
even have control over
Now,
themselves.
their spirit is
It's
full
the
of
angel of
lust,
the Lord and the
that
heavenly
they may
Father.
be punished
He's
in their
gonna
body.
fulfill
For they have
prophecy.
denied the
They'll
Lord of
fulfill the
spirits, and see their punishment
Right.
daily, and yet believe not in
Yeah,
his
man,
name.
all
And in
things
proportion
work
as
for
the
the good of
burning
y'all
of their
watching our
bodies
shot.
becomes
You know,
severe,
remember
a
back in the day,
corresponding change
you
shall
sang
take
that
place in their
song of,
spirit forever and ever. For
you
before
got
the
the
Lord of
whole
spirits,
world
none
in
shall
his
utter an
hand.
idle word,
You
but
got
the
my little
judgment
bitty
shall come
brother.
upon them,
It is.
because
Boy,
they
the Most
believe
High
in
had.
the lust of their body,
That's
and
why he
deny
said
the
what?
Spirit of the
He
Lord.
said,
And those same waters will
you
undergo
do
a
good
change
and he
in
make
those
it
days.
evil.
For when those
The Most
angels
High
are
make it
punished
war,
in
and he
these
make it
waters,
peace.
these water springs shall change their
All right,
temperature.
so when it's-
And when
when
the
the World
angels
War
ascend, this water of the
gets
spring
brewing
shall
at a
change
higher
and
pace,
become
at a higher
cold.
level,
And I heard
the hand of
Michael
the Lord is
answering
going
and
to be
saying,
the
this judgment wherewith the
He's gonna
angels
be
are judged is a
the main
testimony for the kings
manipulation
and the
of it.
mighty who
You
possess
know?
the earth. Because these
It's
waters of
Isaiah
judgment
45 and 7.
minister
I
to the
form the
healing of
light
the body
and
of the
create
king and
darkness.
the lust of their
I make
body.
peace
Therefore
and
they will
create
not
evil.
see and will not
I, the
believe that
Lord,
those waters
do all
will
these
change
things.
and
Yeah,
become
man,
a
the Most
fire
High got
that
his hand
burns
in
forever.
everything, man. Nothing
And
gets
after that,
sanctioned.
my
If
grandfather
Esau
John
wants to
gave me
shoot
the
another
ancient
satellite
of all the
in the
secrets
heavens,
in the book in
that
the
has
earth,
to be sanctioned
which
by the
had been
Heavenly
given
Father.
to him, and he put them together for me in the
No
words
man
of
does
the
anything on
book
their
of
own
the
will.
parables. And on that day,
You know,
Michael
no one
answered
does anything on their
Raphael
own
and
will.
said,
Everything
the
has to be
power of the
sanctioned by the
Spirit
Heavenly Father via
transports
the
and
angels
makes
of the
me
Lord.
to tremble because of the
The angel
severity
of the Lord
of
is
the
what
judgment of the
manipulates the steps
secrets,
of men.
the judgment of
Manipulates
the
the
angels,
steps of people
who
in
can
general.
endure the severe judgment which has been
All right.
executed, and before
Now
which
this is
they melt
Amos 3
away.
and 6.
And Michael
Shall
answered
a
again
trumpet
and
be
said to
blown in the city,
Raphael,
and the
who
people
is
not
he
be
whose
afraid?
heart is not
Shall
softened
there be
concerning
evil
it,
in the
and
city,
whose reins are
and
not
the Lord
troubled
have
by the
not
word
done
of
it?
this judgment that has gone forth
Surely
upon
the
them
Lord
because of
power will
those
do
who had thus
nothing.
led them out?
When he
And
reveals
it came
the
to
secret
pass when he
unto
stood
his
before the
servants
Lord
the
of
prophets.
Right.
spirits,
So
Michael
everything
said
that
thus
gets
to
done, whether
Raphael,
it's war,
I
peace,
will not
all
take
that's
their
getting
part
manipulated
under
by
the eye
Yahweh
of the
and
Lord,
Yahushai,
for the
man.
Lord of spirits has
All
been
right?
angry
The
with
angels
them
of the
because
Lord.
they do as if they were
Okay?
the Lord.
If somebody get hit
Therefore
by a
all
car,
that is
if
him
it's
shall
death,
come upon
blood
them
in the streets,
forever and ever.
Yahweh
For
and
neither
Yahushai did
angel
it.
nor man
The
shall have his
Heavenly Father and
portion
the
in
Son did
it,
it.
but
The
alone
Most
they
High
have
ain't all
received their
good.
judgments
Contrary
forever and
to
ever.
what your
And after this
pastor and them
judgment, they
tell
shall
you.
terrify and make them to
All right?
tremble, because they have shown this to
Verse
those
8,
who dwell
just
on
like
the
when the
earth.
judgment of the
And
Lord's
behold the
going to be
names of
sweeping
those
through the streets of
angels,
America.
and these are
Guess
their
what? The Most
names.
High is going
The
to be
first
behind
of
you.
them is
All right?
Simjata, the
Go ahead.
second
It says the lion have
Ahika,
roared,
and the third
who will not
Amen,
fear?
the fourth
The Lord God
Kokabel,
has
the
spoken,
fifth
who can
Tudael,
but
the
prophesy?
sixth
Yeah, who come to prophesy?
Runjal,
When these
the
things come to
seventh
pass, you have to do
Danjal,
nothing
the
else but
eighth
refer back to the Bible,
Mekael,
man.
the ninth
And you have
Barakel,
individuals that have been
the
out
10th
on the highways and hedges
Azazel,
and the streets,
the 11th Armaros,
basically
the 12th
letting you know and
Batarhal,
forewarning you about
the
these
13th
particular things.
Busasehal, the
All right?
14th Hananel, the 15th Tudel, and the 16th Simapesiel, the 17th
This is Luke
Jetrel,
21
the 18th
and 26.
Tumenel,
It says,
the
men's
19th
hearts
Tudel,
failing
and the 20th
them for fear
Rumael, the
and for
21st
looking after
Azazel.
those
And
things
these are the
which are
chiefs of
coming
their
on the
angels,
earth.
and their names,
For the powers
and their
of
chief
heaven
ones
shall be
over
shaken.
hundreds and over 50s
And
and over
then
10s.
shall they see the Son of Man
The name of
coming.
the
Yeah, what
first,
do you mean the
Jacob,
powers of heaven?
that is the one who
Meaning
led
what?
astray
These different
all the sons
satellites,
of
these
God,
rocket
and
ships
brought
is gonna
them
be shot
down
off.
to the earth,
All
and
right?
led them astray
Also,
through the
too,
daughters of men.
Right? You're going to
And
have
the
these
second was
different
named
nations
Asbahel.
being rattled in
He
the midst of this
imparted to the
destruction.
holy sons of God evil counsel,
You know?
and led them astray so that they defiled their bodies with the daughters
Go
of
ahead.
men.
It says, and then
And the
shall they
third was
see
named
the Son of Man
Gabriel.
coming.
He
Right,
it is
because
who
in the
showed
midst
the
of
children of
the
men
powers of
all
heaven
the blows
being
of
shaken,
death.
Yahweh
And he
Shai
goes
is going to
straight
return with the Holy Ghost
and showed the weapons of
to
death
shake it up
to the
even
sons
more.
of men, and the shield
You know?
and the coat of mail, and the
It
sword
says, and
of
then
battle,
shall they see
and all
the
the
Son of
weapons
Man
of
coming
death
in
to
a
the children of
cloud
men.
with
And
power
from
and
his
great
hand
glory.
they have proceeded against those who dwell on the earth from that day and forevermore.
It says, and when
And the
these
fourth
things
was
begin
named
to come to
Nimue.
pass,
He taught the
then
children of
look
men
up
the bitter and the
and
sweet,
lift up your
and he taught
heads,
them all the
for
secrets
your
of their
redemption
wisdom.
draweth
And he instructed
nigh.
Right,
mankind
you
in
seeing
writing
that
with
already
ink and
with the
paper,
different wars,
and thereby
Ukraine,
many have
all right,
sinned
and
from
in Eastern
eternity
Europe,
to eternity,
all right,
and until
even in
this
Russia.
day.
All
For
right,
men
things are
were
being
not
shaken up
created
right
for
now.
such a purpose,
That's why we're
to
looking
give
up more and more every
confirmation
day.
to their good faith.
All right,
pretending.
the
For
day
men
of the
were
Lord
created exactly like
is
the
very
angels,
soon at hand.
to the
All right,
intent
the
that they
return of
should
the Lord,
continue
Yahweh Shai,
pure and
is very
righteous,
soon at
and
hand.
death which destroys everything.
All right? Why? Because
Could not have
these
taken
things,
hold of them,
we're getting to
with
different
their
new
knowledge,
heights,
they are
and
perishing.
new stages,
And
new
through this
levels.
power, it is consuming me.
All right? More,
And the fifth
every day.
is named Kazdesha. This is
There
he
is a
who
price to
showed
pay
the
for all this
children of
wickedness,
men
man.
all the
And the
wicked
Most High
smitings of spirits
exacerbate the
and
wickedness
demons, and the
because what? He
smitings of
sent
the
his spirit
embryo
to
in the
amend it.
womb,
So
that
all,
it may pass
in order
away,
for all this
and the
wickedness to be
smitings of the soul, and the
corrected,
bites of
the
the
Lord has to
serpent,
bring
and the
forth terror
smitings which
to
befall through the
transition this
noontide
place
heat.
into a place, to
The son of
transition
the
the earth
serpent,
into a
named
place of
Tabael,
righteousness,
and
and to
this
take out
is
the
the
current
task
leadership
of
out of the earth.
Hazael, the
So that's
chief
why you
of
have to
the
see all of
earth,
this terror
which
that
he
we
showed
speak
to
of
the
according
Holy
to the
Ones
Bible,
when he
man.
dwelt
There
high
has to
above
be
in
famine.
glory.
There has to
And
be
its name
tribulation.
is Becca.
Right? Just like in the times of
This
Noah, just like
angel
in the times of
requested
Noah,
Michael
the
to
Most
show
High let the
him
earth
his
be
name,
corrupted
that he might
until
enunciate it
until
in
he
the earth, so that
take it
those
over.
might
That's why
wait
this,
before that name in whom who revealed
know what I'm
all
getting.
that is
Salak, I'm
secret
gonna
to
back
the
you up real
children of
quick because that
men.
same thing's
And
gonna
this
apply right
is
now.
the power of this oath, for
Right?
it is powerful and strong.
This is the book
And he placed
of
this oath,
Revelation,
Aka, in the hands
chapter
of Michael.
18, and I'm gonna
And
start at
these are the
verse
secrets of this oath.
4.
And they are
And I
strong
heard
through his
another
oath.
voice from heaven
And the
saying,
heaven was
"Come out
suspended before
out
the
of her,
world
my
was
people,
created, and
that ye be
forever.
not
And
partaker
through
of
it
her
the earth
sins,
was founded upon
that
the
ye
water. And from the
receive not
secret
of her plagues,
recesses of the
for her
mountains came
sins
beautiful
had
waters,
reached
from
unto
the creation
heaven,
of the world and
and the
unto
Most
eternity.
High
And
have
through
remembered
that
her
oath
iniquity."
the sea was created, and
Shall
as
have
its
allotted this place
foundation he
a
set
certain
for
amount
it
of
the
time to
sand
go.
against the
And
time of its
in that
anger.
certain amount of
And it
time that
did
he's
not
allotted,
pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto eternity.
rulership,
And through
all right,
that
this
oath
devil
are the depths made
done
fast,
nothing but what?
and abide and
Continue
stir
in his
not from
wickedness,
their
right? And
place
that's
from
going to be the time
eternity
frame
to eternity.
when the
And
Lord
through
returns.
that oath the sun
You
and
read
moon
that,
complete their course, and deviate not from their ordinance from eternity to eternity.
Because what? There was a
And
certain
through
height
that
of
oath the
wickedness.
stars
The Most High
complete
said
their
that's
course,
enough.
and he calls
Same
them
thing in
by
the
their
book,
names,
in the book of
and they
Revelation during the
answer
time
him
of
from
Babylon the
eternity
Great,
to
which we're living
eternity.
in right now.
And in
There's
like manner
going to be
the
a certain
spirits
light
of
of
the
wickedness
water,
for
and
this
of the
place to
winds, and of
accomplish.
all zephyrs
And then
in
that's
their
when the Most High
paths,
is going
from
to cut
all the
everything
quarters
short.
of the winds.
Right?
And there are preserved the voices of the
Because he said
thunder,
what?
and the
He has
light of
set
the
forth a
lightning,
bound
and
in
there are
which he cannot
preserved the
pass.
chambers of the hail, and the chambers of the hoarfrost,
This is
and the
Second Ezra
chambers of the mist, and
15
the
and
chambers
6.
of the rain and the
It
dew.
says, "For
And
wickedness
all
have
these
exceedingly
believe and give
polluted the
thanks
whole
before
earth,"
the Lord
right?
of spirits,
And their
and glorify
hurtful
him
works
with
are
all their
fulfilled.
power,
Yeah, their
and their
hurtful works.
food is in
It is
every
accomplished.
act
They've done
thanksgiving.
enough.
They thank and
All
glorify
right?
and
All
extol the
throughout the
name
earth,
of the
not just
Lord
here in
of
America,
spirits forever
while
and
people
ever.
getting shot down,
And this
weed and
oath is mighty
GMOs,
over them,
right?
and
And
through
the rest
it
of the
they are
nations are
preserved,
benefiting off
and
our
their paths
downfall.
are
But look at the rest of
preserved,
the
and their
earth.
course is not destroyed.
All right, you got that
And there was
situation in
great
Iran
joy
with the women that
amongst
get
them,
completely
and they
out of order.
blessed and glorified and
All right,
extolled,
you got the
because the name
financial
of that
system of
Son
the world
of Man has
being
been revealed unto them.
dismayed and
And
broken
he
down.
sat on the throne
When
of his glory,
it's
and the sum
unbalanced.
of judgment
But that's an
was
abomination
given
unto the
unto
Lord,
Son of
man.
Man.
Usury,
And he caused the
extortion,
sinners to pass
murderers.
away and
All
be
right,
destroyed from off
scriptures
the
talk about
face of
how
the earth. And those
this
who
man
have led the
oppresses a
world
man
astray,
and his
with chains
heritage.
shall they be bound,
A house,
and
his
in
house
their
and his
place
heritage.
of destruction shall they be imprisoned.
All right.
And all their works
Verse 7,
vanished
it
from
says,
the face
"Therefore
of the
saith
earth,
the Lord,
and from henceforth
I
there
will
shall
hold
be
my
nothing
tongue no
corruptible.
more,
For that
as
Son of
touching their
Man has
wickedness,"
appeared,
right?
and has
Which
seated
they
himself
profane. Well,
on
that's
the throne of
spiritual right
his
there in
glory,
itself.
and all
Because
evil shall pass away before his face. And the word of that
chariots of
Son
the
of
Lord
Man shall
are
go
likened
forth and be strong
with
before
the
the
beam
Lord
of
of
fire
spirits.
is
This
likened
is
unto
the
his
third
mouth being
parable of
open.
Enoch.
Right? So he said the
And
tongue
it
of the
came
Lord
to
will be
pass
what?
after this,
He says, "I
that
will
his
hold my
name
tongue
during
no
his
more,"
lifetime
right?
was
As
raised
touching
aloft,
their
that
wickedness.
Son of
I will
Man,
hold my tongue
into
no
the
more.
Lord
Because
of
what?
spirits,
That's
from
likened unto the
amongst
beams of the
those
chariot
who
as
dwell
well.
on the earth. And he was raised
All
aloft
right?
on chariots of the
Because
Spirit,
scripture talk about
and
when
his
he
name
shouted, it
vanished
was a
among
blasting.
them. And from that day,
Okay,
I was
so
no
that's
longer
synonymous
numbered
too with the
amongst
tongue of
them.
the Lord.
And he set me
Also
between
too,
the two winds,
when the
between
men of
the
the Lord
north and
coming
the
out and
west, where
exposing
the angels
this
took the
society
cords to
and the structure of this world
for the elect
for the wickedest days
and there I saw the first
throughout
fathers and
the
righteous
heavens and the
from
seas, the lands, the people.
And it came to pass
Somebody
after
has
this
to
that my
speak up
spirit
against
was
this, man.
translated, and it ascended into the heavens.
Yeah, it says,
And I saw the holy
it says,
sons of God.
for wickedness
They were
that
stepping on
exceedingly
flames of
polluted the
fire.
whole earth.
Their garments were white, and their raiment and their faces shone like snow. And I saw two streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth. And I fell on my face before the Lord of Spirits, and the angel Michael, one of the archangels, seized me by my right hand,
and there's a repercussion for that.
and led me
You
forth
can't.
into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness. And he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the
so
heavens.
you think, oh, well,
and
it
all
ain't
the
bothering
chambers of
nobody.
all
That's just
stars,
me and me.
and all
This
the
life.
secrets
Why you
which
worrying
they
about me?
perceived through the face of the
Because
Holy
you're going to bring forth the destruction of our
and he
nation.
translated my
But see,
spirit
lest the
into the
Lord
heaven
did
of
what?
heavens.
He left a
And
little
I saw
remnant.
there, as it
He left a
were, a
remnant,
structure
man, that's not
built
going
with
to
crystals.
concede or,
And between those
concede
crystals tongues of
unto the
living fire.
philosophy of this devil,
And my
man.
spirit saw the girdle
He's
which
not going to
girt
bow.
that house
The
of
elect is
fire.
not going to bow
And
down
on
to
its
the
four
image
sides
that's
were
being
streams
framed right
full of
now.
living fire. And they girt that
All right?
house. And round
But a
about were
workman of the
seraphim,
axe.
cherubim,
All right, the
and
workman
oaks.
and his axe.
And these are
AKA
they
the
who
technology.
not,
You look at that
guard
word,
the throne of his
tech.
glory.
Tech
And I
also
saw
goes back to the
angels
word
who
axe.
could not be counted.
Why? Because in
1,000
ancient time, what would
thousands and
the
10,000
technology of the
times
world was done
10,000
through
encircling
what?
that house.
Axe,
And Michael
chisel,
and Raphael
right?
and
That's how
Gabriel
technology
and
was.
Phanuel and the
You wanted
holy
to
angels who were
create a
above the
cannibal, what's they
heavens
call
go in and out of that house.
engines.
And they came forth from that house, and Michael and Gabriel, Raphael and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number, and with them the head of days. And his head was white and pure as wool, and his raiment
and it knocked down a
indescribable.
wall. That
And
was
I fell
done
on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit was transfigured. And I cried with a loud voice, and with the spirit of power, and blessed and glorified and extolled. And these blessings which went forth out of my mouth were well pleasing before that head of days. And that head of days came with Michael and Gabriel, Raphael and Phanuel, thousands and 10,000s of angels.
That's your modern day architecture. That's your modern day
Son of Man was described as accompanying the head of days.
artificer.
And Enoch asked one of the
Meaning
angels
what? The
concerning the
graven
Son of Man
images
as to who he
that's
was.
being molded so that the people
And the angel came to me and greeted me with his voice and said unto me, This is the Son of Man
remember,
who is born
when
into
you look at the
righteousness,
times, even the
and
Babylonians,
righteousness abides
the
over
Greeks,
him. And the
why did the
righteousness
children of
the
Israel
days forsake him
succumb to the
not.
Greeks so
And he
fast?
said unto me,
Because of the technology of the
He
Greeks.
proclaims unto thee
Because they had
peace in the
certain
name of the world to
advanced
come.
warfare.
For from hence has proceeded
They
peace
said what?
since the creation of the world. And so shall it be unto thee forever and forever and ever. And all shall walk in his
they
ways,
understood that the
since
technology of the
righteousness
Greeks
never
were
forsaken
more
them.
advanced.
With
And that's
him will
what
be their
had them
dwelling
overthrow
places,
the other
and with
countries.
him their
So
heritage.
our
And
people
they
like, no,
shall
we gotta
not
get
be
down with
separated
it.
from
It's the same
him
thing
forever
now.
and
When they
ever
when they
and ever.
defund the police,
And so there shall be
right?
length of days
And then
with
they come
that
out
Son
with
of
these
Man,
drones
and
and
the
these different
righteous shall have peace and an upright way. In the name of the Lord of
robot
spirits,
dogs,
forever and ever.
you know, robotic police. When you ain't gonna be able
The
to
courses
resist
of the
arrest.
luminaries of heaven,
They just gonna
the
smoke your
relations
boots.
of each, according to their classes,
It ain't gonna
their
be no rhyme or
dominions,
reason
and
to
their
it.
seasons,
It's either you gonna
according
get down
to their
with that,
names and places
with that,
of origin, and
that
according
AI,
to their
that
months,
artificial intelligence
which
set,
Uriel, the holy
or you
angel,
not, or they
who
gonna
was
put
with
you up.
me, who is their guide, showed me.
See?
And he showed me all their
Same
laws
thing with back
exactly
during
as
those
they
times.
are.
They
And how
came
it
up with
is
their
with
technology,
regard
they
to
came
all
up with
the years
their
of the world
technological
and unto
advancements,
eternity, till the new creation
set
is
cities on
accomplished,
fire,
which dureth till
rape
eternity.
women,
And this is the first
kill the strong men.
The luminous
Like you said, built the
sun
garrisons
has its rising
through
in
their-
the
through
eastern
their
portals of the
ancient
heaven, and its
technological
setting in the
advancements.
western portals of the
And that's how
heaven.
they succumb the
And I
minds
saw
of the
6
people.
portals
Same
in
thing
which
now.
the sun rises, and 6
The minds of the
portals in
people are
which
going to
the sun
succumb
sets.
to the
And
technology
the
of
moon
today.
rises and sets in these
Except it's not
portals.
going to be done through man per
And the
se.
leaders
It's
of
going
the
to be done
stars,
through,
in those
again,
whom they lead,
artificial
6 in the
intelligence.
east and 6
All
in
right?
the west, and all following each
So
other
First
in
Maccabees
accurately
1,
corresponding order.
10.
Also, many
It
windows
says,
to the right and
and
left
there
of
came
those
out
portals.
of them a wicked
And first there goes forth the great luminary,
Antiochus,
named
surnamed
the sun,
Epiphanes,
and his
son of
circumference
Antiochus
is like the
king,
circumference of heaven.
who had been in
And
hostage
he
at
is
Rome,
quite filled with
and he reigned
illuminating
in
and
the
heating fire.
130th
The
and
chariot on
7th
which he
year
ascends,
of the kingdom of the
winds
Greeks.
rise, and the sun
In those
goes
days,
down from the
when
heaven
they're
and
out
returns
of
to the
Israel,
north in order
wicked
to
men
reach the east.
who
And he is
persuaded
so
many,
guided that he
saying,
comes to the
"Let us
appropriate
go
portal
and make a
and shines in the
covenant with the
face of
heathen."
heaven.
Right, let us go and make a
In
what's
this
a
way
covenant?
he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth
Agreement.
of those 6
That's right.
portals in the
So they made a
east. And
deal,
in that
they made an
fourth
agreement
portal from which
with
the
the
sun
heathen.
rises in
He
the
said, "Let us
first
go and
month
make an
are
agreement with
12
the heathen."
window
Go ahead,
openings,
that are round
from which
about us,
proceed
right?
a
For
flame when
since
they
we
are opened in
departed
their
from
season.
them, we had had much sorrow. Yeah, since we departed from it, we got away from their technology, technological advances. Just like it's going to be in this time today. People are not going to be able to eat. They're not going to be able to buy nor sell. Except what? They had a particular technology. Just like back then.
The day is longer than the night by
just like
9
back then.
parts. And the day
Right? They
amounts
said, look,
exactly to 10
since we
parts,
left
and the
this
night
technology,
to 8 parts.
right?
And the sun
We
rises
have-
from
we
that
can't-
fourth
we can't
portal
buy,
and
we
sets
can't
in
sell,
the fourth,
we can't
and
grow, we
returns
can't
to the
catch it
fifth
out.
portal of the east 30
Why?
mornings,
Because the
and
Most High
rises
puts
from it,
our
and
people
sets in the
into
fifth
ultimatums
portal.
whether or
And
not
then
you're
the
going to
day
serve
becomes
him
longer by
or
2
you're going to
parts
serve
and amounts
the
to
heathen
11
that's in
parts,
power.
and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east and enters into
what?
the 6th portal, and rises and sets in the 6th portal 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign. On that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night,
Or the
and
broad
the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is
Right?
shortened and becomes
Because that's
6
what it all boils
parts.
down to,
And
man.
the sun mounts up to make the
That
day
hour of
shorter and
temptation
the
is going
night
to be either
longer.
straight gate
And the
or
sun
broad gate,
returns
no in
to the
between.
east and
Scripture
enters
say
into
you
the
can't
6th
serve the
portal,
Most High
and
and
rises
man,
from
which
it
is what?
and sets
The
30
God of this
mornings.
world.
And when the 30 mornings
Unless
are
you what?
accomplished,
Hate
the
one
day
and love the other.
decreases by exactly 1 part.
So it's really going to be known
and becomes
the
11
hearts
parts,
of men and their
and the night
intentions
7.
in these last
And the
days.
sun goes forth from
Of
that
who
6th
do you
portal in
truly
the
serve?
west,
You
and goes
serve
to the
Yahweh
east
Shem
and
Shai?
rises in the
All right,
5th
are you
portal
going
for
to choose
30
light?
mornings,
Or are you going
and
to choose
sets in the
straight
west
gate?
again in the
Or are you going to
5th
choose the
western
broad,
portal.
easy?
On
Right?
that day, the day decreases by 2 parts.
The,
It amounts
you
to
just
10
gonna
parts,
ride the wave.
and the
You
night
just,
to 8
you know.
parts. And the sun goes forth from that 5th portal and sets in the 5th portal of the
Comfort.
west, and rises in the 4th
Are you gonna
portal
choose
for
comfort?
1 and 30 mornings
Or
on
are you
account of
gonna
its sign,
choose the
and
fight?
sets in the west.
What's that comfort
On that
that
day, the
David
day
takes
is
you?
equalized with the night, and becomes of equal length. And the night
talk,
amounts
though.
to 9
That's real
parts,
talk,
and
man.
the day to 9
It's like
parts. And the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the 3rd portal, and sets in the west in the 3rd portal. And on that day, the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day until the 30th morning. And the night amounts to exactly 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 3rd portal and sets in the 3rd portal in the west, and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the 2nd portal in the east, and in like manner sets in the 2nd portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from the 2nd portal and sets in the west in the 2nd portal, and returns to the east into the 1st portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and sets in the 1st portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun is therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on those divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and also sets in the west opposite to it. And on that night, as the night decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts, and the sun is returned and entered into the 2nd portal in the east, and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting.
But there's a higher power.
And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east and rises in the 3rd portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day. And the year is exactly as to its day, 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and the night arise through the course of the sun. These distinctions are made. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun. And his return, as often as he returns, 60 times and rises. The great luminary, which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is set in full brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are
always had good against evil. Okay?
And after this
Life
law,
against death.
I saw another
The
law
current
dealing with the smaller
rulers of the
luminary,
earth
which is named
death.
the moon.
All right?
And her
But here it
circumference is like
we
the
have the
circumference
promotion
of
of life
heaven.
through this
And her
scripture.
chariot in
You
which
can
she
open faith
rides
from
is
how
driven
much
by
you
the
shall
wind,
through these
and light
scriptures.
is given to
Alright?
her in definite measure.
Oh, and another
And her
thing is,
rising and
Yahweh
setting
says,
change
raising
every
something
month,
less.
and her days are
That's
like
another
the
thing
days
that
of
we
the
can have
sun.
faith for.
And when
These
her
nations
light
don't have
is
that.
uniform, it
Only the
amounts to
nation
the
of Israel,
seventh
in
part of the
particular,
light
the
of the
elect.
sun.
Well,
And
what's
thus
going to
she
happen is
rises.
it's going to be exposed because
And
the
her
nations are
first
into
phase in the
Christianity.
east comes
See,
forth on the
Christianity is going to be
30th
put into
morning.
a squeeze.
And on that
Because
day she
they're telling
becomes
your
visible. It
congregation
constitutes
that
for you the first
you ain't
phase
going to
of
be
the
here for
moon
this.
on the 30th day, together
When
with
all
the
these things
sun
come
in
to
the
pass,
portal where
right
the
or wrong,
sun
bro.
rises.
In Christianity,
And
they
the
say,
one
well,
half
we
of
ain't got to
her
worry
goes
about the
forth by a
famine.
seventh
We ain't got to
part.
worry
And
about
her
the
whole
pestilence.
circumference is
Because
empty,
Jesus
without
is going,
light,
we're going to
with
get
the
raptured.
exception
Because
of
the rapture
1/7
going to happen
part of
before
the
that.
day, and the
We're
14th
going to
part
be,
of
ain't
her
going to be
light.
here when that
And when
happens.
she receives 1/7
You're
part
going to
of
have
the
to
half of
answer
her
for that,
light,
man.
her light amounts to
Because quite
1/7
frankly, it's
part
already
and
here.
the half thereof. And
No,
she
they
sets
talking
with
about
the sun.
how the price
And when
of
the
butter
sun
and these
rises, the moon rises
bare
with him
essentials
and receives the
that
half
people
of
go to the
one
grocery
part
store
light.
for up
And in the
20% from
night,
last
in
year.
the beginning of her
Price of
morning,
butter,
in the
one of them,
commencement of
I
the
can't
lunar
believe
day,
butter
the
tubs
moon
is
sets
small.
with the sun
It's like
and is
$4.
invisible that night,
Big one is like
with the
$8.
14 parts and the
Look,
half
big
is one of
64
them.
ounce one.
And she rises
You
on
know?
that day with exactly
You
a
think you're
seventh
saving money by
part,
buying
and
the
comes
small one, you ain't
forth
saving
and
nothing.
receives
You gotta
from
know how
the
to bargain.
rising of the
It costs
sun.
$2.
And in her remaining days, she becomes
You
bright in the
gotta
remaining
go buy
13
name brand
parts.
stuff now.
And I
But
saw
by
another
store brand,
course,
you want
a
to save
law
some
for
money.
her, and how, according to that law, she performs
Yeah,
her
but the
monthly
people are
revolution.
they're caught in that
And all these,
like you said,
Uriel, the
conundrum.
holy
They're caught in
angel,
that
who is
web.
the leader of them all,
You know, to
showed
where they
me
gotta have a
in their
particular name brand.
positions.
They gotta
And I
have
wrote down their positions as he showed
they gotta
them
have
to me.
Kellogg's.
And I wrote down their
You know,
months as they were,
they
and
gotta
the
have.
appearance of their life.
It makes them
15
feel
days
because
were
that's what
accomplished.
Babylon is about.
In a
Babylon is
single
about
seventh part, she
soothing.
accomplishes all
You
her
know, that's
light
why
in the
the
east.
scriptures make
In
mention.
a
It talks
single
about
seventh part,
with a hill
she
Babylon,
accomplishes all
where
her
she is not
darkness
healed.
in the west.
Meaning what? This
And in
place is a
certain months,
womb
she
that can't be
alters her
bandaged.
settings.
But
And
people
in
still,
certain
it's
months,
like
she
it's
pursues
like
her
a
own
player that's
peculiar
hurt.
course.
And he's still out trying to go
In 2
into the
months,
game.
the moon
No,
sets with
no,
the
no.
sun.
You can sit your
In
ass
those
down,
2 middle
heal up
portals, the
before you
3rd
step
and
back out
4th,
there. Well,
she
pride
goes
in the
forth
motherfucker
for
make you
7
go back out
days
there.
and turns
You gonna be
about
career.
and returns again through the
Another thing
portal
our
where the
people,
sun
our
rises
people
and
came up.
accomplishes all
You
her
know,
life.
the
And she
women,
recedes from the sun,
us,
and in 8
Mary,
days
we came up
enters the
eating that.
6th
I
portal
just
from
think
which
of
the
a
sun
mother
goes
that grew up
forth.
eating
And when the sun
McDonald's.
goes
She
forth
gonna have
from
a
the
kid.
4th portal,
McDonald's.
she goes forth
Yes, sir.
7
Yes, sir.
days
You got it.
until
She
she
gonna have
goes
a
forth
children
on the 5th and
McDonald's.
turns back
You know?
again in 7 days
And that
into the
McDonald's
4th
she's
portal
eating,
and
the quality
accomplishes
of
all
food is
her
way
life.
different from what she
And
would
she
her children
recedes
eat.
and enters into the
But they
1st portal in
continue to
8
cycle.
days,
Because
and
that's
she
what they-
returns
that's
again
what
in
they
7
come
days into the
You
4th
know,
portal
McDonald's,
from which the sun
idea
goes
of
forth.
her father taking
Thus
her
I
to
saw their
McDonald's
position,
child, you know?
how the moons
She
rose and the
projects that on
sun
her
set in
children.
those days.
know?
And if 5 years are added together, the
Yeah.
sun has an
That
overplus
stuff
of
is
30
what
days.
it's called comfort.
And all the days which accrue to
You know?
it for one of those
You wanna
5 years,
flee from
when they are
comfort of this
full,
world.
amount to
You find yourself too
364
comfortable.
days.
You know,
And the
a lot of them,
overplus of the sun and of
a
the
lot of
stars
elder brothers
amounts
there.
to 6
When he was in
days.
Connecticut,
In 5
that was one of
years,
the things that
6
kept coming
days
up
every
about
year come
routines.
to 30 days.
You know, having
And the moon
because
falls
routine
behind the
teaches
sun and
comfort.
stars to the number of 30
You know,
days.
you have
And the
too much
sun
of a
and the
routine,
stars
and
bring
knowing
in
this
all
knowledge,
the years
you get
exactly,
caught up.
so that they do
You know,
not
and then the Most
advance
High
or delay
servant,
their
man.
position by a single
know,
day unto eternity,
look,
but
the
complete
scripture
the
say,
year
course
in
not the
perfect
course
justice
of
in
the water, course not the
364
course of the
days.
river. The river will.
In 3
You
years,
got high
there are
tide, you got low tide.
1,092 days,
You know,
and in
it can
5
get real
years,
rocky, it can get real bumpy. Well, you're
1,820
supposed to
days,
go with
so
that.
that in 8 years,
Not,
there are
well, you know, I'm just coasting here, I'm keep
2,912
doing what I
days.
was doing.
For
And
the
then
moon
the
alone,
tide
the
get
days
rocky,
amount
you
in
find
3
yourself
years
up the
to
boat.
2,062 days. And in 5 years, she falls 50 days
You know?
behind. And in years,
So the comfort of this world
is
is the money.
1,770 days. So that 40
I'm good.
the days
And then you find yourself telling yourself
days. For an
that
age
nobody
year,
can
she
tell
falls
you nothing.
behind to the amount of
Because
80
you found a
days.
particular
And all the days she
comfort.
falls behind is 80. And the year is accurately completed
The
in
men that came
conformity
before
with
us
their
who taught
world
us,
stations
they don't
and the
operate in that
stations of the
fashion.
sun,
They never taught
which
us to
rise
operate
from
in
the
that
portals
fashion.
through which the
So
sun
why would you
rises and
incorporate
sets
that
during
into your
days.
lifestyle? See, this
And
goes
the
back to
leaders
again
of the heads
that
of the
old
thousands
way.
who are placed over the whole creation
All right.
and
As
over
the
all
time
the
goes
stars
on, this is
have
why it's
also
called the
to do
New
with the 4
World
intercalary
Order.
days being
The
inseparable
New
from
World
their
Order
office
is opposite
according
of
to
the
the reckoning
old
of
path.
the year. And these
The
render
Hebrew way.
service on the 4 days, which are not reckoned in the reckoning of
All
the
right.
year. And owing to them, men go wrong therein.
Completely
For those
adverse.
luminaries
This
truly
word is
render
adverse
service on the
to the
4
mind frame of
stations.
Yahweh Shem
One
Shai,
in the
man.
first portal, one in the third portal
You know?
of the heaven,
That's why
one in
spiritually
the
started
fourth
off,
portal,
get into the
and one in
moon,
the sixth portal.
get into the signs of
the
heaven.
year is accomplished
Those things
through
tell you where the waters go, what the
7,364
course
stations.
of time that
For
we're
the
in.
signs and the times
We're supposed to
and
move
the
according to
years
that.
and the days the angel Uriel showed to me,
It's Christmas.
whom the Lord of glory
You know?
hath set forever over
Oh,
all
it's
the
Christmas. You know, I
luminaries
gotta
of the heaven,
be with my woman. I
in
gotta
the
do this. I
heaven
gotta
and in the
look,
world.
man.
That they
You
should
ain't-
rule
are you
on
an
the face
Hebrew
of the
Israelite?
heaven and be seen on the earth.
All right, are you
and
an
be
Israelite
leaders
or
for
no?
the day and the night,
You know?
the sun, the moon, and stars,
this is,
and all the
Jeremiah 6,
ministering
verse
creatures
16.
which make their revolution, and all the chariots of the heaven, through which the rays of the sun break
Jeremiah
forth,
6, verse
and
16.
from them
Thus
warmth
saith
is
the Lord,
diffused over the earth.
stand ye in the
When they
ways
are
and
open at their
see,
appointed seasons,
and ask
and
for the
winds
old
and
path.
the spirit
Right.
of the dew,
Stand
when
ye
they
in
are
the way
open,
and see.
standing
What does it
open
mean
in
to
the
stand ye in
heavens
the
at
way
the
and see?
ends.
You gotta go to
As for the
then
12
that's giving you
portals in the
the proper
heaven, at the
instruction
ends
for
of
you
the
to go to
earth,
repentance.
out of which go
Again,
forth
that
the
straight
sun,
gate.
moon,
You
and
need
stars, and
instruction
all the
for the
works of
straight gate.
heaven in the east and in the west.
You
There
know,
are many
that
windows
straight gate,
open to the
just
left
like
and
in
right of
ancient
them,
times,
and
right?
one
When you would
window
go
at its
to a particular
appointed
city,
season produces
you would go to
warmth,
the gate of that city, and then
corresponding
you would
as
have to
these
know
do
someone to
to
go
those
into that city.
doors from
You have
which
to
the
say a
stars
proper
come
name
forth,
to be able to go
according
into that
as he
city.
hath commanded him,
You have
and
to have
wherein they set
a particular
corresponding to
cloak
their number.
to go into
And I
that
saw
city.
chariots in the
You ain't just come up and say, yo, I'm gonna
running
come
in
into
the
your city.
world,
They're
above
like, okay,
those
open the gate.
portals in
No.
which revolve the
You could have been a
stars that
spy.
never set.
You could have
And one
been a
is
rebel
larger
rouser.
than all the rest.
You could be a
And
whole
it is
thing.
that makes its course through the entire
Right?
world.
So when you came to the gate, you had to show
And at the
yourself
ends of
worthy
the earth,
to
I
get
saw
into that
12
city.
portals open
It's not
to
the
all the
scriptures
quarters
like
of the heaven,
the,
from which the winds
the
go
kingdom of
forth
heaven,
and blow
likened
over
into
the
a city
earth. 3 of them are
that
open
men are
on
trying
the
to get
face
to.
of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3
All right?
on
So
the
that
right
straight
of
gate,
heaven,
you better
and
take
3 on the
heed to
left.
instruction.
And the 3 first
Okay, go ahead.
are those
It says,
of the
stand ye in the
east,
ways
and 3
and
are of the
see,
north,
and ask
and
for the
3
old
after
path.
those
Right?
on the
Ask for the
left,
old
of
see,
the
you
south,
stay in the
and
way and
3
ask for
of
the
the
old
west.
path, man.
Through 4
Because the
of
old
these
path
come winds
is
of
what
blessing and
sustains
prosperity,
men's life,
and from
no
those
matter
days
what the
come
circumstance
fruitful
is on
winds.
earth. The new
When
way
they
is
are
gonna get
sent,
you
they bring
niggas killed.
destruction on all the earth, and on the water upon it, and on all who dwell
especially
thereon,
y'all
and on
people. You got,
everything
see,
which is
that's
in the
back
water
then.
and on the
That's,
land.
see, we
And
moving
the
with
first
the
wind
times.
from those portals, called
The
the
times
east
get
wind,
people killed.
comes forth through the first portal,
All
which
right.
is in the east, inclining towards
It
the
says,
south.
where is the good
From
way?
it comes forth
And walk therein.
desolation, drought,
Oh,
heat, and
Salaki,
destruction.
let's say,
And
where
through the
is the
second
good way,
portal in the
man?
middle comes
First of
forth
all,
spin, and from it
what's
there
good
comes
is
rain,
pleasing to the Father.
fruitfulness, and prosperity.
What's good is not pleasing to your own
And through
mind,
the
the
third
heart's
portal,
lust,
which lies
and serving
toward
your
the
own belly.
north, come cold
In
and
other words,
drought.
what
And
does the
after
Heavenly
these
Father
come
want me
forth
to
the
do in
south
this
winds
time?
through 3 portals. Through the first portal of them,
Okay,
inclining to the
go ahead.
east, comes
It says,
forth the hot wind.
Where is the
And through
good
the
way?
middle
And
portal
walk
next
therein,
to it,
right?
there come
And ye
forth
shall find
fragrant
rest for
smells,
your
and
souls.
Then
dew,
you're
and
gonna
rain,
find
and
comfort.
prosperity, and
You're
health.
gonna find rest
And through the
and
third portal lying in
indulge
the west
yourself
come forth
into these
dew and
new
rain,
ways.
locusts and desolation.
You're gonna
And
find
after
yourself in a
these,
pit.
the
You're
north
gonna find
winds
yourself in a
from the
ditch.
seventh portal in the east come dew
You're gonna
and
find
rain,
yourself
locusts
in a
and
catch-22.
devastation. And from the middle portal come in a
All right?
direction, health and rain and dew and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come
They
clouds
said,
and hoarfrost
we
and
will
snow
not
and rain
walk
and
therein.
dew and locusts. And after these
Also,
four
Yeah, that's
are
how
the west
people they conduct
winds.
themselves,
Through the
man.
first
We
portal
don't want
of
that. We don't want
the
that.
north come forth dew and
Right? All
hoarfrost
throughout
and cold and snow
when
and
you see the
frost.
prophets on the
And from
scene,
the middle portal
and they
come
were
forth
giving
dew and
instructions
rain
to the
and
people,
prosperity and blessing.
man, we don't want to hear that
The
old
last
shit.
portal, which adjoins the
Like when we
south,
coming up,
come
the
forth
garments,
drought and desolation,
the
and
signs,
burning and destruction.
12 tribe
And the
sign,
12 portals of
the
the 4
doctrine.
quarters of the heaven
That's how
are
people we ain't
therefore
trying to hear that shit.
and
We
all
ain't
their
trying to hear
laws,
that.
and
How
all
that's gonna
their
make me money?
plagues, and all their
How that's gonna
benefactions
feed
I
my
have
children,
shown
brother.
to thee, my son Methuselah.
Niggas want to hear
And
the
the
new
first
shit.
quarter is called the east, because it
All
is
right,
the
and that's
first.
the-
And
that's
the
the
second,
problem
the south,
with this
because
society.
the Most
They
High
don't
will
want to
descend
seek out the
there.
whole back.
Yea,
That's why the music's whack, the food is garbage. Everything is deteriorated. Why? Because no one wants to see, no one wants to do things the old way. When you look at the food, the way it's manufactured and the way it's distributed, it's completely different to when people are strong and healthy.
The first of them is
You
for
go
the
back to the old past and you treat the crops and you treat the cattle the same way, and you'll get the same results.
And darkness.
And that's just from a carnal perspective.
And the third part
Instead of
contains
this
the garden
artificial
of
insemination.
righteousness. I saw
All right?
7 high
GMO
mountains,
corn that
higher
they feed
than
the
all
cattle.
mountains
There's
which
nothing
are
wrong
on
with
earth.
beef,
And
okay?
then
There's nothing
comes
wrong with
forth
eating cows.
hoarfrost
It's what they
and
feed the
birds,
cows.
seasons, and years
That's
passed
what
away.
makes it messed
I saw
up.
7 rivers on the earth larger than all the rivers.
See, when you get to
One
the
of them,
old path,
coming
you get
from
to the
west,
root
pours its
of the
waters
problem.
into the great sea. And these two come from the north to the sea and pour their waters into the Erythraean Sea in the east. And the remaining 4 come forth from the side of the north to their own sea. 2 of them
Hence
to
the
the
Bible says what?
Erythraean
The
Sea,
love-
and 2 into the great
the
sea,
love
and
of
discharge
money
themselves there,
is the root of
and
all
some say
evil.
into the desert.
It's greed.
7 great islands I
Greed.
saw in the sea,
See,
and
Esau,
in
he's
the
so
mainland,
goddamn greedy.
2 in
He's
the
willing to
mainland,
kill his
and
own
5 in the
people
great
just so he
sea.
can make money.
And the names of the sun are the
niggas as a
following.
guinea pig.
The
Ain't no
first,
Hispanics and Native
for
Americans.
Hades,
Yes,
the
guinea pig.
second,
For them to kill off
Tomas.
the
And
population
the moon
so that
has
he
4
can
names.
thrive and live
The
in his
first
new world and
name
be
is
luxurious.
Sonja. The second, Edla.
You
The
like,
third,
and they
Dinashe.
signing up for it.
And the fourth,
Volunteers.
These are the
They're
2 great
volunteers to their own
luminaries.
destruction.
Their circumference is like the circumference of the heaven,
Yeah.
and the size of the circumference of both is alike.
Sign me up,
In the
please.
circumference of the
Right
sun,
over
there
here.
are 7 portions
Over
of
here.
light, which are added to it
Go
more
ahead.
than to
It is verse 17.
In indefinite
Also,
measures,
I
it is
set watchmen
transferred
over
till
you,
the 7th
saying,
portion of the sun is
hearken to the
exhausted.
sound of the
And
trumpet.
they said, and enter
But
the
they
portals
say,
of the west,
we
and
will
make
not
their
hearken.
revolution by the north, and come
What is the
forth
sound of the
through
trumpet?
the eastern portals on the face of the heaven. And when
Okay,
the
what
moon
is that talking
rises
about? What is the sound of the
1/14th
trumpet?
part, it appears in
What
the
is the sound of the
heaven,
trumpet
and the
talking
light
about?
becomes full in her. On the 14th day she accomplishes her light. And 15 parts of light are transferred to her till the 15th day, when her light is accomplished. According to the sign of the year,
So
and she
what is it?
becomes 15 parts, and the moon grows by the addition of 14 parts. And in her
well,
waiting, the moon
well,
decreases
you're
on
right,
the first
you're right.
day
I ain't taking
14
that
parts
away.
of her light,
You're 100%
and on the
correct.
2nd to 13
You know, but the
parts of
trumpet
her light,
also-
and on the
because the trumpet
3rd
was blown
to
for what?
12, on the
Warning.
4th to 11, on
Before
the
the
5th to
destruction.
10, on the 6th
So
to
when they
9,
don't take heed to
on
the blowing of the
7th
trumpet,
to
they don't
8,
take heed to
on
the
the
warning.
8th to 7, on
Because
the
when the
9th
destruction
to
comes,
6,
the
on the
scripture says
10th
they shall be
to 5,
willing in the day
on
of
the
thy power.
11th to 4,
So
on
when
the
the
12th to 3,
when the
on the
destruction comes, they
13th
go like,
to
yeah,
2, on the
please, Lord,
14th
save us,
to
save
the
us,
half
Lord.
of the 7th,
But they don't
and
take
all
heed
her
to the
remaining
trumpet,
light
meaning they don't take
disappears
heed
wholly on
to
the
the
15th.
pre-notion of the actual
And in
destruction
certain
itself.
months, the
While
month
what?
has 29
Everybody's
days,
living in their
and
comfort.
one is 28.
Everybody's chilling, the feet is up. The
And
food is-
Uriel
the
showed me another
refrigerator is full of
law.
food.
When light is
You see,
transferred
you can
to
go
the
to the
moon,
liquor store.
and on
You can
which
get your
side it
Vegas.
is
You
transferred
can get
to
your
her
hookah.
by the
You
sun.
can go. You
During all the
can
period
soothe
during
your
which
flesh.
the moon is growing in her light,
See?
she is
That's why the scripture
transferring
says
it
what?
to
Remember now
herself
thy
when
head and the
opposite
days
to
of
the
thy
sun
youth,
during
while the
14
evil
days.
days come not.
Her light is
Nor the years
accomplished in
draw
the
now,
heaven.
when thou shalt have no
And when
pleasure in
she
it.
is illuminated throughout, her
It's
light
about
is
pleasure.
accomplished full in the heaven.
See,
And on
you
the
could be,
first
that's
day
the
she
thing.
is called the new
You could be
moon. For on that
in your
day
house,
the
laid
light
up,
rises upon her.
big fat
She
steak,
becomes full moon
laid
exactly
up
on
on
the
the
day
table.
when the sun
You got
sets
your,
in the
you got
west.
your wine,
And
you
from
got
the
your goodly
east
wine
she
that you
rises
saved
at
for
night.
10
And
years.
the moon shines
You know,
the whole
you got your
night
kids
through
running
till
around
the
the house
sun
smiling.
rises over
You
against
got your
her.
flock, you got
And
your
the
cattle, you
moon
got
is
your
seen
land.
over against the
You got
sun.
your house, you got your
On the
wives.
side whence the light of
Right?
the
And you
moon
ready to
comes
eat that
forth.
big fat steak.
There
You ready
again
to
she
eat.
wanes
You ready
till
to,
the light
you ready
vanishes,
to have a
and all the
feast.
days of the month
And all
are
of a
at
sudden,
an end. And her circumference is void of
that
light.
trumpet get
In
blown,
3
you like,
months she makes of 30 days. And at her time she
Right?
makes 3 months
And
of
what you
39 days each,
no,
in which she
you're
accomplishes her
right.
weaning in the first
The
period
righteous
of
is going to
time.
change their
And in
mindset.
the first portal for
But see, the wicked gonna be like, man, fuck
177
that
days.
trumpet. I'm about to
And
eat
in the
this
time
food.
of her going out she appears for 3
You know?
months of 30 days each.
That was just like
And
the
for
rich
3
man.
months
When
she
Yahweh Shai
appears
came
for
to that rich
29
man,
days
he
each.
basically was blowing his
At
trumpet to him.
night
Like,
she
look,
appears
you
like
better,
a man
give
for
up
20
everything.
days each time.
He said,
And
go
by
into,
day
he
she
said, go,
appears like the
go to the
heaven.
poor and
And
sell
there is
everything.
nothing else in
He's
her
like, nah, I
save her
can't do
light.
that. Why? Because everything that he's working
And now,
for,
my
he
son,
didn't
I
want to
have
lose
shown
that
thee
pleasure.
everything, and the laws of all the stars of heaven
See, a lot of our
completed.
people,
And he showed
that's why the
me
scripture
all
says,
the
what,
laws
store
of
not
these
up
for
your
every
treasures
day,
on
and for
earth, where
every
moth and
season
rust
of
doeth
bearing
corrupt,
wool,
but store your
and for
treasures on
every
in
year,
heaven,
and
where
for
moth
its
and
going
rust
forth,
doeth
and
not
for the
corrupt.
order prescribed to it
Where
every
your
month
heart is,
and
there
every
will your
week.
treasure be
And the
also.
waning of the
So if your
moon,
mind
which
is on
takes
that
place in
state,
the 6th portal,
getting big
for in
houses, possessing the luxuries of this world, when that trumpet get blown,
and after
you ain't gonna
that,
take
there is
heed.
the beginning of the waning. And the waning, which takes place in the first portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks, 25 weeks and 2 days. She falls behind the sun in the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this place which thou seest has been traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel the archangel, who is their leader, shows unto me.
here
And in
on
those
earth.
days the angel Uriel
Behold,
answered and said
I will
to
bring
me,
evil
Behold,
upon this
I have
people,
shown thee everything,
even the
Enoch,
fruit of
and
their
I have
thoughts,
revealed everything to thee,
because
that
they
thou
have not
shouldest see
hearkened
this
unto my
sun and
words.
this
What's the fruit of
moon,
their
and the
thoughts?
leaders of the
See,
stars
that
of the
go
heaven,
along, get
and
along
all those
spirit,
who turn
that's
them,
that's
their
a snare and a
tasks
trap.
and times and departures.
All right? Hey,
And in the days
yo,
of the
listen, yo.
sinners the years shall
Man,
be
look,
shortened, and their
Scripture say
seed
this
shall
is
be
Sodom and
tarnished in
Egypt.
their lands and fields.
Right?
And
What happened
all
during the
things
time
of
of
the earth
Sodom,
shall
man?
alter, and shall
They all
not
got turned
appear
to
in their
Sodomites.
time. And the
Except
rain
why?
shall be kept back, and the heavens
Right?
shall withhold it.
In the name of
and
the
in
five
those
cities,
times the fruits of
those
the
will-
earth
they will
shall
all
be
turn to
backward,
Sodom because the
and shall
angel of
not
the Lord
grow in
came.
their time.
And
And the
Lot was
fruits
like,
of
look,
the
man,
trees shall
if
be
you find
withheld in
righteous,
their time,
let this
and the
place be,
moon shall
you know,
alter her
preserved.
order, and not appear at her time.
It was like 3
And in
tries
those
that
days
the
the
angels
sun
did,
shall be seen,
and
and
they
he
came back
shall
with
journey
nothing.
in the evening on the extremity
So,
of the great
you being
chariot
given
of
unto
the
your own
west,
heart's lust.
and shall
So
shine
there ain't no
more
that,
brightly
you know,
than
that
accords
man
with the
angel
order
don't got
of
nothing
light.
in it. That means
And
gonna
many
get you too.
chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order prescribed, and these shall
If
alter
you
their
ain't got
orders
this
and
hedge over
tasks,
you,
and not
if you ain't got
appear
the
at
hedge
the
of the Lord
seasons
over you,
prescribed to them.
you succumb
And
to
the
anything
whole
that
order
comes
of the
down
stars
the
shall
pipe,
be
man.
concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on
That's
the
why
earth
you
shall
seek the
err
Lord
concerning
in
them.
the times where
And
the
they shall be
majority and the
altered
masses
from all
are
their
not.
ways. Yea, they shall
All right,
err
all the
and
men of
take
the
them
Lord
to
were
be
rewarded
gods,
when they
and
separated
evil shall
themselves
be
from the masses.
multiplied
When
upon
they
them,
separated
and
themselves
punishment shall come
from
upon
their
them so
own,
as
from
to
our people
destroy
who didn't
all.
want to serve the Lord.
And he said
And
unto
that's the
me,
ultimate test that's coming
Observe,
down the
Enoch,
pipe.
these heavenly tablets,
You won't
and
follow the
read what
masses,
is
you won't
written
follow what your
thereon,
mama and them say,
and mark every
or you gonna follow what your
individual
wife
fact.
say, you gonna follow
And
what
I
your kids
observed
say,
the heavenly
or you gonna
tablets,
follow
and
what
read
y'all watch and y'all
everything
shy
which
ass
was
say,
written
man.
thereon, and
That's what it all
understood
boils down to,
everything,
man.
and read the
All right?
book of all
This
the
is
deeds
Psalm
of
81 and
mankind,
10.
and of all
I am
the
the
children
Lord,
of flesh
the
that shall
Lord
be
power, the
upon the
Lord thy
earth,
power,
to the remotest
which brought me
generations.
out of the land of
And
Egypt.
forthwith I
Open thy
bless the
mouth
great
wide,
Lord,
and I
the
will
King
fill
of
it.
glory,
But my
forever.
people
In that
would
he
not
has
hearken
made
to my
all the
voice.
works
You
of
know
the
what it means to
world.
open that mouth wide?
And I
When
extolled
you open
the
your mouth
Lord
wide,
because of his
what kind of
patience,
mind frame
and
are
I
you in?
blessed
Are you in a
him
subtle
because of the
mind frame?
children of men.
All right? Are
And
you in
after that I said,
a complacent
Blessed
mind
is
frame?
the man who
Or are
dies
you
in
bold?
righteousness and goodness, concerning
Do you,
whom there is no book
or are
of
you
unrighteousness written,
showing
and
faith?
against whom no day of judgment shall be
When you
found.
open your mouth wide, that
And
means,
those 7
you know,
holy
you
ones
standing
brought
on
me
what
and
you
placed
see.
me on the earth
Read that
before
again,
the
Baba
door of my
Kushar.
house,
It says,
and
I am
said
the
to
Lord
me,
thy power,
Declare
which brought
everything
thee
to
out
thy
of the
son
land of Egypt.
Methuselah, and show
Open
to
thy
all thy
mouth wide,
children that no
and I will
flesh is
fill it.
righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is
Meaning
their
what? When you have
creator.
faith, the Most High want just
1
seal the
year will
instruction
we leave
unto
thee
you.
with
Go
thy
ahead.
son, till thou
It says, but
givest
my
thy last
people
commands,
would not hearken
that
to my
thou
voice,
mayest
right?
teach thy
And
children, and
Israel
record it
with none
for
of them,
them,
right?
and testify
So I
to all
gave
thy
them up
children.
unto
And in
their
the
own
2nd
heart's
year
lust,
they
right?
shall take
And
thee
they
from their
walked in their
midst.
own counsel.
Let thy heart be
Oh, that my
strong, for the
people
good
had
shall announce
hearkened unto me,
righteousness to the
and
good.
Israel had
The
walked in my
righteous
ways.
with the righteous shall
I should
rejoice,
soon
and
have
shall offer
subdued their enemies
congratulations to one
and turned my
another.
hand
But the
against
sinner
their
shall die
adversaries.
with the sinners, and the
The haters
apostate
of the
go
Lord
down with the
should have
apostate.
submitted
And those
themselves
who
unto
practice
him,
righteousness
with their
shall die on
time
account of the
should have
deeds of
endured
men, and be
forever.
taken away on account of the
Yeah,
doings
but
of
their
the
time
godless.
should
And
have
in those
endured
days
forever,
they
man.
ceased to speak
All right?
to me,
So
and I
because
came to
our
my
people don't want to
people, blessing
hearken
the
unto the
Lord of the
instructions
world.
of the prophets,
And now, my
then
son
the Most High is going to
Methuselah,
allow
all these
the
things
enemies of
I am
our people to
recounting
really
to
subdue
thee,
us,
and
or
writing
to
down for
subdue
thee.
the wicked
I
of our
have
people.
revealed to thee everything,
All right?
and given
Because
thee
the
books
promises in the
concerning
covenant is
all
going to be
these.
fulfilled.
So
There's going to be a
preserve,
whole
my
other
son
world where righteousness
Methuselah,
dwelleth
the
on earth.
books from thy father's hand,
All right?
and
The
see
world
that thou
that we know it as
deliver
today
them to
is
the
not going to be
generations
forever.
of the world. I have given wisdom to thee and
The
to
Most High
thy
is going to establish a
children,
new
and thy
government
children
on
that
earth
shall
through
be to
righteousness
thee,
through his son,
that they may
King
give it to
David, and
their children for
144,000.
generations. This
All right, the
wisdom,
elect.
namely that passeth their
All right, the
thoughts.
first fruits.
And those who understand it shall not
Okay.
sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom. And it shall please those that
Because
eat
the word
thereof
of the,
better
again,
than
I said
good
that
food.
just a second ago. The
Blessed
word of
are
the Lord
all the righteous.
must come to
Blessed
pass,
are
man.
all those who walk in the way of
See,
righteousness.
this all boils down to
who sin
belief.
not
If
as
you
the
believe in
sinners,
Yahweh
in the
Shemel
reckoning
and
of
your
all
mind
their
is
days in
completely
which the
focused
sun
on
traverses
His
the
will.
heaven, entering
Why?
into
Because you
and
know
departing from
there's
the
a
portals for 30 days with the head of now.
you know that you're gonna reap what you sow.
Together
Okay?
with the four which are intercalated, which divide the four portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them for 4 days. Owing to them men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yea, men shall be at fault, and not recognize them accurately, for they belong to the reckoning of the year, and are truly recorded thereon forever. One in the first portal, and one in the third, and one in the fourth, and one in the sixth. And the year is completed in 364 days. and the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries and the months and festivals and years and days has Uriel showed and revealed to me, to whom the Lord of the whole creation of the world hath subjected the host of heaven. And he has power over night and day in heaven, to cause the light to give light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the heaven, which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which set in their places, and in their seasons and festivals and months. And these are the names of those who read them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. Their leaders who divide the fourth part of the year in their first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 days there are heads over 1,000 to divide the days. And for the 4 intercalary days there are the leaders which sum the 4 parts of the year. And the heads of the thousands are translated between leader and leader.
It says, for thy power is the beginning of righteousness, and because thou art the Lord of all,
leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year, which are ordained.
And I want to bring out, it says, for when men do not believe that thou art of a full power, and that's the majority of our people, they underestimate the power of the Heavenly Father.
Not only our people, but the rest of the world, the other nations.
These three
The other nations, they don't know. Like the knowledge of Yahweh Shai is not known throughout the nations. Not only are we going to know about Yahweh Shai and his power, but the rest of the nations are going to know as well. Most High is going to make a statement in these last days for the rest of the world forever. That statement is going to be the statement of
and these are the signs of the days,
meaning the earth is never going to turn back again.
In the days of his dominion.
Once this deal goes down, once thermal destruction goes,
and the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees,
once the earth
and
is
the
purified, it's
harvest
never
of
going to go
wheat,
back.
and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field, but the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them: Berkael, Zelebsel, and another who is added ahead of 1,000, called Elujasep. And the days of the dominion of this
For thy
leader
power
are
is the
men.
beginning of
The
righteousness,
next leader after
and because
him
thou
is
art the Lord of
who
all,
one names the
it
shining
maketh
sun,
thee to be
and all
gracious
the
unto
days of
all.
his life are
For
91
when men
days.
will not
And these are the
believe
signs
that
of
thou
his days
art
on the
of
earth,
a full power,
blowing heat and
thou
dryness,
showest
and
thy
the trees
strength.
ripen
And
their
that's what's going to
fruits
happen
produce
because
all
they're going to
their
have the
fruits
men of
ripe
the Lord
and ready,
strapped down
and become
in jails,
pregnant, and all
you know,
the fruits of the earth are gathered
killing the men of the
in,
Lord.
and everything
You know,
that
all
is in
these,
the field.
we're going to have a lot of events
These
to
things
occur
take place
to try to
in the
make it
days
seem like
of
what
his
we're saying
dominion.
ain't going to come to pass.
These are the
But that's when the
names
Most High is
of
going to
the
rise up
and
and
the leaders
overthrow
of
his
those
damn
heads
devil
of
and his
thousands.
society and his structure
Gidai,
and its currency
Jal,
and its money.
Ketel,
All right, all the armies of the earth.
and the name
All
of the
right,
head of
all that's about to be
1,000
done
which
away
is
with.
added to them.
Right, but what's going to happen first is
And
going to
the
make it
days
seem
of
like
his
that the men of the
dominion
Lord
are
that are
at an
speaking
end.
about these things.
And now, my son
see,
Methuselah, I will
like
show thee
basically
all
like,
my visions which
see,
I have
why
recounting
would you
them
say they come to
before
pass? Why is you let this white man?
visions I saw
Why is
before
Esau?
I took away. And
It's
the
going to
one
look like
was
he's going to
like
accomplish
the other. The
his
first, when I
goal.
was learning to write. The second,
But then that's when the
before I
Most
took
High is
thy
going to
mother.
intervene.
When I saw a terrible vision, and
See?
regarding them I praised the Lord. And he laid me
And that's how
down
the Most
in
High
house
operates
of
in the
my
first place because it's all about faith.
grandfather
It's not
When
about
I
carnal
saw
means.
in
It's not
a
about
vision how the
what you
heavens
see
collapsed,
with the
and
carnal
was borne
eye.
off and fell to the
Okay?
earth. And when it
Those
fell
that have
to
the
the
spiritual
earth,
eye
I
are going
saw
to know
how the
that,
earth
okay,
was swallowed
that's
up
why
in
it's
a
going to say
great
what?
abyss, and mountains were
It shall come to
suspended
pass,
on
it
mountains,
shall tarry,
and hills sank
right?
down on hills,
Though
and
it
high
tarry, wait
trees
for
were
it.
rent from their
For it shall
stems
surely
and
come.
hurled down
It will
and
not
sunk
tarry.
in the abyss. And
When it
thereupon
comes,
a
it will
word
be made
fell
known.
into my
Although it's
mouth,
going to seem
and
like
I lifted up
it's
my
not going
voice
to
to
happen.
cry aloud and said, the earth is destroyed,
got this.
and my
This is,
grandfather
Psalm 79
Mahalalel waved
and,
me as I lay near him,
8,
and
it
said
says,
unto
oh,
me,
remember not
why
against us
dost thou
former
cry so,
iniquities.
my son?
Let thy
And
tender
why
mercies
dost thou make such
speedily
lamentation?
prevent us.
And I
For
recounted
we
to
are
him
brought
the
very
whole
low.
vision which I had seen.
Help us, O
And he
power
said
of
unto
our
me, a
salvation,
terrible thing
for
hast
the
thou
glory
seen,
of
my
thy
son,
name,
and a
and
great
deliver us
moment is thy
and
dream
purge
vision.
away
As
our
to
sins
secrets
for
of
thy
all
name's
the
sake.
sins
Yeah, the
of
Most
earth,
High is going to put
it
the
must
elect into
sink into
a
the
predicament
abyss and
to
be
where
destroyed
there's
with
going to
great
be screaming and
destruction.
shouting for the
And
name
now,
of the
my
Lord. You're going
son,
to hear that.
arise and make petition to the Lord of glory,
Scripture
since
talk
thou
about that.
art a believer,
Well, it's right here.
that a remnant may remain
what I'm
on the
thinking
earth,
about,
that he may not destroy the
talk
whole
about,
earth. My son from heaven, all this
basically
will come
oppressing the
upon
man
the earth,
in his,
and upon the
while he's
earth
down,
there will be great
and then
destruction.
bless him, curse thee.
After
the Most
that
High
I
hear thee.
arose and prayed and
Yeah.
implored and besought
Yeah.
and wrote
Go
down
ahead.
my prayer for
Verse
the
10.
generation
Psalm
of the
79
Lord,
verse 10 it
and I
says,
will show
wherefore
everything to thee, my
should the
son, that
heathen
do
say,
good.
where is their
And when I
God?
had gone forth
Let
below
him
and
be
seen the
known
heaven,
among
and
the
the sun
heathen
rising
in
in
our
the east,
sight,
and the moon
by
setting
the
in the west,
revenging
and
of the
a few
blood of thy
stars, and the
servants,
whole
which
earth,
is shed.
and everything as
Yeah,
he
'cause
had
we had
known it in
the
the
history of our
beginning.
people,
Then I
blood being
blessed the
shed.
Lord
Right,
of
and they're all
judgment,
servants.
and extolled
Sloppy, bro.
him,
This
because
time
he had
down,
made the
bro.
sun to go
There's
forth
gonna
from the
be
windows of
bloodshed.
the east, and he
All right,
ascended
scripture talk
and
about
rose
that. Out
on
of
the
blood
face of the
of
heaven,
the
and set
elected
out, and
saints
kept
gonna
traversing
cry
the
out.
path shown unto him.
You know,
And I lifted
back
up my
then it
hands
happened.
in righteousness,
You know, we're really
and blessed
focusing on
the
this time
Holy
right
and Great
now.
One,
I was going to
and
look at
spake
this
with the
time
breath of my
because it's not
mouth,
going to be all
and with
pretty.
the tongue of
When a lot of
flesh,
people come
which
into the
God hath
knowledge and
made
wisdom
for
of,
the
a
children
lot
of
of
the
people come
flesh
into
of
the
men,
knowledge
that they
of
should
knowing that you're an
speak
Israelite
therewith.
because a lot of
And he
most of our
gave
people
them
don't have the
breath
wisdom.
and a tongue
Right? They
and
put on
a
the skin,
mouth that they
they put
should
the
speak
bones together,
therewith.
but they don't have the breath.
Blessed be thou, O
Right?
Lord,
A lot of our people that
King,
come into the knowledge of
great
knowing that
and
they're
mighty in
Israelites
thy
and thinking that
greatness,
everything's going to be
Lord of the
sweet.
whole creation of the
Not
heavens,
understanding
King
that
of kings
a
and
lot of the
God of
people
the
that
whole
call
world.
themselves Israelites
And thy
are going to
power and
die.
kingship and
Even some of
greatness
the elect.
abide forever
That has
and
to be
ever.
in your mind.
And throughout all
So you have,
generations thy
you know, you put
dominion,
away that pride
and all
and
the
stay humble
heavens are
to
thy
where you
throne
constantly
forever, and the
looking for the
whole
Lord
earth thy
to avenge
footstool
you, man.
forever and ever. For thou hast
You know?
made, and thou rulest all things, and nothing is too hard for
It
thee.
says,
Wisdom
it says,
departs not
wherefore
from the
should the
place of
heathen
thy
say,
throne, nor
where is
turns
their
away
God?
from thy presence.
Let him be known
And thou
among the
knowest
heathen. Right,
and
that's
doest everything, and there is nothing hidden from thee. For thou
That's going
seest
to
everything.
happen. So you gotta,
And now the angels of thy heaven
you gotta,
are guilty of trespass, and upon
qualify
the flesh of
scriptures
men abideth thy
because you have
wrath,
people who read
until the great
certain
day of
scriptures and
judgment.
they'll think that
And now, O God,
you have
and Lord,
people
and
who think
great
that
King, I
that's
implore and
just talking about
beseech
back
thee to
then.
fulfill my prayer,
Not discerning
to
the
leave
time
me in
and not
posterity
understanding
on
that
earth,
that
and
is
not
going to
destroy
apply
all
in
the
this
flesh
time
of
as well.
men, and make the earth without inhabitant, so that
You
there
know?
should be an eternal destruction.
It says,
And now, my
it
Lord,
says, let him be
destroy
known
from the
among the
earth the
heathen in our
flesh which
sight
has
by the
aroused thy
revenging
wrath,
of the blood
but the
of thy
flesh of
servants,
righteousness
which
and
we
uprightness
shed. Let
established
the
as the
sign of
plan
the
of the
prisoner,
eternal
because in all
seed.
reality too,
And hide not
the
thy
avenging
face
of
from the prayer of
blood
thy
that was
servant,
shed
O
in
Lord.
ancient times has never
And
been
after
avenged.
this
The
I
blood
saw
of
another
the
dream,
prophets of
and
old
I
has
will
never
show
been
the
avenged.
whole dream to thee, my son. And Enoch
This is
lifted
the
up
time
his
that we're
voice,
living in now.
and spake
That's
to
where
his
the
son
avenging is going to
Methuselah,
occur.
to thee, my son, will I
See?
speak. Hear my
It says, let
words,
the sign of the
incline thine
prisoner
ear
come
to the
before
dream
thee.
vision of
And
thy
who is the
father.
prisoner?
Before
Where
I
the
took
prisoner?
thy mother
You know?
Edna,
It
I
says,
saw in a vision
according
upon
to the
my
greatness
bed,
of thy
and behold,
power,
a bull
preserve
came forth
those
from the earth,
that are
and
appointed
that bull
to die.
was white. And after it
Okay.
came forth a heifer,
And
and
render
along
unto
with
our
his ladder
neighbors
came forth two
sevenfold
bulls,
into
one
their
of them
bosoms
black and the
their
other red.
reproach,
And that
wherewith
black
they have
bull
reproached
gored the
thee,
red one,
O
and
Lord.
pursued him over the earth.
So
And
we, thy
thereupon
people
I could
and
no longer
sheep of
see
thy
that red
pasture
bull.
will give thee
But
thanks
that black bull
forever.
grew, and that heifer
We will
went
show
with him.
forth
And I
thy
saw
praise
that many
to all
oxen
generations.
proceeded from him, which
Again,
resembled
when
and
the Lord
followed
deliver
him.
us,
And that cow, that
Yahweh
first
Shalom
one,
Shah.
went
This is
from the
king-
presence of
king,
that
this
first
is the
bull
song
in
Asaph.
order to seek that
You
red
know?
one, but found him not, and lamented with a great
The Sirach
lamentation
chapter
over
4,
him, and sought
on
him.
verse
And I
4,
looked till that
reject not the
first bull
supplication
came
of the
to her,
afflicted,
and
neither
quieted
turn
her.
away thy
And
face
from that
from poor
time
men.
onwards, she
Turn not
cried no
away
more.
thy eye
And after
from the
that,
needy,
she bore
and
another
give him
white
none
bull.
occasion to
And
curse
after
thee.
him, she bore
Right?
many
Our people are
bulls
the needy.
and black cows.
Right?
And I
For
saw
if
in my
he curse
sleep
thee
that white
in the
bull
bitterness of his
likewise
soul,
grow and become a
his prayer
great white
shall
bull.
be heard of
And
him
from him
that made
proceeded
him.
many
And that's what the
great
Most
white
High is going
bulls,
to do.
and they
He's going to make
resembled
us
them.
He's gonna
And they
he's
began
gonna
to
allow
beget
Esau
many
to
white
afflict
bulls
us
which
and put us
resembled
in
them, one
put us in the
following
bitterness
the
of our
other,
soul,
even
and
many.
we're gonna curse this devil,
And
the Most
again I
High's gonna
saw
hear
with
it,
mine
and
eyes
that's
as
when
I
we're gonna
slept,
see
and I
the
saw the
coming
heaven
of the holy
above.
host of
And
heaven.
behold, a star fell from heaven,
All right?
and it arose and ate
The Most
and
High's gonna hear
pastured
the
amongst
prayers
those
of the elect,
oxen.
man.
But after that I saw
Okay?
the large
That's
and the
like
black
cause and
oxen.
effect.
And behold, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other. And again I saw in the vision,
right? He
and
allows
looked
Esau to
towards
think
the
he's gonna
heaven.
win.
And behold, I
In the
saw
midst of
many
slaying the
stars
saints,
descend and
you
cast
know, putting
themselves
to flight
down
the
from
elect.
heaven to that
All right?
first star. And they became bulls among those cattle. and they pastured
basically,
with them. And I looked at
causing
them
a
and saw,
famine of the
and
word.
behold, they all
So
let
it's
out
like,
their
it's
privy
probably
members,
like,
like
the word ain't going out. They're not
and
allowed
began
to
to cover
hedge
the
no more.
cows of the
Internet gonna have
oxen,
all
and they
kind of
all became
restrictions.
pregnant,
All right,
and bare
the men of the Lord are going to be on the move.
camels,
He's going to be as
and
pilgrims, the
asses,
scriptures say.
and all
So the
the
word of God ain't
oxen
going to be
feared
going out as
them
much.
and
He's
were
going to be
affrighted
in his
at
mind. He's going to
them.
think that he's
And they
accomplishing
began to
what
bite
he
with
was
their teeth
accomplishing.
and to
But that's what the
devour,
scripture says.
and
What?
to gore with their horns. And they began, moreover,
when
to
he goes to
devour
fill his
those
belly,
oxen. And behold,
right?
all the children of the earth began to tremble
Then
and
that's
quake
when
before them
he shall
and
be
to
in
flee
straits.
from them.
It's going to be a
And
pamphlet.
again,
That's
I
when
saw how
it's
they
going to get real
began to
crooked
gore each
for
other
Esau,
and
man.
to
He ain't going to know
devour
which
each
way to
other.
turn.
And the earth began to cry
And but
aloud.
the
And
scripture
I
say what?
raised mine
Yet there's
eyes
fight.
again to heaven, and I
Okay?
saw in the vision, and behold,
Most
there
High's gonna
came
make
forth from heaven
this devil
beings
fight
who were
up
like
against
white
him, man.
men, and 4 went
Okay?
forth from that
Most High looking
place,
for a
and
show.
3 with them. And those 3
All
that
right?
had come forth last grasped
This
me
is,
by my hand and took me
Job
up away from
18
the
and 5
generations
said,
of
"Yea,
the earth,
the light
and
of the
raised me
wicked
up
shall
to
be
a
put out,
lofty place,
and the
and
smoke
showed
of his
me a
fire
tower
shall not
raised
shine."
high
What is
above
that
the
talking
earth,
about? That's talking
and
about his
all the
philosophy.
hills were lower.
Right?
And
His
one said unto
ideology,
me,
his
Remain here till thou seest
indoctrination,
everything
mainly
that
on the people.
befalls those elephants,
Okay, go
camels,
ahead.
and
It says the
asses,
light
and
shall
the
be dark
stars,
in his
and the
tabernacle,
oxen, and all of
and
it.
his candles shall be put out
And I
with him.
saw
Right?
one of those 4 who had come
Yeah,
forth
because
first,
it's like,
and he seized that
hey,
first
brother,
star
you seen,
which had
I
fallen
know you
from the
seen
heaven,
Last
and
Dragon.
bound it, hand
Remember,
and
showed
foot,
up at
and
the end?
cast it into an abyss.
He said, "You
Now that
warmed up
abyss
yet?"
is narrow and
And he-
deep, and horrible and dark. And one of them
you
drew
know,
a
he,
sword and gave it to those elephants
you know
and
the music,
camels
that's
and
just fire.
asses.
You
Then
know,
they
so
began to
he
smite
get the
each other,
commensurate.
and the whole earth
Being
quaked
Bruce
because of
Leroy
them.
ass.
And I was beholding in the vision,
Yeah.
lo, one of those 4
He
who had come
completely-
forth
like
stoned them
he
from
ain't shit.
heaven, and
Until
gathered and took all the
Bruce
great
Leroy come
stars
to the
whose privy
realization,
members were like
I'm the
those of
master.
horses,
And then that's
and
when he
bound
started
them
to lose
all
his,
hand
he's
and
like, oh
foot,
shit.
and cast
Then he
them
loses
into
his
an
power.
abyss of the earth.
Then he get his ass beat.
And one of those 4
That's the same
went to
thing.
that white bull and instructed him in a
Basically, Esau
secret,
showed up,
without his being
right?
terrified.
You know,
And he
at the
was
last,
born
he's
a
gonna be
bull and
whooping ass.
became a man,
He's gonna be
and
kicking
built
ass and
for
taking
himself
names.
a great vessel and dwelt
And then in the
thereon.
last very moment,
And 3 bulls dwelt with him
remember he's
in
getting
that
drowned?
vessel,
He
and
was
they
about
were
to die,
covered
but
in.
that's when everything hit him.
And again,
Like, hold
I
on,
raised
I'm the
mine
master.
eyes toward
That's when he
heaven
got
and
up and he
saw
started
aloft
whooping, showed up
with
fast.
7 water
That's the
torrents
same thing,
thereon,
because
and those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. And I saw again, and behold, fountains were opened on the surface of that great enclosure. And that water began to swell and to rise upon the surface. And I saw that enclosure till all its surface was covered with water. And the water, the darkness, and mist increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of that water had risen above the height of that enclosure, and was streaming over that enclosure, and it stood upon the earth. And all the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together until I saw how they sank and were swallowed up and perished in that water.
You'll get a corrupted crown by being subservient to this world.
Elephants and camels and asses sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them,
the light
and they were not able to escape.
Yeah, just like showed up. Remember his light
into the depths.
Remember it was going
And
out.
again, I saw in the vision
That's just like
those
Esau.
water torrents were removed from
His
that high
manipulation,
roof, and the
his
chasms of the
how you
earth
call
were
it?
leveled
The
up,
philosophies,
and
the
other
doctrines,
abysses were
right?
opened.
All his belief
Then the water
systems,
began to
Christianity,
run down
Islam,
into these,
people
till
gonna be in
the
a
earth
uproar like,
became
yo,
visible.
oh, the science.
But that vessel settled on the earth,
All right,
and
the so-called
darkness
technology,
retired and light
people are
appeared.
gonna be fed up.
But that white bull which had become a man came out of that vessel, and the
What
3
it's gonna
bulls
say,
with him.
when they shall say
And one
peace
of
and
those
safety,
3 was
then
white
what?
like that
Sudden
bull,
destruction.
and one of them was red as blood,
Okay,
and
go ahead.
one black.
Yeah, it says-
and that white
it
bull
says,
departed from them.
The steps of his strength
And they
shall
began
be
to bring
strengthened,
forth beasts in
and
the
his
field
own
and birds, so that there
shall
arose
cast him
different
down. His own
generations,
counsel gonna cast him down.
tigers,
That there's gonna be a lot of
wolves,
infighting.
dogs,
Just like
hyenas,
we,
wild
we went over
boars,
that about
foxes,
Greeks,
squirrels,
the 4 generals.
swine,
Then you had the other one.
vultures,
I can't think of his
kites,
man.
eagles,
I can't
and
think of his name right
ravens.
now.
And among them
You know, but he
born
was
a
the
white
one general
bull.
that fought up against
And
all
they
the other
began
4
to
generals.
fight one another. But that white
But in the
bull
midst
which
of
was
their
born
uprising,
amongst them
you know,
begat a
there
wild
was
ass,
infighting.
and white
And
bull
just
with
like,
it.
you
And the
know, when
wild
you had the
asses
different seasons too.
multiplied. But
You
that
know,
white bull
when
which
Julius
was born
Caesar,
from him begat
right,
a
that
black
different,
wild boar and a white sheep.
Oh man, man, that stuff escapes me, man. I got, I've gone for 80 times, man. But, for some reason, that part of history, because the names, the different,
and those
I
acids
forget what's
again
called,
gave up that sheep to the wolves. And that sheep grew up among the
triumphant.
wolves.
The
And the
triumphant,
Lord
if I'm
caused
saying it right.
11 sheep to live with it,
Right?
and to pasture
Which was a
with it
particular
among the
group
wolves.
of
And they multiplied, and
leaders
became
of Rome
many flocks
that came
of
up
sheep.
against
And the wolves began to fear
Julius
them,
Caesar.
and they oppressed them
And
until
this-
they destroyed
Then
their
that's
little
when you had the
ones,
successions
and they
and
cast their
everything was
young
changing
into a river of
on
much
toward what?
water.
The downfall
But those
of
sheep
the
began to cry
pagan
aloud
Roman
on account of
Empire.
their little ones,
Why?
and
Because
to
of many
complain
divisions
unto their
amongst
Lord. And the sheep which had been
Why?
saved from
Because
the
back
wolves
then,
fled and
their own
escaped to the
counsel
wild
fell apart.
asses.
And
they
just
saw
like
the
now,
sheep,
that's
how
why
they
you have
lamented
NATO
and
fighting up
cried,
against each
and
other.
they sought
You
their
have the
Lord
European
with all
Union
their
fighting up
might.
against each
So
other.
the Lord
You
of
have
the
Russia
sheep
fighting up against
descended at the
America.
voice of the sheep
America
from a
fighting up
lofty
against
abode,
different
and came
other
to
countries
them and
and
pastured
vast
them.
states that they
And he
have.
called that sheep
It's
which
gonna
had
be, there's gonna
escaped
be,
the wolves,
there's gonna
and
be
spake with it concerning the wolves, that it
a
should
world
admonish
war,
them
and
not
the
to touch the
infighting is
sheep.
gonna come from
And
many
the sheep
angles.
went to the wolves according to the word of the Lord.
This is Isaiah
And
57
another
and
sheep
20.
met it and went
It
with
says,
it.
but the
And the
wicked
two
are like
went
the
and
troubled
entered
sea,
together into the
when it
assembly of
cannot
those
rest,
wolves, and spake
whose
with
waters
them, and
cast up
admonished
mire
them
and
not to
dirt.
touch the sheep from
There is no
henceforth.
peace,
And
saith the
thereupon I
Most
saw
High.
the wolves, and how they
Because what
oppressed
is
the
the troubled
sheep
sea? The
exceedingly
troubled
with
sea.
all their
When you look at the
power.
ocean, the waves
And the
come in
sheep
and out.
cried aloud, and the Lord came to the sheep, and they
And
began to smite
completely
those
unstable.
wolves.
Then
And
it's
the
going to show
wolves
forth the
began to
fire,
make
meaning what? It's going to be
lamentation,
dried up.
but the sheep
Meaning you're going to see
became
nothing but
quiet,
mud.
and forthwith ceased to cry out.
Because that troubled sea,
And I saw the sheep
it's
till they
unstable.
departed from amongst the wolves.
And that's, he
But
said
the
that's how
eyes
the
of
wicked are.
wolves
Who's
were
the wicked?
blinded.
Esau,
And
Edom.
those wolves departed
How do we
in
know he's
pursuit of the
wicked?
sheep with
Because
all
of his
their power.
promises.
And the Lord of the sheep went with them
All
as
right?
their leader. And
By
all
his
the sheep
decrees,
followed him.
by
And his face was dazzling and glorious and terrible to behold. And the wolves began to pursue those sheep till they reached the sea of waters. And the sea
That's
was
what makes someone
divided,
wicked.
and the water stood on this side and
Okay?
on that before their face. And their Lord led them and placed himself between them and the
Isaiah
wolves.
71 real
And
quick,
as
it says,
those
woe
wolves did
unto
not
them
yet see
that
the
decree
sheep, they
unrighteousness,
proceeded into the midst
and that
of
right
that sea.
grievousness
And the wolves
which they
followed
have
the sheep.
prescribed.
Right,
Those
prescription.
wolves ran
Right?
after
What's a
them into
prescription?
that
What's
sea.
something that you prescribe?
And when they
That's
saw
when
the
you write
Lord of the
something
sheep,
down and
they
then you
turned
put it
to
out to the
flee before
public.
his face. But
It
that
said,
sea
woe to
gathered
that
itself
decree
together and
unrighteous
became as it had
decrees,
been
who
created.
write
And the
grievousness
water
in which they
swelled
have
and rose till they
pre-written.
covered those wolves.
The policies
And I
that
saw
set
till
up for
all
this
the
society
wolves
from a
pursued those
global
sheep
perspective
perished
are not
and
set
were
up for
drowned.
our people.
But
First
the
and
sheep
foremost,
escaped
it is
from
not
that
even set up
water
for
and went
the other
forth
nations,
into a
the
wilderness
different
where there was no water
Amalekites
and no grass.
and the different
And they
Ammonites,
began to open their
Moabites,
eyes
and
and
Hamites.
see. And I saw
All right,
the
the
Lord of the
Ishmaelites.
sheep pasturing
All right, that's why you
them,
see
and giving them
already
water and grass.
OPEC
And
Plus.
that sheep
All
going
right,
and
you
leading
see that's what
them.
happened
And that sheep
where the
ascended to the
Saudis,
summit
they
of
take
the
a side with
lofty
the
rock.
Russians.
And the Lord
All
of
right,
the
you
sheep
have those
sent
BRICS
it to
nations.
them.
You have these
And
different
after that, I
nations
saw the
that are
Lord
on
of
the
the sheep who
earth
stood
that
before
are
them.
establishing
And his
their own
appearance was
entities
white
to get
and
away from
terrible
the
and
policies
majestic.
that are being
All
spread
those
forth
sheep
from a
saw
global
him and
perspective.
were afraid before his face.
You
And
see?
they all feared and trembled
The
because
whole
of
world.
him. And they
That's how
cried
you're
to
going to have
that sheep
infight. This is how
with
the
him,
world,
which
the
was
third world
amongst
war
them.
is going
We
to
are
get
not
shot
able
off
to stand before our Lord
from a
or to
greater
behold
perspective
him.
than what it is
And that
right now.
sheep which
Because
led
we're in a
them
third
again
world war.
ascended to the summit of that rock.
There's reports
But the
that
sheep
there's
began
United
to be
States troops
blinded
in
and to
Ukraine right
wander
now.
from the way which he had
All right?
showed them. But
The
that
tension
sheep
with
thought
Iran
not
and
thereof.
America is
And the
getting
Lord of
hotter.
the sheep was
All right? The
wrathful
resources
exceedingly
that America is
against
looking
them.
to
And that
establish
sheep
to
discovered
further the
it, and
foundation
went
of this
down
society
from the
is
summit of
being
the
lit.
rock and came
It's
to
being
the
taken
sheep
away.
and found the greatest part
See,
of
now
it blinded
these
and
other
gone
Edomites,
away.
these right-wing,
And
far
when they saw
right-wing,
it, they feared and
conservative
trembled at his
Republicans,
presence
they know.
and
And
desired
guess
to
what?
return to their
There's going to be
folds.
civil
And
war,
that
civil
sheep took
unrest
other
in
sheep
this
with
society
it,
as well
and came to
because of
those
these wicked
sheep which had
decrees.
fallen away, and
There's
began
a
to
lot of
slay
our people,
them.
you
And
just
the
don't
sheep
even, they
feared
don't even
his
consider.
presence.
They just
And
care
thus
about
that
the
sheep brought
NFL,
back those
Lamar
sheep that had
Jackson,
fallen away.
Patrick
And they
Mahomes.
returned
Oh,
to
the
their
NBA just
folds.
started. Oh,
And I
who new
saw
rap
in
album
his
came out?
vision until that
What's the
sheep
new
became a
trends? What's the
man
new
and built a
fashion?
house for the
Right,
Lord
the
of the
new
sheep
Yeezys.
and placed all of the sheep in that
It's supposed
house.
to say watch as well as
And I
play.
saw till
Why?
this
Because the
sheep,
end
which
times
had
is here,
met
man.
that sheep, which had led them to fall
All right?
asleep. And I
this
saw
is
all the
Obadiah
great
1 and
sheep
7. It says,
perish,
all
and
the
little
men of
ones
thy
arose in their
confederacy
place.
have brought
And they
thee
came to
even
a
to the
pasture,
border.
What's the
and
word
approached a
confederacy
stream of
meaning
water.
what?
Then
Call
that
meaning
sheep,
with
their
Confederacy
leader, which
deals
had
with the
become a
brotherhood.
man, withdrew from
All right?
them and fell
See,
asleep.
Esau through
And
World
all
War
the
I,
sheep
World War
saw
II
it and
has
cried
established
over it with a
a
great
brotherhood
crying.
with the rest
And
of
I
the
saw
nations,
till they
the
left
Allied
off crying
forces.
for that
Or
sheep
what was they
and
called?
crossed that stream of water.
But there was
And
another
there
one.
arose the two sheep as leaders in the place of those which had led them and
Oh
fallen
man,
asleep.
it was the Allied
And
forces,
I
but they
saw
were
till the
called
sheep came to a goodly place,
well,
and a
basically we're turning
pleasant
to NATO,
and glorious
the
land.
North Atlantic Treaty
And I saw till
Organization,
those
right?
sheep were satisfied,
Forget what it was called.
and that house stood amongst
It'll
them
come back.
in that pleasant land.
What is it? Leave the nation?
Leave
And
the nation,
sometimes
there
their
you
eyes
go.
were opened, and
Peace, bro.
sometimes blinded. Till another sheep arose
The League of
and led
Nations.
them, and brought them all
That's the
back,
Confederacy.
and their eyes
Which
were
later on
and
got
the
turned
dogs,
into
the
NATO,
foxes, and the
right?
wild boars
And then
began to devour
those
sheep,
same
till the Lord
military
of the
countries
sheep raised up
are going to
another
turn
sheep,
on
a
the beast.
ram from their
I'm
midst,
sorry, going to turn on the
which
whore.
led
Scripture
and
tell you
that
that says what?
ram began
The
to
beast
butt on
shall
either
hate
side
the
of those
whore.
dogs, foxes,
Right,
and
the
wild
whore is talking
boars,
about
till he
Babylon
had
the Great.
destroyed them all.
All right,
And that
the
sheep
country
whose eyes
that's
were open
fornicated
saw
with all
that
the different
ram,
nations on
which was
earth,
amongst the sheep, till it
and
forsook
tampered
its
with
glory
them,
and began
and
to
taught
butt
them
those
wickedness.
sheep, and trampled upon them, and behaved itself unseemly. And the Lord
Under
of
the
the
guise
sheep
of
sent
prosperity.
the ram to
Look,
another
you want to
ram
be like
and
us.
raised
You
it
need to get into
to be a
Christianity.
ram
You want to be
and
like us.
leader of the
You need
sheep
to have your
instead
woman
of that
just
ram
do what
which
the hell
had
they want to
forsaken
do.
his
Essentially.
glory.
Your woman
And
can
it went
be
to
free,
it
they
and
can
spoke
get jobs.
to it alone,
You know,
and raised
you start
it
with
to
that
be
woman
a
a lot
ram,
of times.
and made it the prince
you know,
and leader of the sheep.
you know,
But
scriptures give
doing all
example of
these
that.
things,
How
those
the
dogs
downfall of
oppressed the sheep. And the
two
first
scriptures come to
ram
mind.
pursued
How
that
the
second
downfall
ram,
of society
and the
starts
second
with
ram
women.
arose and fled before it. And I saw till those
Right?
dogs pulled down the first ram.
What's
and
one
that
example?
second ram arose and led
Who
the
gives a
little
cotton
sheep.
picker?
And those
We're not
sheep
here to be
grew
like.
and multiplied. But all the dogs,
In fact, we like not being like.
wild
I
boars
like not
feared
being
and
like.
fled before it.
That
And
means we in the
ram
right zone.
butted and killed the
Because the
wild
scriptures tell you, it
beasts.
says what?
And those wild
It says,
beasts
says
had no
follow not the
longer any
multitude
power
do evil,
amongst the
neither
sheep,
rest judgment
and
upon
robbed
men.
them no more of aught. And that ram
Right?
begat many sheep and
What you
fell
got?
asleep.
You got something?
And a little
Vashti
sheep
is one of
became
them.
ram in its stead,
Right? The
and
example of
became
Vashti,
a prince and a
right?
leader of those
Because
sheep.
when
And that
Vashti got
house
out of
became
hand,
great and
the other
broad, and it was
provinces,
built for those
the other
sheep.
princes
And
of
a
the different
tower
provinces that were
lofty
part of the
and great
Medial
was
Persian
built
Empire,
on
so
the
you got to
house
put
for
this
the
shit in
Lord
order,
of the sheep.
except what?
And that
Our
house was
provinces
low,
are going to
but the
lose
tower
control.
was elevated and lofty.
Another
And
example
the Lord of the
in the
sheep
law
stood on that
says,
tower, and they offered a full
give not the
table
woman unto
before
whoredom,
him.
lest the whole city be
And
filled with
again I
wickedness.
saw those sheep, that they again erred
said
and
a lot
went
of
many
times
ways
starting
and
with
forsook
women, I got
that
this
their
in
house.
Sirach.
And that the
Sirach,
Lord of the sheep
25
called some
and,
from amongst the sheep
24
and sent them to
of
the
the
sheep,
women
but
came
the
the
sheep
beginning
began
of
to
sin,
slay them.
and through her
And one of them
all
was
died.
saved and was not slain.
Plain and
And
simple,
it
man.
sped away and cried aloud
You don't need a
over the
translation
sheep,
for that. You
and
don't
they
need a
sought
breakdown
to
for
slay
that.
it. But the Lord of the sheep
All right?
saved it from the sheep, and brought it
Nevertheless,
up to me,
that's
and
how we can
caused it to
identify
dwell there. And many
the
other
end.
sheep he sent to
All
those
right? When you
sheep
start
to
to give women
testify
too many
unto
liberties,
them,
man.
and lament over them. And
That's
after
the
that I
downfall of a
saw that
household.
when they forsook the house of the
All
Lord
right?
and his tower,
That's
they
how
fell
Esau
away
Edom has
entirely, and their
mind
eyes
and
were
strong
blinded.
man by
And I
giving a
saw the
woman
Lord of
liberty.
the sheep, how he wrought much slaughter amongst them
All right?
and their herds, until those sheep
Scripture tell you,
invited that slaughter,
if
and
you got a
betrayed
daughter,
his
scripture
slaves.
tell you.
And he gave them
Don't
over
smile
into
with
the
her.
hands of the lions and
Scripture say,
tigers, and wolves and
teach thy
hyenas,
daughters,
and into the hand of the foxes, and to all
lamentation,
the
man.
wild beasts. And those wild
Ezekiel,
beasts
I'm
began to
not-
tear
Jeremiah.
in pieces those sheep.
You know?
And I saw that he forsook
supposed to
that
have women
their
in
house
subjection.
and their
They're supposed
tower,
to
and gave
have
them
fear
all
of
into the
men.
hand of the lions
Watch,
to
if men
tear and
understand that
devour
shit,
them,
you get hectic,
into the
people could
hand
die.
of all the wild beasts.
Women are like
And
kids.
I began to cry aloud
it's okay,
with
we
all
do
my
it.
power,
Ooh,
and to
it's
appeal
alright.
to the Lord of the sheep, and to represent to
It's okay.
him in regard to the sheep,
Until
that
someone
they
gets
were
hurt.
devoured by all the wild beasts. But he remained unmoved, though he saw them, and rejoiced that they were devoured.
Jeremiah 9
And left
verse
them
7.
to be devoured in the hand of all the beasts. And he called
It says,
70
therefore, thus
shepherds
saith
and
the
cast
Lord of
those
hosts.
sheep to them, that they may pasture them. And he spake to the shepherds and their companions,
It says,
let each
therefore, thus
individual
saith the
of
Lord
you
of hosts,
pasture the sheep
behold,
henceforward,
I will
and
melt
everything
them
that I shall
and try
command
them.
that you do,
For how
do
shall
ye.
I do
And
from
I
the
will
daughter
deliver
of
them
my
over
people?
to do them, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and then destroy you. And he gave over unto them those sheep, and
Here it goes right
the
here.
book of Enoch.
This is Jeremiah 9 verse
The words of the blessing of
17.
Enoch
It
were
says,
with
thus
thee
saith the
blessed,
Lord
the
of
elect
hosts,
and righteous, who will be living in the
consider
day of
ye and
tribulation,
call for the
when all
mourning
the
woman,
wicked and godless
that
are
they may
evil.
come
And
and
he
sit
took up
for
this
cunning
parable and
women,
said, Enoch,
that they
a
may
righteous
come,
man, whose eyes were
and
opened
let
by
them make
God,
haste
saw the vision
and
of the
take up
Holy
a
One in the
wailing for
heavens,
us,
which the angel
that our
show
eyes may run down with
them I
tears,
heard everything,
and our eyelids
from them
gush
I
out with
understood
water.
as I saw.
Waters.
But not for this generation,
For a voice
but
of wailing
for a
is
remote
heard
one
out
which
of
is
Zion.
forthcome.
How are
Concerning
we
the elect,
spoiled?
I said, and took up
We
my
are greatly
parable concerning
confounded,
them. The
because
Holy
we have
Great One
forsaken
will
the
come
land,
forth from his
because our
dwelling,
dwelling
and the eternal God
have
will
cast
tread
us
upon
out.
him.
Well, that's
Even
spiritual,
Mount
man.
Sinai,
Because
and appear from his camp,
Jerusalem
and appear
is the
in
mother of
strength
us all.
might from the heaven
So,
of heavens, and all shall be
because
smitten with
Jerusalem is
fear,
wailing,
and the watchers
right?
shall quake, and great
The
fear
woman
and
is going to be
trembling shall
witness
seize
going to be
them
wailing.
as the end of the earth.
All right, go ahead.
And the high
It
mountains
says, yet
shall
hear
be
the word of
shaken,
the Lord,
and
O
the high
ye women,
hills shall be made low,
and let your
and shall
ear
melt like
receive the
wax
word
before
of
the
his mouth.
Here it is.
and the earth shall be
The city of
broken
Jerusalem,
into
which is the
asunder,
mother of us
and all
all.
that is upon the earth
Okay,
shall
our
perish,
mother.
and there shall be a
Okay.
judgment upon all men.
It's wailing.
But with
It's
the
in
righteous
decay.
he will
It's
make
in shambles.
peace, and will protect
But
the elect,
daughters of
and
Zion
mercy
have
shall be
become
upon
haughty.
them.
Sorry.
And they shall
Stay
all
right there.
belong
Go on,
to
go
God,
on.
and they
I
shall
got
be
right here.
prospered,
Oh,
and they shall all
It
be
says,
blessed. And he will help them all,
Right, it
and
says,
light shall
and
appear unto them,
and let them make
and he will
haste
make
and
peace
take
with
up
them.
a wailing for
And
us,
behold, he cometh
that
with
our
10,000
eyes may
of
run
his
down
holy
with
ones
tears,
to execute
and our
judgment upon
eyelids
all,
gush
and
out
to
with
destroy all
waters.
the ungodly,
For the
and to
voice of
convict
wailing
all
is
flesh
heard
of
out
all
of
the
Zion.
works of their
How
ungodliness
are
which
we
they have
spoiled?
ungodly committed,
We are greatly
and of all the
confounded
hard
because we have
things which
forsaken the
ungodly
land,
sinners have
because
spoken
our
against
dwellings
him.
have cast us out.
Observe ye everything
Yet
that
hear the
takes
word of
place
the
in the
Lord,
heaven,
O ye
how they
women,
do not change
and
their
let your
orbits,
ear
and
receive
the
the word of his
luminaries which
mouth,
are in the heaven,
and
how
teach
they
your
all
daughters
rise and
wailing,
set in
and
order,
every
each
one
in
her
its
neighbor
season, and
lamentation.
transgress
because the
not
time has
against their
become.
appointed order.
Look, I
Behold
seen
ye
this
the earth, and give heed to
video
the
where,
things which take
you know,
place
a guy,
upon it from
he was
first
in New
to
York City
last.
subway,
How
and he
steadfast
basically
they
trapped
are.
the inside
How
the
none of the
turnstile.
things
So you
upon
got
the
the two
earth
different
change,
turnstiles. You got
but
the
all
ones
the works
you
of
can
God
walk,
appear
your
to
waist goes
you.
through it and it turns.
Behold the
After
summer,
you
the
swipe your
winter,
Metro card
how
or
the
whatever
whole
device
earth
that
is
they got now,
filled with water
to
and
get
clouds
through.
and
But then there's
dew,
another
and
one
rain
where
lie upon
it's
it.
like
Observe
it's
and
like
see how
like a
in
revolving
winter
door
all the
with
trees
bars.
seem as though
And if
they
you
had
walk
withered
through
and
it,
shed all
and
their
if you
leaves,
stop it, it doesn't go
except
back.
14
So
trees
you
which
get
do
locked
not
and
lose
caught
their
in it.
foliage,
And that's
but
when you get to
retain
that
the
woman.
old
He's
foliage
locked
from
and
2
caught
to
in
3
it,
years
and then he
to
wound
the
up taking
new
her wallet.
comes.
See,
And
shit like
again,
that is happening
observe ye
more
the
and more.
days of
It's
summer,
more and more
how the
prevalent to
sun
these
is
women are being
above the
taken
earth
advantage of.
over against it,
You know
and
why?
you
Because
seek
they're
shade
hard,
and
they're
shelter
proud.
by reason of the
They're
heat
not,
of the sun.
they're not being
And the
taught
earth also
lamentation.
burns
You
with
teach them the
glowing heat,
lamentation,
and so
and they
you cannot
understand
tread
it.
on the earth
Look,
or
man, I
on
ain't
a
gonna be out
rock
here
by
at liberty
reason of its heat.
like that. Meaning they
Observe
can
ye
get
how the
dangerous out
trees
here.
cover themselves with green leaves
All right?
and bear
Yes, like,
fruit.
they got a thing going
Wherefore
around where
give
they
ye
telling
heed
women,
and know
it's
with
just like
regard
those
to
little
all his works,
stamps.
and
You see that thing on
recognize
that,
how he that liveth
sign
forever
right
hath
there?
made
That
them
little
so.
stick
And all
sticking off
his
of it,
works
zip
go
tie.
on thus
Right.
from year to
Zip
year
ties on your
forever,
car.
and all the
And there's
tasks which
somebody,
they accomplish for him,
you know,
and their
try to stop
tasks
it.
change not,
You know,
but according as
they put
God
a zip
hath
tie on your car
ordained, so it is
that you're
done.
vulnerable because they
And
can watch
behold
you.
how the sea and
Or
the
there's
rivers
another
in
one
like
where
manner
you'll
accomplish and
get a
change
parking lot,
not their
woman will get a
tasks from
parking
his
lot, and
commandments.
she'll get a grocery
But
not paying attention.
ye have
Put
not
a
been
groceries in the car,
steadfast, nor done the
get in the
commandments
car,
of the
by
Lord.
the time she get in the
But
car,
ye
she
have
don't
turned
realize
away
that
and
there's
spoken proud and hard
a
words
cart
with your
behind the
impure
car.
mouths
She can't
against
back
his
out.
greatness.
And when she gets
O ye
out, it's
hard-hearted,
gonna be
ye shall
bad.
find no peace.
You know, so they got that on
Therefore
TikTok and
shall
stuff
you
like that. Women
execrate your
giving their
days,
experience,
and the
how
years
they
of your
almost
life
got
shall
kidnapped
perish,
and so on and
and
so
the
forth.
years of your
Telling other women to
destruction shall
watch
be
out.
multiplied
You know?
in eternal
But
execration,
yeah,
and ye shall find no mercy. In those days ye shall make your names an eternal execration unto all the righteous, and by you shall all who curse, and all the sinners and godly shall imprecate by you. And for you, the godless, there shall be a curse, and all that shall rejoice, and there shall be forgiveness of sins, and every mercy and peace and forbearance. There shall be salvation unto them
and it's all about
of goodly light. And for all of you sinners there shall be no salvation, but on you shall abide a curse. But for the elect there shall be light and joy and peace, and they shall inherit.
But then when your ass getting snatched up,
and then there
then
shall
all of
be
a sudden you
bestowed
want,
upon the elect wisdom,
you know,
and they shall all
you looking for
live
crime
and
to
never
help.
again sin,
They want
either
us to
through
sin.
ungodliness or through pride. But
said,
they
why
who are
black women
wise
is
shall be
supposed to
humbled,
protect them.
and they shall not
That's
again
what they trying to push.
transgress, nor shall they
that's the
sin
dumbest shit
all
I
the
ever heard in
days
my
of their
life.
life, nor shall they
That is the
die of
dumbest
the
shit
divine
I ever heard in
anger
my
or
life.
wrath, but they shall
That's so
complete
far
the number
from
of
the
the
truth,
days
it's not
of their
even funny.
life. And their life shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy shall be multiplied in
Yeah, so
eternal
back in
gladness and
Isaiah,
peace. All the days of their
Jeremiah
life.
9 and 19, it says, when a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion, how are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded because we have forsaken the land, because our dwelling had cast us out. Yet hear the word of the Lord, O ye women, and let your ear receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and every one her neighbor lamentation. For death is come up into our windows, and is entered into our palaces.
Up in their window. That's how predators work. They go through your window.
And all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing.
Are you in the comfort of your home?
Then swear they all together and bound
Ain't no
themselves
gym
by
reps.
mutual imprecations upon
You know, you got these women that box, MMA, and all that other stuff. That shit ain't gonna help. Even if you know how to, even if you know how to brandish a weapon, if you have the skill to brandish a weapon, practice is different than live action. When somebody's actually in the midst of shit, somebody's actually, you know, in your house invading your shit. Will that all that training kick in that moment? Remember, he had story time with Barya Howard, and he broke it down. He said, well, women, he said, Mr. Battle Woman, they don't do shit. He said, all they do is sit there, he's crying. Just cry and scream.
And all the others
they're soldiers.
took unto themselves wives.
You know, they go with motion, they go with the motion, they get the medals, they get the accolades, the acknowledgement. But when it really comes down to war,
and the cutting of roots, and made them
history shows that they're not fit.
And they became pregnant and bare great giants.
That's why it only happens. Let me tell you how a woman gonna be delivered in that last day. It's through men.
And
all right,
men could no longer
through a man.
The giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against
come up into our windows
and reptiles
and is entered into our palaces
one another's
to cut off the children from without and the young men from the streets.
Accusation against the lawless
it says, "Speak thus saith the Lord, even
and
the carcasses of men shall fall in the dung upon the open field." And as the hand falls after the harvestman, and none shall gather
and ornaments and the use of antimony and the beautifying of the eyelids and all kinds of costly stones and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray and became corrupt in all their ways. Simjaza taught enchantments and root cuttings. Armoros, the resolving of enchantments. Barakihal taught astrology.
And this happened back during the time of the Babylonians.
Ezekiel,
when the Babylonians came in, it wasn't no at
the signs of the earth.
Shamsiel,
the signs of the sun.
It happened
and Sariel, the course of the moon.
It's happening now.
And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said to one another, the earth, made without inhabitant, cries the voice of their crying up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory standeth under all the generations of the ages, and thy name holy and glorious and blessed unto all the ages. Thou hast made all things, and thou over all things hast thou, and all things are naked and open in thy sight, and thou seest all things.
But you got that going on even in Israelite camps, where women that are part of these congregations
who have taught all unrighteousness on earth and revealed the eternal secrets which were preserved in heaven, which men were striving to learn. And Simjaz,
women belong to that man in his house,
to bear rule over his associates.
So these women that are amongst these congregations, they got to get approval from the head of that camp in order for them to get married. Where the fuck is that?
And the women have born giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now, behold, the souls of those who have died are crying and making their suit to the gates of heaven, and their lamentations have ascended, and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. And thou knowest all things before they come to pass, and thou seest these things, and thou dost suffer them. And thou dost not say to us what we are to do to them in regard to these. Then said the Most High,
this is Baruch chapter 4, verse 11. With joy did I nourish them, but sent them away with weeping and mourning. Let no man rejoice over me, a widow, and forsaken of many. For whom were the sins of my children and left desolate, because they departed from the law of their power.
And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all generations of the world. And again the Lord said to Raphael, bind Azazel hand and foot, and cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the desert, which is in Undigital, and cast him therein. and place upon him
So
rocks,
now
jagged rocks, and
that
cover
woman
his
is waiting
darkness,
for the
and
return
let
of
him
her
lie
children.
there forever,
You know?
and cover his face that he may not see light. And
right.
on the day
That's
of
right.
the
With
great
that spirit.
judgment, he shall be
Because-
cast into the fire.
Well, you
And
wanna elaborate
heal
on
the
it? Oh, no,
earth
no,
which
you got
the
it, I got it.
angels
But
have corrupted,
it's
and
spiritual
proclaim the
because,
healing of the
you know, that's
earth,
what happened
that
during
they
the
may
time of
heal
Joshua.
the plague, and
Right?
that
The
all
children
the
of
children
Israel
of men
left.
may not perish through
Right?
all
So
the
you had
secret
Abraham,
things that the
you had
watchers have
Isaac, you had
disclosed and
Jacob,
taught their sons.
and they
And
dwelt
all
in the land of
earth has
Israel,
been corrupted
and they
through
left.
the works that were
I think
taught
like
by
12
Azazel.
souls,
To
something
him
like,
ascribe
no,
all
40,
sin.
it's like, don't quote,
And
70.
did Gabriel,
They
said the
let, there
Lord,
was 70 souls,
proceed against the bastards
right?
and the
Yeah,
reprobates,
70
and
souls
against the
that
children
came
of
into Egypt
fornication,
from,
and destroy the children of
from
fornication
Israel,
and the children
right?
of the watchers from amongst men,
And then
cause
there was
them to go
a great
forth.
multitude
Send them
that
one
left
against
out
the
of
other,
Egypt,
that they may
but the
destroy
old
each other
ones
in
died.
battle. For length
And
of
then what
days shall
happened?
they
Basically,
not
the Most
have.
High used
And
the
no
younger
request
generation,
that their
the
fathers
children,
make of thee
to
shall be
reestablish,
granted unto them
you know,
on their behalf. For they hope to
citizenship
live
of
an
that
eternal
land.
life, and that each one of
That
them
goes
will
right
live
with that, man. That's how
500 years.
that's how. Hey, look, man.
And
That's
the
what you
Lord
say.
said
What?
to Michael,
Set you be as babes.
Find Sanjaza and his associates
You know, the ones that's
who
going to
have
inherit the
united
kingdom,
themselves
the
with
ones that's
women
going
so
to
as to have
inherit
defiled
the
themselves
land of
with them
Israel
in all
on this
their
go round
uncleanness.
are likened unto
And when their
babes,
sons have
unto
slain
children.
one another, and they have seen the destruction
All right?
of their beloved ones, bind them
It's
fast for
Exodus
70 generations in the
1:5
valleys of
says,
the earth.
and all the souls
Till
that
the day
came
of
out of the
judgment
loins
and
of
of
Jacob
consummation,
were
to
70
the
souls.
judgment that is
And
complete
Joseph was
and
in
ever
Egypt
is
already.
consummated.
And
In those
Joseph
days
died
they
with
shall
all
be
his
led off to the
generation.
abyss of fire,
I mean,
and to the
like,
torment and the
Joseph died
prison in
with all
which
his
they shall
brethren
be
and all
confined
that
forever.
generation.
Yeah, that whole
And
generation.
whosoever shall
They
be
came into
condemned
Egypt
and
70
destroyed
souls.
will from
Then we know there was a
thenceforth
great multitude that
bounty
came
go
out.
with them to the
But like I
end
said,
of all
the older
generations,
generation of
and
that
destroy
multitude
all
died
the
off in
spirits
the
of the
40 years.
reprobate
But the Most
and
High
the
put them
children
in a
of the
circle.
watchers,
He had the
because
younger
they have
generation,
wronged
Joshua and Caleb,
mankind,
to bring them, lead them
destroying
into the kingdom.
wrong from the face of the earth.
It's like
and let
Yahushua.
every
When Yahushua
evil
was
work
doing his
come
thing, he
to
was a young man.
and let the plans of
All right, so
righteousness
talking about he
and
was 12
truth
years old.
appear,
He was amongst
and it shall
the
prove a blessing. The
amongst
works
the
of
rabbis,
righteousness and
amongst the
truth
Pharisees,
shall be
amongst
planted
the
in
scribes
truth
and the
and
doctors,
joy
right?
forevermore. And then
He was a
shall
young
all
man.
the righteous escape, and shall live till they
Even when he
beget
died, he was a
thousands
young
of
man.
children, and all the
You know?
days of their youth and their old age shall be completed in peace.
When you come into this
And
knowledge, you
then
become
shall
a
the
young
whole
man.
earth be tilled in righteousness, and shall all be planted with trees, and be full of blessing. And
Okay.
all desirable
Ezekiel-
trees shall be planted
Ezekiel
on it,
39 and
and they shall
25.
plant vines
It
on
reads,
it.
therefore,
And the
thus saith
vine
the
which
Lord
they
power,
plant thereon shall
now
yield
will I bring
wine
again
in
the
abundance.
captivity of Jacob,
And as for all
and
the
have
seed
mercy
which
on
is
the
sown
whole house
thereon,
of Israel,
each measure
and
of
will
it
be
shall
jealous
bear
for my holy
1,000,
name.
and each measure of
After
olive shall
that they
yield
have
10
borne their
presses of
shame,
oil.
and
And
all their
cleanse thou the earth
trespasses,
from all
whereby they have
oppression, and from
trespassed
all
against me,
unrighteousness, and
when
from
they
all
dwelt
sin,
safely
and
in
from
their
all
land, and
godlessness,
none made
and
them
all
afraid.
uncleanness that is wrought upon the earth,
then it
destroy
says,
from off the earth.
when
And
I have
all the
brought them
children of
again
men shall
from the
become
people,
righteous,
and
and all
gathered them out of
nations shall
their enemies'
offer
land,
adoration and praise,
and am
and
sanctified
all
in
shall
them
worship me,
in the sight
and
of
the
many
earth shall be
nations,
cleansed from all defilement,
then shall
and
they
from
know
all
that I am the
sins,
Lord
and
their
from all
power,
punishment,
which
and from
caused them
all
to be
torment.
led into
Then I will
captivity
never again send
among
them
the
upon
heathen,
it from generation
but I
to
have
generation
gathered them
forever.
unto their own
And in
land,
those days
and
I
have
will
left
open the
none of
store
them
chambers
any
of
more
blessing
there.
which are in the heavens,
Neither will I
so as
hide
to
my
send
face
them down
anymore
upon the
from
earth
them.
over the
For I have
work
poured
and
out my
labor of the
spirit
children
upon
of
the
men.
house of Israel,
And truth and
saith the
peace
Lord.
shall be
So the Lord is
associated
going to
together
turn back our
throughout
captivity
all the days of the
in the
world,
face of these nations.
and throughout
you know?
all the
Yeah,
generations
because the
of
Spirit
men.
of the Lord is being poured upon his
Is it
people
correct?
through the mouth of the prophets. That's why,
Before
hey, the
these
Most High
things
wants to do
Enoch
enough
was
talking.
hidden, and no one
know?
of the children of men
Yeah,
knew where he was
there's
hidden,
a time when the Most High
and where he
puts himself
abode,
away.
and what had become of him, and his activities had to do with the
No, we ain't gonna
watchers,
y'all
and
ain't
his
telling our
days
people
were
America for to break down in the chaos and
And I,
collapse.
Enoch,
All
was
hell's going to
blessing the
break
Lord
loose.
of majesty
You know,
and
I'm
the King of the
gonna suffer.
ages. And lo,
Wicked
the
of them.
watchers
You
called
know,
me,
I'm gonna suffer,
Enoch,
man.
the scribe, and said to
But the
me,
Most High,
Enoch,
He gonna
thou
have us out
scribe
the way.
of
Then they gonna be
righteousness,
looking to
go
hear the word of the
declare
Lord.
to the watchers of
And
heaven
by
who
then it's
have
gonna
left
be too
the
late.
high heaven, the
Maybe
holy
again.
eternal place,
You know?
and have defiled themselves with women, and have done as the children of earth do, and have taken unto themselves wives. Ye have wrought great destruction
That's how it's
on the
going
earth,
down, man.
and ye shall have
You know, the
no
word of the Lord
peace
has
nor
gone out,
forgiveness of
right?
sin.
We're in a
And
particular
inasmuch
season
as they
where,
delight
you know, we need to be
themselves
more
in their
disciplined,
children,
more
the
focused on
murder
y'all
of their
watching y'all
beloved
shot,
ones shall
to
they
avoid the
see,
distractions,
and over
best
the
our ability.
destruction of their
You know, pray
children
to
shall
the
they
Lord,
lament,
you know, fast,
and shall make supplication unto eternity.
you know, do
But
the will of the
mercy
Lord,
and
man.
peace shall ye not
You know,
attain.
get more involved
And
with the
Enoch
will of
went
the
and
Lord.
said,
right?
Azazel,
Scripture
thou
always going
shalt
to
have
quote.
no peace.
The
A
harvest is
severe
plenteous,
sentence has
but
gone
the laborers
forth
are few.
against thee to put
These
thee in
laborers what?
bonds.
Pray for
And
more
thou shalt
laborers.
not have toleration, nor request
Okay?
granted to
There's a lot of
thee
work
because
that
of the
needs to be done.
unrighteousness which thou hast taught, and because
Alright?
of all the works of
With that, we'll
godlessness
close.
and unrighteousness
Oh,
and
Lord
sin
Yahweh,
which thou hast
Ba'ashem,
shown
Yahushai,
unto
Ba'ashem,
men.
Kakadash.
Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them. And they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the
And
presence
it is
of the
true
Lord
what he
of
says in
heaven.
another part here.
For from
Abortion
thenceforward they could not
decimates
speak
black
with
and
him,
brown
nor
communities
lift
at
up
a
their
more
eyes to heaven
aggressive
for
rate
shame of their
than it does
sins
other
for which they
communities.
had been
When we're talking about the
condemned.
United States.
Then I
That's
wrote
true,
out
and
their
that's
petition
awful.
and the prayer in regard
You
to
know,
their
saying you're
spirits
pro-black
and their
and
deeds
pro-choice, I don't think those two
individually,
things go
and in
together straight
regard
up.
to their request that
So
they
he
should
has
have
some good
forgiveness
points here,
and
doesn't he?
length. And I went off and sat
But
down at the
he
waters of
ties it
Dan,
into
in the
his
land
religion.
of Dan, to the south.
This
of
is
the
kind
west
of the
Hermon.
idea that,
And I
hey,
read their
we're in
petition till I
captivity,
fell
guys.
asleep. And behold,
And just
a dream
like
came to me,
Pharaoh,
and visions fell
the Pharaoh
down
who
upon
arose,
me,
who
and
knew
I
not
saw
Joseph,
visions of
did in
chastisement,
Exodus.
and a voice came
Remember what he wanted to
faintly
do?
tell it to the
Get
sons
rid of
of heaven and
the
reprimand
Hebrew
them.
boys.
And when I
Moses
awaked,
was able to
I came
escape,
unto
right?
them, and they were
Help of
all
Miriam and his
sitting
mother,
gathered together,
the daughter of
weeping
the
in
Pharaoh.
Abel's gel, which
Just
is
like
between
that,
Lebanon and
Satan's
Sennacher,
trying to get us
with
again.
their
Or if you
faces
remember
covered.
when Herod went
And I
through
recounted
and
before
slaughtered
them all the
the children under
visions
2
which
years
I had
old.
seen in sleep.
Now, I will say,
And I
Satan
began to
does hate
speak the
children,
words of
and he does hate
righteousness
Jewish children.
and to
Satan does.
reprimand
That's
the
true.
heavenly watchers.
That's true.
The book of the words of righteousness
loves
and of
abortion.
the reprimand of the eternal watchers
Satan
in
does.
accordance with the command of the Holy Great
Yeah.
One in that vision.
Connie's not wrong about
I
that.
saw in my sleep what I will now
He
say
is wrong
with the
about
tongue of flesh
tying it in
and with the breath of my mouth,
Hebrew
which the
Israelism,
Great
though.
One has given to men to converse therewith and understand with the heart. As he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom, so hath he created me also, and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you. Yea, your petition will not be granted unto you, and from henceforth you shall not ascend into heaven unto all eternity, and in bonds of the earth the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And that previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and ye shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword, and your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own, even though you weep and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written. And the vision was shown to me thus. Behold, in the vision clouds invited me, and a mist summoned me. And the course of the stars and the lightning sped and hastened me, and the winds in the vision caused me to fly and lifted me upward, and bore me into heaven. And I went in till I drew nigh to a wall which is built of crystals and surrounded by tongues of fire. And it began to affright me. And I went into the tongues of fire, and drew near to a large house which was built of crystals. And the walls of the house were like a tessellated floor made of crystals, and its groundwork was of crystal. And its ceiling was like the path of the stars, and the lightnings, and between them were fiery cherubim, and their heaven was clear as water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its portals blazed with fire. And I entered into that house, and it was hot as fire and cold as ice, and there were no delights of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling gat hold upon me, and as I quaked and trembled, I fell upon my face, and I beheld a vision. And lo, there was a second house, greater than the former, and the entire portal stood open before me, and it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect it so excelled in splendor and magnificence and extent that I cannot describe to you its splendor and its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings in the path of the stars, and its ceiling was also a flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a lofty throne, and its appearance was as crystal, and the wheels thereof as the shining sun. And there was the vision of cherubim, and from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look thereon. And the great glory sat thereon, and his raiment shone more brightly than the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the angels could enter, and could behold his face by reason of the magnificence and glory, and no flesh could behold him. The flaming fire was round about him, and a great fire stood before him, and none around could draw nigh him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him, yet he needed no counselor. And the most holy ones were nigh to him, and did not leave by night, nor depart from him. And until then I had been prostrate on my face, trembling, and the Lord called me with his own mouth, and said to me, Come hither, Enoch, and hear my word. And one of the holy ones came to me and waked me, and he made me rise up and approach the door, and I bowed my face downwards. And he answered and said to me, and I heard his voice, Fear not, Enoch, thou righteous man, and scribe of righteousness. Approach hither and hear my voice. And go, say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to intercede for them, You should intercede for men, and not men for you. Wherefore have you left the high, holy, and eternal heaven, and had lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as your sons? And though you are holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, you have defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have begotten children with the blood of flesh. And, as the children of men have lusted after flesh and blood, as those also do who die and perish, therefore have I given them wives also, that they might impregnate them and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you, as for the spiritual ones of heaven. In heaven is their dwelling. And now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men, and from the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling. But as for the spirits of the earth, which were born upon the earth, on the earth shall be their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst, and cause offenses. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men, and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment. Thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment in which the age shall be consummated, over the watchers and the godless, yea, shall be wholly consummated. And now as to the watchers who have sent thee to intercede for them, who had been aforetime in heaven, say to them, You have been in heaven, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you knew worthless ones. And these, in your hardness of hearts, you have made known to the women. And through these mysteries, women and men work much evil on earth. Say to them, therefore, You have no peace. And they took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire. And when they wished, they appeared as men. And they brought me to a place of darkness, and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. And I saw the places of the luminaries, and the treasuries of the stars, and of the thunder, and in the uttermost depths, where were a fiery bow, and arrows, and their quiver, and a fiery sword, and all the lightnings. And they took me to the living waters, and to the fire of the west, which receives every setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water, and discharges itself into a great sea towards the west. And I saw the great rivers, and came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place whence all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers, and of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he has furnished them with the whole creation, and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which bear the earth, and the firmament of heaven. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven, and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of heaven. I saw the winds of heaven, which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of heaven above. And I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east, and 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, one was of a colored stone, and one of a pearl, and one of a jacinth, and those towards the south of red stone. But the middle one reached to heaven like the throne of God, of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire, and I saw a flaming fire. And beyond these mountains is a region at the end of the great earth. There the heavens were completed. And I saw a deep abyss, with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it, and there was no water upon it, and no birds. But it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars, like great burning mountains. And to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, "This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till the time when their guilt should be consummated, even for 10,000 years. And Uriel said to me, Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. Here shall they stand till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall become sirens. And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, at the end of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen. And these are the names of the holy angels who watch. Uriel, one of the holy angels, who is over the world and over Tartarus. Raphael, one of the holy angels, who is over the spirits of men. Raguel, one of the holy angels, who takes vengeance on the world of the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels, to wit, he that is set over the best part of mankind and over chaos. Sarachael, one of the holy angels, who is set over the spirits, who sin in the spirit. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, who is over paradise and the serpents and the cherubim. Remiel, one of the holy angels, whom God set over those who rise. And I proceeded to where things were chaotic, and I saw there something horrible. I saw neither a heaven above nor a firmly founded earth, but a place chaotic and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it, like great mountains and burning with fire. Then I said, For what sin are they bound, and on what account have they been cast in hither? Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me, and was chief over them, and said, Enoch, why dost thou ask, and why art thou eager for the truth? These are the number of the stars of heaven which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and are bound here till 10,000 years. The time entailed by their sins are consummated. And from thence I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former, and I saw a horrible thing. a great fire there which burnt and blazed, and the place was cleft as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent or magnitude could I see, nor could I conjecture. Then I said, how fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon. Then Uriel answered me, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, Enoch, why hast thou such fear and affright? And I answered, because of this fearful place, and because of this...